knows I'm always behind you. It means confidence that I can deliver what I set out to.
My goal is for my son to grow into the best version of himself.
Friendship to me is so important.
They make me feel calm, secure, supported, motivated, and they encourage me to be the best person I can possibly be.
Having a team that supports you, commitment and hard work is the most important thing.
My goals are giving them a safe space within their communities.
Like the drummer to the bass player, no worries, I'm always behind you.
No worries, I'm always behind you.
Okay, so sun is down and it's quite dark here in Dubai Exhibition Center, and I'm looking for more players to have a talk. I think that's Strimzy from Sonic. Hello, Strimzy. Hello. Hi. What's up? What were you doing?
Just talking to my girlfriend.
We're shooting a content and I want to have a short interview and like have a quiz time with you.
Cool.
It's okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
All right, let's do it. How far is it? Am I walking forever?
Like a minute, like 30 seconds. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Tristan Trimzy Nowicki. I play for the Susquehanna Sonics and we're here to compete for PGC 2022 in Dubai.
Okay, welcome to Quiz and Rock. I know that you were having a media day today. How was it? I remember that in PNC you wore that USA jersey.
Yeah,
Did you have
yeah.
anything special prepared today?
I did the fun thing for Thailand for PNC because it was kind of representing my country, whereas this is more professional and serious for this one, whereas I was having a lot more fun for Thailand.
But I recognize that your jersey is different from the previous PGC.
Our jersey specifically is made for Dubai. It was specifically made for wherever we go, wherever we travel for PGC.
Dubai fans would like it too.
Yeah.
Have you met like other players like from other regions and other teams?
Yeah, I've met a bunch of players. I've met all of Overpeakers. I've met EIQ.
The people in the cars.
I haven't met any of the Chinese teams, which I'm really excited to meet them because this is the first event that they've been to.
Did you have any particular players that you want to meet?
And I really want to meet Zepion because I think he's very, very underrated. So yeah, I'm excited to meet them.
So you're very strong in the Americas region. That's like nobody would doubt that. But coming into PGC, it didn't work out.
So I think our biggest problem last year is we were very cocky, and losing last year kind of brought us back down to earth and realized that we're not, we weren't the best, and we have a lot to work on, and we have a lot of flaws in our game. So just going into this year, we had to work out a lot of stuff and figure out what was going wrong. So I think coming into this event, we're very excited and humbled.
Then which team could be the biggest rival coming into PGC 2022 for Sonics?
I think the biggest rival for us would be SGD. They are going to be landing in Pochinki Pakkada with us, and they are in our group. So we will have to fight them for our drop spots, which is going to be very fun.
What would be your determination coming into PGC 2022?
What's really important to us is that no matter what the circumstances of the game are, we do the best that we possibly can. So not every game you could win, but if we get into a position that's really bad and the best we could do is get 6 kills or 7 kills, that's what we want. So we want to just stay as consistent as possible throughout every game. That's our determination. At the end, we want to win, yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you a 4 keyword.
I'll do sound.
Okay.
Why not?
Let's
Why not?
see the BCS champions. I'm gonna play the sound.
Go for it. It's a revolver. It's the R18. It's a pistol.
Yeah, so we're gonna give you a gift because you got it right. Do you hear it?
Is there a live animal?
No, maybe. Okay, you're gonna pick one gift.
Do I have to touch it?
Yeah.
One gift from it? I want this one.
Okay,
I want
you
this
sure?
one. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, this is cute.
3-level backpack?
Oh, it's a level 3 backpack. Can I
You
put it
got
on?
I think that's too small for you.
Yeah, it's too small.
I hope Sonics do well.
What do you want us to do?
2020.
Who do you want to win? Who do you want
No
to win?
comment.
No comment.
No comment.
Oh god.
Well, PGC 2022.
Sonics fighting!
Yay!
I got. Yeah, I'm sold it.
뭐야, 덕거림 걸렸대? 안 들려요?
아, 잠깐만.
이거 못 들었다고?
Если бы мы могли, мы бы от них попытались уехать, но если выбора нет, то придется убить их при краше.
To an unbelievable tournament here and question mark with
BCS 7 Europe. Can they close this out? At least look at the split from Aduzi. I thought they knew exactly where he was against the Orb Angle too.
Unbelievable tournament here and question mark.
53-point Saga. That is just crazy and unheard of.
Yeah. Если к нам придет какая-то команда, то мы попытаемся отбить наш спот.
Если я вижу какую-то позицию, которую я хочу занять, я ее занимаю ради того, чтобы найти следующую позицию и отправить туда свою команду.
В той ситуации Адовзи взял на себя инициативу, и мы поддержали его в его идее.
Но мы используем эту стратегию не во время каких-то драк с командами, а для того, чтобы узнать позиции команд и посмотреть вперед по карте.
Зачастую я это сам решаю, но если я вижу, точнее я не вижу решения, то я обращаюсь за помощью команды. Если мы видим ситуацию, когда мы можем сделать third-party и подключиться к драке двух команд, эти решения принимаются на основе выгоды этой ситуации.
Если у нас есть позиция в зоне, ну или даже не обязательно в зоне, если у нас просто есть хорошая позиция, и мы видим, что мы можем подойти и съесть фрикиллы, то мы просто делаем это.
Если на наш спот будет падать какая-то команда, мы будем падать и драться с ними, и драться в свой спот.
Always stick together, stay connected, have each other's back.
We have the best staffs, the best stadium.
With the best fans and community behind it.
그 모든 힘이 저희를 더 강하게 만들어줄 거라고 믿습니다.
Nothing but respect, always like a wolf pack.
It is 3.9 liter.
Nice. It's like a couple of cameras.
What a nice place, bro.
Damn.
Yeah, guys, let's sit here. Do you want to sit here?
Yeah. I guess we're sitting here.
I think it's this one.
Got a nice view as well.
Big park outside.
Hey, boys, remember 2K19? The FaZe clan?
The best team.
Best team. Started bad, though.
Oh, yeah, phase one. Yeah. That was a bumpy ride.
What did we do there? Like 8, 9?
But after that, it's a wake-up call.
Wake-up call.
Other than phase 1, 2019 was a really good year.
Yeah, one phase 2, one phase 3.
PGC was made from ups and downs.
Yeah, it was
a roller coaster.
Yeah,
and a
it was
half.
the group stages and everything. Like we were doing. Like first we came off for the win streak of winning all of those tournaments first,
and then we came to PDC. The first group stage, like, we played really, really bad, and they did super bad there.
I mean, 11 games out of 12.
We were literally last before the last game.
Yeah.
And then we just barely took the last spot that qualified, like going into the finals.
That's a memory.
Yeah.
Goes for the peek off to the side of it. That's going to go in position. Uber steps up, gets one. Goes for the spray into the second one. The hunt is on. The spray comes through. And the EU Giants, Buzzface, 8 kills. Uber, 6 kills.
We jumped from 24 to 16.
Yeah.
And we made it. And then we get second place. Should have actually gotten first in. You remember the car?
Last game.
That damn car.
I mean, it was my own bad.
I don't think I ever watched back the actual game.
I never watched it.
I think I didn't want to see.
It didn't make sense. That farm compound where the hard spawn is.
Yeah.
And it was just like a team all around it. And they didn't take the hard spawn. Why would you take the hard spawn?
Yeah.
It's like right there.
I mean, the point was that we went too late for it.
Yeah.
I think the Sunhawk game was the one that we should have won.
Wait, we played Sunhawk?
We played Sunhawk.
I don't remember this. Yeah.
With the zones we got to, like, we should have won it easily. I mean, we're lucky that Uba ended up clutching it, because we could have easily get third there too.
The hunt is still on from Uba. He's paying attention. Oh my he knows they've lost one. Looks back over. He could have angle. Connects with a couple of shots. That's one of the members from Gen.G down. The guys that are all in the top 4.
It's going to take a miracle from Uba to get this done. He does find another kill. So it is going to take Uba with a win and at least one more kill.
That was $300,000 clutch.
Thank you.
There's PUBG right there.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Did you order kebab?
Lamb kebab?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes. I love this, like the yogurt stuff, like with the food. Yeah. So, good.
You ordered bread, right?
I did. Oh. Yo.
Isn't it bread as well?
Humongous.
Take one. You can take, like, you know. Oh.
I think it's really good.
You like the kebab?
I like the kebab with the yogurt.
What did you get, Max?
Food is always good. You're welcome, Max.
I'm just going to give you 2 choices and you just choose one.
Oh, that's fine.
As long as I'm driving, I don't mind the buggy.
If I'm driving, then I'll choose buggy.
You should never be 2 guys on a buggy. So I'd rather take the US with a pop tire.
I think you're more likely to both die in the US, but on a buggy, like one guy.
Really? What do you think, Ansi?
I'll go with the US. It's safer for both of us. You didn't say it's like 2 in the US.
Really?
That's the whole point of it.
Oh. Did you even listen?
No. Frag grenade. Because unlimited nades is just broken.
That's the situation, you know.
If you have unlimited smokes, you can smoke yourself anywhere. Just pop new smokes.
Yeah, but you can still die through the smokes.
Yeah, but you have unlimited, makes you unlimited smokes.
You have unlimited nades too.
Yeah, but you can't rotate with nades.
You're saying if you have unlimited smokes, you would make it on foot from Potsinki to Jasnaja.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, I could do it on foot.
I'm just gonna come drive you over.
I think it would have like 1 FPS driving into the smokes.
I think nades is better. I think you guys are wrong.
How does it feel to come back to PDC as a coach?
Well, the event hasn't started, so I don't know. In a different role, you still think about the game in pretty much the same way, and you try to help the team as much as possible.
And last year, I think he was playing for FaZe, right? So was.
Yeah.
How did it feel? Not touching the keyboard and like only listening to comms?
Obviously, like during games, you don't have to perform like in the same way because most of your work is like between games or before. But really, you're just trying to help the team in whatever way you can.
But you are in a coach role and he is in a player. Does it like help in some way?
Since he's coaching now, compared to when we played together, it's like so different because that's already years ago. You have a coach, a guy who knows he's like good at the game, understands the game, so he can bring the mental side to help the rest of the team. So there is not many coaches in PUBG yet who actually has the experience of the game.
Any last words to each other?
Can't wish the enemy good luck.
Because I was about to say that I hope we all do good.
Best of luck. See you in the battlefield.
But if it has to be one winner, it's us.
Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
How was the tour overall?
2.5.
Bro, I saw that smile coming out of that car earlier.
If Messi smiled, then what's a 5? He did smile.
4 out of 5. 4 out of 5.
I think this day has been really good. Would have been a 5 then.
I'll give 5. I think it's the best media day I've done. I've never been in the limo, never been in the supercar, so I'm happy.
Any last words before you actually enter PTC?
I mean, I've been playing this game like for quite some time, and I'm kind of experienced, and I've been passionate about the game for a long time, and it could be my last tournament. And I wish my ex-teammates good luck. Just don't do better than me, and it will be fine. I want to thank the fans of the game, support us. So yeah, big shout out to them.
Thanks for all the fans, for all the support and asking for content like this, so we can have days like this in Dubai. So thank you for all, and hopefully we do good in this tournament, even though it's the last tournament for overpeakers. But I wish all the best luck from my ex-teammates, and it's always fun to hang around with you boys, so good luck.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the fans for cheering on us. It's been really nice hanging out with you guys today. Had a lovely time.
Yeah, we had a super great day, and we're all excited to play in PTC now. Well, not me, but these 3 guys are going to play.
Oh.
So we're all super happy to compete again, and hope you guys tune in. Okay.
Oh, Throwback Sunday! Sunday! Throwback Sunday! Whoa! Until you're dead and gone. Until you're dead and gone.
We know that for each second in esports, you are dedicated to winning. Over a decade, XL Series has evolved alongside with gamers. We strive to make every product detail perfect so that you can perform at your best. Elevate your skill and maximize your potential with the ultimate gaming monitor. Zowie. Strive for perfection. Focus on winning.
지금 젠지 선수들이 촬영을 하고 있는 것 같은데 한번 가볼까요? 오늘 프로필 촬영 잘 하셨어요?
네.
저희 인터뷰 하나 짧게 하려고 하는데
아, 네.
잠깐 같이 가실까요?
원래 이렇게 갑작스럽게?
원래 이렇게 갑작스럽게 하는 거죠. 다른 분들도 다. 저게 누구죠? 디즈니
뭐야?
콜 선수가 여기서
아니, 어디
같이
가세요?
한번 가실까요?
아니, 어디를요?
같이 한번 인터뷰 하실래요?
더 껴주시면 좋죠.
같이
가시죠.
가시죠. 두 분 과거가 있으시잖아요.
과거가 있다는 건 무슨 말이지?
We're here with two Korean players from Daegopa and Genji, and because I'm Korean and two players are Korean, I'm gonna do the interview in Korean. 정말 갑작스럽게 요청했는데 촬영해주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 네, 정식으로 본인 소개 한번 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 배고파의 디지구팔입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지 포츠팀의 이노닉스입니다.
이렇게 두 분을 모시게 된 이유가 과거에 같은 팀에서 몸을 담았던 기억이 있어서 이렇게 한번 모셔보게 됐는데 되게 오랜만에 보시죠?
공석에서는 오랜만에 보고 사석에서는 좀 봤고.
그래서 사실 은퇴를 하셨었는데 이렇게 다시 배고파로 도전을 한 거를 봤을 때 어땠어요? 동료로서, 친구로서.
보기 싫었나요?
그건 아닌데 있을 때 좀 잘하지. 나가니까 더 잘하니까 이게 약간.
그래도 팀에서 에이스였던 형들을 다 모아서 하다 보니까 조금 프로 할 때보다 좀 수월했던 것 같고.
본인도 에이스?
당연하죠.
그렇죠. 이노닉스 선수라고 하면은 되게 선수들의 선수 느낌도 있고 오늘만 해도 데이트레이드 선수가 이노닉스 꼭 만나보고 싶다고.
ก็มีปิโออินโนนิครับ
I love Inonix personally. He's my favorite player.
근데 이노닉스가 보고 싶은 선수는?
저는 이제 패트릭 포로즈의
XX 아직 못 만났어요?
아니, 오늘 아침에 봐서 같이 사진도 찍고 갔을 때 캐나이 테이프 포토하면서 이제 한 장 찍고 왔습니다.
이렇게 선수로서는 진짜 좀 인정받는 선수지만 뭔가 좀 글로벌 대회에서의 성적이 조금 아쉬울 것 같아요.
19년도에 PGC 못 간 게
제가 그 자리에 있었죠.
그때 못 간 게 좀 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 본의 아니게 좀 긴장을 좀 하는 것 같기도 하고.
우승 경험 있으시잖아요. 긴장을 푸는 법 한번 좀.
사람들의 이제 관심을 이제 원하게 되면은 환호성 들으면 막 너무 잘하나? 사실
그런 느낌.
좀 삐를 타는 살짝 그런 느낌.
그러면 이번에는 할 수 있겠다. 제가 두 번 나가는 게 두 번 다 주관중이었거든요.
이번에는 저희 그랜드 파이널 가게 되시면 관중의 환호성을 느끼면 조금 더 이번 PGC 때는 잘할 수 있겠다 이런 느낌이
확실히
있어요.
아드레날린이 많이 분비되는 것 같긴 해요. 게임에 영향이 갈 것 같긴 해요, 지금.
이번 PGC 이만은 가고
한국팀이 트로피를 올린 게 좀 오래됐기도 했고, 물론 제가 들진 않았지만 젠지 팀에서 이제 트로피를 들어봤기 때문에 느낌을 살려서 이번에는 저희 한국팀이 트로피를 들 수 있게끔 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
저희가 이렇게 4가지 키워드를 준비를 했는데요.
사운드로 가겠습니다.
사운드 먼저 한번 가겠습니다. 이거는 저희 잠깐
예.
파츠까지 맞추셔야 돼요.
예?
그럼 들어보시면 알 거예요.
너무 쉽다. 어려울 것 같아.
플레이하겠습니다.
뭐야, 버퍼링 걸렸대? 안 들려요? 안 들려요?
몇 번까지 들을 수 있는 거예요?
계속 나오는데?
이거 아마 베릴의 소음기? 맞아요?
아닙니다.
뭐야? 이거 아니야? 아니.
이나이 선수 한번 들어보실래요?
들어봐.
뭐? 잠깐만. 베릴 소음기가 아니라고?
이거 못 들었다고?
예?
아니, 이거 못 들어볼 리가 없잖아.
이거 뭐지? 엄프 소음기?
아닙니다.
에이스 소음기? 뭐예요?
땡!
아니, 어떻게 된 거야?
예?
최초로 못 맞추시는 분이 나오나요?
뭐예요?
정답은요, 토미건 소음기요. 그걸 들어본 거 맞죠? 이제 알고는 들으니까 들리죠?
일단 넘어가 보실까요?
이미지로 가겠습니다.
이게 어딜까요?
이거 너무 쉽다.
봐봐요. 이럴 줄 알았다고요.
제가 다른 걸로 바꿀 기회 드리겠습니다. 아 진짜 너무 쉬워요 이거.
이게 맨날 볼 텐데.
아 이거 너무 쉬워요. 이거.
아니 저희 어머니도 알아요 이거 진짜.
한 번 더 기회 드리겠습니다.
문제 내겠습니다.
여기가 어디냐? 진짜 쉽긴 하다.
모른 척 조금 해주면 안 돼?
모른 척. 아 이거 어디지? 여기 거기잖아. 미야마의 거긴데.
축하드리겠습니다.
혹시 기회 한 번밖에 없나요?
네.
그럼 한 번에 맞추겠습니다. 라벤디타.
와! 최초 탈락자가 나오게 돼서 좀 유감스럽긴 한데요. 이노닉스 선수에게는 선물 증정식이 원하시는 거 하나를 고르시면 됩니다.
이건 열쇠인데? 아 이거 키링이야. 저리가. 이거는 딱 보니까 이거 축구공인데? 카타르 월드컵 알려주는 거 아니에요? 오? 이거 아니야. 이건 뭐지? 이거 그거다. 이거 두바이에서 제일 높은 그거. 이걸로 하겠습니다.
네, 그러면 MC의 권한으로
네.
디지거팔 선수 하나 드리기 위해서 이노닉스 선수가 골라주는 걸로 합시다.
아 그러면
뭐해?
아까 봤더니 이 수건 같은 걸로 하겠습니다.
싫어. 다시 보여줘.
아 다른 걸로 해드려요?
뭐냐고.
안 보여요, 안 보여.
다른 거 해주세요.
다른 거 해줘요?
한번 다른 거 해주세요.
이걸로 해야겠다. 요거요.
안대를 벗어주세요. 스노우볼.
야 이거 괜찮다. 근데 이건 뭐야?
이거 실사로 주는 거예요?
아름답게 이제 선물 나눠 가진 걸로 하고 PDC 2022
젠지
배고파?
화이팅!
I'm bad. Take a look and see. So bad, oh bad. That is hard to believe. I'm bad as bad can be. Oh, so bad. I'm bad as bad can be.
Improvements to the folded shield, some spawn rate adjustments for vehicles, and a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the world. All this and more as we dive into the Update 20.2 patch report. First up, the folded shield is getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability getting a few changes based on community feedback. The inventory weight has been reduced, weapon durability increased for both guns and grenades, and it now installs in half the time. You'll also get these requested changes. Next up, vehicles on Erangel and Miramar are getting a slight adjustment, with some spawning more and less frequently. You'll now find more UAZs and Dacias on Erangel, and more Murados and pickups on Miramar. To contrast, we've lowered the amount of boats, buggies, and aqua rails on Erangel. And speaking of maps, this update's rotation will now include Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Destin for all regions. Regions with map select enabled will also have the option of playing on Sanaa, while regions without will instead drop into Karakin. As usual, the ranked rotation will remain Erangel, Miramar, and Tago. This update also features a collaboration with one of the best footballers in the game, Neymar Jr. For a limited time, you can pick up several Neymar-themed items in the store. Gear up and score big. There's also a reduction in the number of multi-care packages on Tago, some MMR adjustments for normal games, new workshop skins, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 20.2 is here, so fold up your shield, pack up the Dacia, and go catch a ball game. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Luminosity, well, they've seen Tai Lu play their focus towards the south, and they're going to take the fight up towards them now. 4 in a car.
Throw the grenades down, but none of them are finding their mark as LG starting to push forward. Xiao Yang is going to find one. He's going to find two. Can he find three? Give him either one that wins this. They can get the revive back on. Kurt's going to go down. Xiao Yang is still alive. Sia coming in big for Tai Lu.
So they can contain them for just a bit longer. They will be allowed to share.
They know they got to get out of there.
Exactly. Instantly on the move now. Unfortunately, again. On the other side, Kretma just spraying on through, finds the first two. Only one more to go until Luminosity will be down and out, and there you have it.
They will live to fight another day as Buriram. Somehow Hobbits is still alive and has put the work in to defend against this Buriram push. Now Edie, the last one alive, but the reses have come through. He's going to find Dante.
He's joined the fight once more.
Finally. There we go. Edie will finally finish off, question mark. Tai Lu was able to kind of, that's CC 108 on top of things. Is now this compound is getting every team looking at it. 17 going to pull up. It's down to just Shawood as he is the last one alive. USG holding against the charge. And one wild card trying to push in as well. Korn going to get taken out by Waikakamukau, immediately traded back onto Nikos.
Yep. Shawood just trying to stay alive, but it's over with the nade in hand. She able
Mill down to 1 HP as Gen G send it 4 deep in the vehicle. And look at Phil First has a grenade ready and waiting. Asura down to 1 HP. Phil First adds another one to his total as now out of the last one up. He's going to go down. Give Phil First the whole team.
For not having heard what's happening right next to him. Wood does get flushed. DPS proves too lethal. Shiva, nice angle, doesn't see him initially, gets him the second time around, though damage already done, but now Luke 12 shooting, finds the first, doesn't find the second.
Oh my god, Luke 12!
And just like that, it's a 1v1, Luke has to come out, spots
Luke
12! Him, and Luke wins the game!
Ain't no sunshine. Remember that one guy and that one show with that one crime? Well, that's how I'm feeling now. I'm finna go make a killing now. Yeah, that's how I'm living now. I'm finna bust through the roof right now. Got a handle on the game. Put a candle on my name. Never can put out the flame. Never cared about the fame. Asking my risk is the time, yeah. They gotta change their mindset. You say we speaking the same language. Yes, I ain't speaking your dialect. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already did it. Already seen it. Already seen it. It's already done. Already done. What is the hype about? We already won. Already won. Already got it. Already got it. Already with it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already did it. Already seen it. Already seen it. It's already done. Already done. What is the hype about? We already won. Already back to my ways. Back to my ways. Back to my ways. Back to my ways. Truth be told, I'm back to my ways. We're on road. Back to my ways, I'm back to my ways. Thought I was turning the page. Hey, I'm back to my ways. Back, Babe Ruth. Prayer hands like Jesus. All praise the Most High. Look, I ain't talking about K2. Catch your girl, I hate you. This This right here, my prelude. I created this sound, all y'all buying, gotta call pay dues. They show me love when they see me. Don't really know if they mean it though. I know your man wanna be me, but now he would never admit it though. Why is your girl in my inbox? One text and I seal the deal. I hit her up when I'm faded. You better bet she know the deal. Already got it. Already with it. What is the hype about? We already won. Already got it. Already with it. What is the hype about? Already did it. Already seen it. It's already done. What is the hype about? We already won.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. One more chance for all of these players to make their claim when it comes to the winners bracket. We have got ourselves quite the day worth of games. Once again, 5 games coming at you here to decide who's moving through to the winners bracket in Group B. My name's Kalaris. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Avenger. I think I'll pronounce it right this time.
Great, thanks. I'm looking forward to that. You know, now that we have a few more days together, we'll get it right.
Yeah.
But yeah, some exciting days coming up. Today, we're going to find 8 more for the winners bracket and for the losers bracket, but also a few next days, 8 teams for the grand finals in the winners bracket. It's going to be super exciting. But first, gotta figure out who's going to be joining United in the top, because right now they are looking fantastic. Already broke the 100-point club here with 5 games to go, which can be scary for a lot of the other teams right now sitting here that are maybe not as safe.
As was previously mentioned a few times, we did have to move today's games from the original Friday to now Monday here. So all of these teams looking to get this done and then move through into that winners bracket or the lower bracket, depending on where they finish. And we will see those top 8 teams be playing basically back-to-back here if they're going into that winners bracket. And I mean, to be honest, I'd like to go in warm. I think it would be great.
That's exactly. That's I've talked to a lot of the players in there like that. There's obviously some pros and some cons. You're going in warm, but the other guys, they've had an immense of time to prepare, looking at the games here and also prepare what are we looking at, what are we seeing, can we maybe get some sort of priority in terms of drops. Here the overview, of course, we've been talking about this, the top 8 from both winners bracket have been able to go through. We all know the first 8 teams, and now today we're going to be finding 8 more teams, the United guaranteed. We're going to be playing 3 Wrangle, 2 Miramar, and yes, that's going to be important. 3 Wrangle here to start things off with, so it has obviously a lot to say if you've been playing good on a Wrangle.
Yeah, we'll focus on those maps in a bit here as you see the overall standings. So far, so good for our top 8. However, the barrier to entry, really not that monumental here, Avenger. With 17 Gaming currently sat at 8th place. Can you imagine if 17 Gaming does not go through to the winners and we have SGT and 17 and Pochinki Picard?
There has been a lot of speculation between the teams. If that would be the case, that would just be so funny. But obviously, there's so many other teams that's already, you know, because they're ready to go back to the usual drop spot. They're already gone through, so they could just say, you know what, let's take Pochinki or Picard if we want to. But let's focus on our cusp here. 70 points for Luminosity, all the way down to 60 points for 17 Gaming. That's 5 teams that's kind of still on the cusp. Then we have BBL 3 points behind. Wildcard Gaming 4 points behind. Then we have a bit of a gap with 11 points down to Donut.
Yes.
And the rest of our bottom 5 that is kind of looking rough right now. 21 points plus behind for Buriam, Petrica Road, Polish Power, Gen G, and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they'd have to have some pop-off day, it's fair to say. And some of them have been able to do so in the past. However, looking at their form right now, I don't think it's going to happen, Avenger.
But the other thing is that's really interesting is that you need to be able to have, you know, get the momentum started now, get some good games in now. Otherwise, your mental could be broken going into once either it's winners bracket or losers bracket, of course.
All right, let's focus on our first 3 games for the day then. It's Erangel, and to be perfectly honest, E-United 100% through here. Now they could start, in theory, messing with other people around them if they so desire, but I think they'll just probably play it normal, just continue kind of that streak that we've seen from them here, and just be nice and toasty for the next days.
Yeah, exactly. Here, Kickstart
insane individual performance from him. 28 kills total, 21 of them on Erangel, and we're playing 3 of them today here. The second closest in total kills is CC108 from Tyloo with 19. He's 9 more kills than second place. It's insane.
Yeah, nuts stuff. And we saw here as well in the final game of yesterday with EU United just being able to claim Radio Tower, but they perfectly third-partied it. They perfectly put on pressure against all the other teams around them here. And this was signs of a team that genuinely could go all the way. When they're making these kinds of decisions, when they're able to fire the way they are, really cool stuff by United.
Yeah, and United, they were able to get 12.2 points per game on their 5 Erangels played so far, and they're playing 3 more today. Take Me Away have been able to get 9.8 on Erangel, but only 3.4 on Miramar. So Take Me Away, they are obviously really happy to see 3 Erangels today here, if that is what we're looking at in terms of their kind of focus here, because they've been struggling on Miramar.
Yesterday was not as strong for Take Me Away, right?
No, it was definitely not as strong here. We're looking kind of down on how well they've been able to perform. Their day one was obviously their big one. The next on the line, I would say 17 Gaming is also 8.8. Fantastic Erangel performance, but only 3.2 points per game for Miramar. So if they end up being kind of on the cusp once we get into our last 2 games of the day, which will be Miramar, they could be having a rough time there if their performance on Miramar continues.
And dispatch them quite quickly in these games, figure things out. Even cheeky Bison's coming into play in some of these moments. I like that. Beyond that, though, Erangel, who else are you looking at?
Erangel, who else I'm looking at? I'm looking at also Luminosity. Tyloo, this is Miramar. Tyloo is good, but Luminosity have had some good performances. Also due to the fact we had a clutch situation from Luke, of course, but
it was amazing.
Good performance from him here. But Tyloo here in Miramar, and also Daytrade, good teams on Miramar, been able to perform super well. Tyloo, 12.4 actually, 2.2 more games than what a United has done, but on Miramar, and then 4.6 only on Erangel for Tyloo. So it's very kind of swapping around for them in terms of that. So they need to step up their Erangel game and hope for their Miramar performance to continue. Otherwise, it doesn't matter too much. Otherwise, we're not going to see them in kind of contesting for that first. But right now, what I heard from yesterday, especially United, are like how many points were first place in the other group. Kind of now they're fight hunting. For. They're trying to hunt. They're trying to see how many points can they get. Can we be the best team out of the group stage? Can it be the best team in our group? So there's also a lot of fighting for that.
No, definitely. As we take a look at Miramar and hone down on that as well, it was 129 points, I believe, from Na'Vi. So if they want to break that, it's entirely possible considering how well United has done. But Tyloo, looking at them, I really like their macro decisions to be able to find themselves spots and then hold them down. They have looked really good in that regard. Likewise, I mean, to be honest, on the opposite side as well, Daytrade.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with them.
Yeah, very impressive.
Really happy to see them step up and be able to perform at the same level here. 9.6 points per game. Almost 10 points per game for Daytrade on Miramar. And obviously they're also sitting on 83 points total, so they are 100% safe to go into the winners bracket unless something completely breaks. And I don't think there's even enough points available for that many teams to pass them. So at this point, Tyloo and Daytrade both are through. Our top 3 is guaranteed because they're going to be getting, their usual amount of at least minimum points. We're expecting to see them in the triple-digit mark in the 100-point club for the group stage. But yeah, their Miramar performance was great, especially the push here we saw the third party onto PBL and kind of closing that out, staying 4 guys alive through that with another record-breaking game or tie in terms of how many points you've been able to get from one game. So it's good to see from Daytrade, good to see they're able to convert their regional performance and how strong they look there into our global stage here.
Absolutely, because they did look spectacular. And speaking of spectacular, it's a guy like Kickstart with MVP performances. We've said it day in, day out when we've been looking at him. Ever since that first day of Group B, geez Louise, very much so on a lot of people's radar right now for a team that could potentially move on through. There's been other great MVP performances, of course, but
I will say this, being both first in kills and damage obviously sometimes goes hand in hand.
Yes.
The next closest in terms of damage is actually Luke 12 and was Luminosity, was just around 500 damage behind. So
especially after that Erangel.
Yeah, it's an outstanding performance here for Kickstart, of course. And usually when you see a team frag out and be this far ahead, it's usually the assist king that's going to be coming in from one of your teammates because they've been able to do a lot of damage. So he's just basically Kickstarter, just been able to close out an insane amount of numbers when it comes to this. But Snakers here on screen is also able to support the team and put in a lot of damage. And right now, United, looking like one of the contenders and favorites for the World Championship here.
Yeah, if you've picked good old Kickstart for your fantasy league, you're going to be getting yourself plenty of points.
Blink.
Look at his, yeah, just playing around with the jewelry, you know, showing that he's a baller. That's fine. But let's take a look at those fantasy numbers and how they sit so far. Example, way up at the top.
Still played 15 games.
Yes.
But Kickstart on second.
Yeah, so he's going to be almost certainly taking
100%. Like, there's
no
a serious chance he's not getting 6 points in that. But that's a pretty impressive performance. Who else do we have here? Shinboy looking good there too, of course. What else do we have?
You're looking for Group B players, right?
Looking for Group B players. I don't see anyone.
Not too many more just yet.
Besides, no.
We'll see the shake-up at the end of today.
Yeah, obviously we're going to check in on this again once everyone has played 50 games.
Cool.
Look at that.
So far, oh dear me, Paper Thin took me over. I'll never hear the end of it.
Horror number 1, 110 points more. 110 point more. That is so impressive, but we're close still. 12 points difference here for you and I, and Paper now jumped in 2 points ahead. Your Group B team is in shambles, James.
That's one way to describe it, yeah. 3 of my players are in the bottom 3 teams. I've never had as bad a fantasy team as this.
Matchroom is 212 points behind Thoro. That's kind of impressive.
Yeah, that is impressive.
Yeah.
Impressively bad.
Yeah, true. That's true.
Oh, well, yeah, Poro doing well for himself up towards the top. I mean, he did pick Kickstart, right? But
yes, Kickstart, and then he changed him to the captain, and now
done.
He didn't have him as captain on the first day, and he got mocked by Kickstart. Every time they had a great game, Kickstart took off the headset, yelled at Poro. You should have got me as captain, right, Poro? Oh, super fun. Good to see some bands here now that we're on LAN.
Yeah, no, great. Especially since we had so many fantasy teams as well.
Yes.
Over 10,000.
That's crazy.
Submitted for this. But we do have other things going on as well. The Pick'em Challenge that is in game. And again, just to reiterate, you don't have to pick your potential champion until just before that grand final. So that basically defends you from picking a team that isn't even in the grand final, for example.
Yeah, for sure. You can do whatever you want. But no matter what, go into the esports tab in game, check all the fun things you can do. There's obviously some voting coupons in there, but also the head-to-heads, the regional head-to-heads, and it unlocks per stage as well. So now that we're soon going to be done with the day, go and make sure you go in and check the winners brackets, the loser brackets, because there's going to be some more fun games with that.
We've talked about these things to death, Avenger. I want to know, do you believe the top 8 is going to change throughout the day?
Ooh, that's a great question. Okay, yes, it will, 100%. Yeah, because it's so close. I feel like BBL and Wildcard, they are so much on the cusp, and they've been feeling and looking pretty good to me. So I'm definitely sure that one of those 2 teams is going to be jumping up. The question is some of our bottom 6 teams going to be able to have a good first or second game and then kind of put them in of an opportunity or safe zone, or put them in the top 8. So the changes in the first couple of games is super interesting, of course. Big names still down there, big teams that we know have been able to perform on a global stage historically. But right now, not showing it. As you see here in the bottom right now, Petrichor Road with 14.9% picked for the winners for PGC. Right now in the bottom 8 of Group B here. So it's looking super rough for them. It's going to be a rough one. And you need to have 1 or 2 good games today to kind of break that mental. Make sure you get into some good games. And let's see what that's going to be happening also.
All right, well, let's see. Now it's time to get Erangel, the Grassy Pastures, on the way. Let's head over to the commentator team for all the action here from Erangel.
Thank you very much, boys. And yes, it is I, your fantasy points leader, Porosaurus. Joining me is Toby, and we are ready to bring you the final day of Group B. It has been the United show up until this point, Toby, but there's still a lot of teams that are vying for that 8th place spot.
It really has. Of course, United happy with the teams right behind them, happy with it too, but all the teams in the bottom, desperate for points, have not been enjoying the United show thus far, because there are teams, as I said on the desk as well, that are in desperate need of things to go there here with 5 games to go.
Yeah, I mean, the United show has been a hell of a show, hasn't it? I mean, it's and then you throw in the Expendables, you throw in Day Trade, you throw in all these other teams that have just popped off, and now we've got 3 more games on Erangel, 2 more games on Miramar. Who kind of has stuck out for you on Erangel? Like, who are we expecting to maybe make a leap here in the first 3 games of the day?
I think if we go off of the finish of yesterday, 17 Gaming, the finish off of the 4th and the 2nd place, I mean, again, if you want to get started eventually, now is about the time if you want to secure that winners bracket spot. And I think there are a lot of teams both in this group and also in the winners from Group A already that are sitting going, 17, please don't qualify, because we kind of like that Pachinki-Picardo split that you've got right now.
But aren't we hoping for that, though, secretly? Don't we all want to see the SGD 17 Sonic?
The great thing is they're both teams in the winners and in the losers bracket that don't want 17 to come to them. So, but no, for me, 17 Gaming, they got 3 wrangles to turn things around today, and if the finish of yesterday is anything to go by, then could potentially look good for them.
Well, we'll have to see. We are getting ready to head into this first game now. United has gotten 2 wins in each day of games so far. Do we expect that again today, now that they've got nothing else on the line?
It could happen. Having said that, some of the wins that they did come by, while they are phenomenal teams, the game also kind of went their way. But then again, I mean, that might just be the strat here. If you don't have things going your way, just sit close to United. You might get some circles going your way.
Yeah, there we go. No worries, right? I know that, I mean, I didn't get a chance to talk to him before because I just never ran into him, but I was curious as to whether they might be fighting Buriram for their Milta Power drop spot, but I don't think they will.
While I know there's so much on the line here, Paul, can I just tell you that this is the first time in all of Group B that we've had a plane that goes through North Georgia. Because we know that's the important thing to be talking about right now, right?
3 days in, we might finally get our hot drop between Polish Power and Tyloo.
Now would be the time, right? To hot drop the team currently sat up there in the top. That would be... that'd be something.
I gotta say, I'm not expecting it.
Having said that, I mean, they haven't jumped. Usually, Polish Power, their old jump would be towards the Povka. They're not out. Tyloo out of the plane. Polish Power still sat in there. I would hope for Polish Power that this is a full commit Snarky, I should say, and I think that's where they are headed. So, a lot of things to talk over from yesterday. Of course, Tyloo, the hot drop onto FaZe Clan. That was a bit of a surprise to many.
Well, it was.
I think this time around not going to be the case. And as you kind of mentioned as well, United, there is a chance that they do not want to see Buriram in the winners bracket. But, well, as for right now, no hot drops coming through.
To be fair, and not to be rude, but I don't think United really has to worry about Buriram too much. They're doing a pretty good job of keeping themselves out of the top 8 for the most part right now.
I did ask Kickstart, like, so are you guys going to hunt up Buriram? So it's like, I think we're just relying on them to kind of screw themselves over. It's been going pretty well so far, so why do we have to risk anything?
Strategies.
Yep. Why do we have to do anything? And who knows? Maybe, I mean, again, Buriram currently sat down in 12th place. It's not over and done for them just yet. And speaking of which, in times of desperation, in times of need, sometimes rotations and roster changes is needed. God Meow, we've seen him play at the top level before, now playing instead of Chixing. So maybe, who knows, maybe God Meow is going to be able to contribute with what they needed.
Let's see if that's the little kick in the rear end that they need. So far, the circle has gone dead center, about 50-50 circle. It's about as plain as you're going to get. Well, while we wait and see what these guys do, let's take a listen into Zhao Yang and see what he had to say about Tyloo's performance.
很开心吧，差不多能确定晋级胜者组了。我们队员都有一个比较良好的心态吧，然后每一局就算是提前被淘汰了，也都不会去埋怨队友，反而相互鼓励，打好下一把。没有预想到飘柔和FaZe可能打得有点差了吧？我觉得可能是心态问题吧，就是可能是前2局打得不太够好了，然后可能会，然后心态出一些问题，导致不敢操作了，或者是之前能打出来的。之前的打法也就没有实施好。我觉得我们就是属于打得比之前预期要好的太多了。干掉FaZe吧，继续在桥头干他。
We are going to hunt FaZe on the bridge. Now that is that is commitment again. Of course, we already saw them in action yesterday, and now Zhao Yang, few shots missed, unfortunate ones at that. Feral against AK, who comes out victorious. It's gonna be Inonix. So Tyloo, despite Zhao Yang wanting to go for the hunt down to FaZe Clan, not gonna be this game. Inonix stays alive, unfortunate at that, because again, mentioning teams that desperately need things going their way. Gen G, definitely one of them.
It's a good thing he won that. He had about 7 rounds left in the gun there. So Inonix coming out on top. Will retreat, go rejoin the rest of his squad. I think he's just obviously poverty loot right now. I mean, no bullets, no heals, no nothing. So I think he's just waiting to make sure. Now, Tyloo says they want to hot drop FaZe Clan, but why are they doing all the way in North George, Toby?
Well, I mean,
that's a long way away from the bridge, man.
To kind of quote them, they did say we want to kill them on the bridge.
So
there are a lot of bridges.
I was gonna say, I mean, there's the
That is
North
fair.
George Bridge. We got Millie. We got everything. I feel like they have their fair chances, and especially on Erangel, to kill FaZe on a bridge at some point. So who knows? Maybe if we get a Millie game, maybe if we get one more of those hot southern plane paths, we might get to see another Tyloo versus FaZe fight. Or, I mean, for FaZe Clan, who can't really afford these fights right now, maybe they're going to be forced to go elsewhere.
Another team that had a great day yesterday off of the back of one of the craziest late games, end games I've seen in a long time. Luke 12 snaking his way to a 20-point victory for Luminosity and securing them 4th place. They're feeling pretty good about things going into today.
No doubt. I mean, think about it. They were sad. Oh, let's hold that thought for a second. Donuts pull up on BBL. BBL ready to take the fight. And Americano caught in the water. Now Thunderlust running into the exact same trap this time around. It's going to be Korn peeking out. Americano caught in the water. Unfortunate for him. BBL opting to turn around, but Shiva and Kena coming full speed forward here as well.
Flying on through, blew through, why not? They've already got their 1 point, their kill. Oh, there you go, Quippa. Good shots from them. Now you're BBL. You've got a decision to make,
There's
right?
no way you commit to the res here. At least not with Thunderlust. You should be able to get it to begin with Quippa. Hit him while driving. You should beat him right now as well. There you go. One for one trade. No one benefiting here.
There you go. 1-for-1 trade. It's
They swapped positions. That's what they did.
Indeed, they did. And I mean, it's just off to the side. I mean, this is a strong position to have in this circle in particular, just because of the 50-50 nature. Now, that being said, only 2 teams north of the river inside of circle right now. Obviously, Tyloo, Polish Power, still off to the west, still have the option to kind of play up there if they want. But Wildcard has a really nice position right now. And Question Mark, after a great day yesterday, kind of starting things up on Stalbert right now.
The circle being this far center, no one really rushing to get loot spots, because you know that, well, what is the current center of the circle is pretty much occupied by teams looting in and around this area anyway. Shanghai saying, you know, we're not in a hurry. Let's loot the bridge while we're at it, and then we'll make landfall eventually.
And they should be fine. Day trade just off to the north, but they're very, very split up. They're not really camping or anything. They may run into each other. Take Me Away Gaming, after a insane day 1 from TMA, they just fell off the face of the earth yesterday.
They did.
It was just not a great day for them.
They had 1 placement point and a couple of kills to boot, but not a whole lot to show for. And again, fortunately, they come off of an amazing day 1, so they should be sitting pretty good at the 66 points in 5th place for them right now. So, I mean, overall, looking good, but as you said, kind of a night and day in terms of performances.
A lot of veterans on that team, so you expect them to be able to kind of turn things around. And as you said, they're still in 6th place, right? But that being said, I mean, it is very, very tight as far as that 8th place cut line. So they cannot afford by any means to have a repeat occurrence of what we saw yesterday.
Nope, it's one more of those. And I mean, I'm expecting the cutoff here with only having 1 team who really are kind of starting to rack up the points in the top. I'm expecting the cutoff to be somewhere around 80, 85. So if you're sat at 66 right now, I mean, obviously a 14-point day, should in theory be pretty easy to come by. But we've seen worse. We've seen worse.
Let's check in with Buriram. They're getting a little bit close to tournament darlings, Group B darlings so far. The Expendables and 777. A hero for that squad, and he's going to get himself a nice knock onto ED. Flush coming through as well. Another point in the bag for the Expendables.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from TE so far. The tournament sat at 6, now tied for 5th with Taking Away Gaming. Choose does, I think, manage to get away from it. You can see 777 still looking for more. But Buriram, I think, on the kind of the opposite side of that coin, with how much we've been praising APAC as a whole throughout the tournament so far, Buriram just has not found their entry to success.
Yeah, it's the wheels have been spinning on that thing, and to be honest, it feels like they're running into their own region mates
It
quite
is
a bit.
pretty much only APAC teams they're fighting. That is true.
Exactly. Like they just keep running into the Expendables. They keep running into, just Day Trade. I mean, it feels like that's the only teams that they're fighting. But that being said, again, cutting back to that scores, I mean, you can see 39 points not too terribly far away from that 8th place cut line. So if they can find a way to get things turned around today, I think they still have a shot at it, and I believe that they know that. So Gen G right now doing a little bit of scouting. about how we used to see. I mean, if Everest is in Circle 1, there's a 99% chance I feel like there's going to be a Gen G guy at the top of it at some point.
Yeah, it's written in PUBG lore that if
it's the rules.
Everest is in, it has to be at least either taken by a Gen G player or have the corpse of PO lying up there somewhere.
Sometimes that does happen. Fortunately enough for
it's going to be hard for Gen G to have that player lie dead there. Now, speaking of lying dead, they might be running into the execution of Dante real soon.
Did they not? Oh, I guess they didn't hear shots.
They know that he's there.
They've got to know.
I mean, footsteps alone, they know.
Dante, you can't just. I mean, again, QM has been up here forever.
I mean,
they have to know this is taken.
He's slow peeking and jumping for info. He might have heard the cars coming through. When,
yeah, he knows. He knows something's up.
This is an insane read by Dante. The fact that he doesn't jump into that one actually might get away from this one alive. I might have spoken too soon, though. Shots fired from Norkis. Nothing found. And while he's trying to make a heroic escape here, this circle is terrible. Bold action. Hobbits finds Marsalek. Fortunately, because of the way the terrain is laid out right now, he's safe. But Dante, 180, instantly back up the hill he goes.
Oh, yeah, and look at the doozies coming. Filfer's coming. Marcelica is going to get carried away to the side by Norkis. They'll try to go for the res, and I think QM maybe, yeah, they hear the vehicles of Crunio and Copy, and they realize, okay, maybe a little bit slow collapsing on that. We could just go ahead and let them have that, and that's fine.
They'll live with the scare for now.
Yeah.
If the circle wasn't scary enough already, because we have a proper 50-50 split going on here with the river being right in the middle. No way of telling where this one's going to go. We are seeing Take Me Away Gaming take some casualties on rotation. Again, the Donuts split from where they were positioned down towards Watertown has proven fruitful as they find one. This circle.
Well, this is like a horror movie, isn't it? I think Duckjuice actually got told by his teammate that Snakers was jumping around on Volcano, or maybe he may have heard the footsteps. I'm not sure, but whenever we were first looking at this, Toby, it did not seem like they knew each other were there.
No.
But now Duckjuice are fully aware of the presence.
Yeah, I don't think Snakers knows that
he
has
has
an opponent nearby. The issue for Duckjuice is even if he's not shooting, his teammates are nowhere near him. And now Burham actually starting to kind of funnel in the middle of their split. You can see them there with Naratra driving forward towards Volcano. So not exactly optimal for Duckjuice. Tried to go for info. He's solo player now, kind of sat in between two teams. I was just going to say, probably has trying to get out of here. And
oh yeah,
now he is doing exactly that.
I mean, you could see it in his just the way he was. He's like, please don't make me have to shoot at you. Like I really don't want to have to shoot at you. I want to hide behind this tree. Don't shoot at me. Yep. Don't let them know I'm here. I'm being very sneaky right now.
Yep. Well, successfully sneaky as well, as he managed to get away. Snakers will never know, until he watches the VODs, or when Trevor comes in and says, dude, there was a guy right next to you, after the game is over.
Look at this. I mean,
they'll be fine.
Naratra is at that compound, but he's kind of on foot around it. I think he might be. He's all by himself. I mean, Duckjuice knows this too, and I'm curious to see what'll happen there. But Gen G now pulling up on the Polish Power warehouse. Looks like everybody is left except for Marcelic, and he is already in the U.S. on his way out, so no harm, no foul.
Polish Power are now rotating off, but the split that Gen G's currently got going, they usually do this. They come in on one edge, and then they leave a player as kind of the anchor point, and then they send the other three further forward. Well, let's see Duckjuice. He would take the shots eventually, and the shots are connected. Headshot, body shot to follow. That's going to be Naratra down, and I don't see any Burham players making a play to try and get him back on his feet here.
Big boy AK spray coming from range, and again, this is just Burham asking for a lot with this big wide 2-1-1 split on the very south side of this map. And now United looks like they were hopping in vehicles trying to come over here. They have their ears on. They know something's up.
Sure do. Ninja coming to fortify the position. Of course, everyone waiting for the next circle to pop in just about 5 seconds time. 777 playing very patient on the hill down towards the south, making sure no one's coming. New circle towards the northeast. And well, again, still plenty of water, and we can't really determine where the next one's going to take us. It should, in theory, go southeast, but it could. Honestly, this is too close for me to try and call. It could bounce either way.
I'll let you be the one to call that one. That phase split, they were 1-1-1-1 or 1-1-1-1. Yeah, there we go. That's the right one. All across that western or eastern side, rather. And now they're starting to collapse on each other. They've got Fex and Diggory just to the north of E United now, but they've got the Solo in these apartments. He's going to try to escape. Gustav, he's going to get there just in time. So FaZe finally catching a little bit of luck here.
Some fortunate timing on that one, so able to get out of it alive. Belmont does go down. Sushu there to assist a little, I think unintentional car fault set up outside the compound, but it works out for them.
Yeah, a little love tap there on a little Ghost as BBL making their way through LG's compound. I don't think they have any idea that these guys are here, but LG, they are fully aware. They are getting ready to start things off here. Penta just holding the wall right now. Gonna lay down the smoke. I think he might hear the footsteps, but he doesn't know exactly where they are coming from.
You'd have to imagine that he hears Quetpa right next door. That Molly
doesn't
do a whole lot. Able to get out of the room in time. I think he might have actually smoked off the window. Yep, that is a smoke indeed. Trying to make sure they don't grant the opposing team any vision. So a 3v4. Remember, BBL did lose one earlier in the game here, so not exactly beneficial really for BBL to try and push it. But then again, if the next circle goes north on this one, trying to rotate out with Luminosity still in the compound, that's going to be practically impossible.
The Americas stealing kills all over the place. E United with 13 and LG with 12.
They don't deserve their place. Just stealing
hide
kills.
your knocks. We're stealing everything around here. As United, I mean, hey, you got to get your point somehow.
True.
Right? Looks like FaZe got a knock on effects, but should be an easy res. TMA, meanwhile, this ain't great. I mean, the only person shooting at him actually is CC108. This is what one guy with a bolty can do to him. Although it looks like he might be rocking DMR today, Toby.
Yeah.
That makes me sad.
Yeah.
That brings me...
We did see some good highlights coming into today's games of CC. Maybe it's like a Miramar.
I love a bolty boy, man.
Maybe that's the case.
Yeah, no. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
In any case, I mean, what you were saying about stealing kills, I feel like that's been the... And for the most part, it's for first-time global championship players coming in. Like, whenever I go around and I talk to some of these players between games, they always say, dude, I'm getting knocks everywhere. But as soon as I knock a player, there's someone stealing my kills.
Yeah.
It's so important. I mean, what do we see? 17 kills for E United stolen off of other people's knocks.
Yeah.
All those kills come through with them risking close to nothing on getting that extra point in. Circle, hard shift south. If you're Polish Power, well, you might not be too happy with this shift.
Maybe not. Wild card, QM,
you have to rep
Tyloo, they're all in pretty rough spot here.
Yep.
And BBL and LG, that's going to have to come to a head fairly soon here. 17 now going to wrap around a little bit farther towards the east. They're going to run right into the Expendables, although it looks like the Expendables already on the move. So, again, just ships passing in the night, getting so close to each other. Oh, but Duckshoes, I think he actually wants this.
Is this the bait? Are they actually setting up a bait for this? In the meantime, Wildcard, full speed forward. They're not too worried about having teams on both sides of the bridge, but somehow they've barely even taken any damage. That I'm not sure how they're all still alive with 9 players shooting at them. They've made their way over to the other side, now into the open fields with one team around them, and you could only imagine that FaZe will have eyes on them in a second too.
Oh, Remba, the ambitious grenade gonna land, oh, just short of Greg's shot, but another one will do damage. Filfirst actually gonna hit Renba here, and that's going to put a pause on the Gen G push here. They've got to be concerned about the other side of the bridge as well. Like, Wildcard's right there, but Question Mark's about to be there with him, and now USG is moving there as well. Polish Power trying to make their way across. They're going to lose one. Marcelik's still on the bridge. He might be in trouble.
Marcelik under the bridge, I think, at this point. Crunio able to somehow get up to Norcus. Not sure how that came to be. Aducci in the meantime runs over Korn, finds the second instantly after. Smart play on the side of Question Mark, seeing that Donuts were split and benefiting from it.
I mean, it's an interesting split from Question Mark here. They've left Dante and Filfirst on the other side of the river to kind of give them support from range. So Hobbits and Aduzi, they're going to finish off what's left of those 2 USG knocks. Shiva now the last one up as we see Yuppie will spot out Quetpa. And you got to pray the trolls hold the bridge. The trolls are hanging out under the bridge, and they have guns.
It is not exactly the best position to be in, but for BBL, should they be able to get the kills here, they will have plenty of room to scout their way forward. They did manage to get out of the compound that they were sharing with Luminosity, so I guess that's a start. That Molly might actually be on point too. Yep, there you go.
There it is. Nicely placed there by Code Marco. Got to get out of there just in the nick of time. Lulu always has a lot of cover he can work around here. So 2v2 underneath the bridge right now. Nobody really looking to third party this. Oh, now Petrichor is.
Great jump.
Nicely done, Code Marco.
Don't recall having ever seen a cast before, but it really paid off. I mean, Aggro
nice
jumping
job,
down.
Marco?
Yeah, jumps down, gets the jump on through. No, nice
You
jump.
Europeans are ruthless, man. I'm
That's
telling
just
you.
the way it is. There's no one helping each other. I feel like I've said nice job, Code Marco, a few times in the past.
I feel like
he is a pretty
also
damn
the
decent
case.
player.
Canaxi.
Just twisting my words over there, damn American. See how it is. See how it is.
Canaxi, the last player for Buriram, will survive, if only for now, just on the doorstep of E United. The circle will cut up that way as well, so he gets to hang out there for a little bit, but Little Ghost looks like he has him in his sights. LG, meanwhile, nobody kills their players but them. They will run over Penta in the process of pushing on to Tai Lu, and Luke 12 will go down this time in a cloud of smoke. Purdy Curdy will hit the rock. He's going to go down as well, and Luminosity is out in 15th place.
I mean, yes, I know some of the kills come through into Tai Lu, but a few of them went the way of Expendables too. Now they overtake them. Actually, no, they're still sitting 2 points behind, but you don't want to let this one get away from you. Of course, trigger position, they had to go somewhere, and unfortunately, they ran into the open arms of Tai Lu and Expendables there.
Petrichor took the knock. I'll go ahead and move him back just a little bit here before going for the res. Keeping everybody keeping 4 up. So far, Pero, 1 kill on the board is 17, trying to send it through the field. And United, well, they are just not having that. As a little bit of a cinematic experience there for Little Ghost.
You see the replay from Medusi. Pretty much with the side mirror, taps Korn, takes him down, jumps out, finds the second, and that is just, I mean, Donut's completely torn apart.
8 p.m. for a doozy. It's all over the place here. 17 staying alive. They've got Xiaowu all on that United doorstep. They're just going to have to lie prone here for a little bit. But what is going on? Question mark. Nonix is just ready and waiting. He just doesn't know where to look as he is expecting.
1, 2, when you shoot, there we go, finds the first, he knows there's one more at least in the water. I think they heard the third one wrap around as well. Now Daytrade trying to make the push on forward. Show still here, alongside Little Ghost to fend them off, and both of them go down. Hubbits now peeks on forward, finds one as they're trying to retreat back to the gas station. 1 down, Will and Nonix fall 2. Yes, you will, and it's Nikos from afar to find both.
Oh, Wildcard just popping up at the worst possible time here. Adder and Asura, the last ones left for Gen G. They have the hard cover in the gas station, but QM doing a heck of a job as they try to make this breach across the river. They've spotted out BBL. Code Marco has a little bit of a rock to hide behind. Smash as well. They'll just snuggle up behind that thing for a minute. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road turning their attention over towards Tai Lu on the south side.
It's been a quiet game for them, but if they can eliminate Tai Lu down towards the southwest, they're going to be in a very good spot. And as we were just seeing before, with Wildcard kind of committing their focus to Gen G for a second, FaZe realized this is our chance to balance out. We need kills. Placements alone today won't get us into the top 8. We need all the kills, and there you go. Gustav finds 2. Diggory finds another, and in the blink of an eye, Wildcard are all out, and look at the amount of space that grants FaZe Clan.
Wildcard knew it too. You could see it on their faces. They are just like, where did these guys come from? They never shot at us before, and all of a sudden they were just on top of us. FaZe looking good so far. They have a lot of real estate to worry about or work with, but it's all open field right now. We'll see what they do with it. Petrichor Road still trying to finish off Tai Lu. Looks like Sia, the last one up. He's going to eat a little bit of blue. He's going to do some damage, though. He's going to find Ike's left now. 2 down. Petrichor Road milling along on the... Well, they're on the clock. They've got knocked as well. Mill now the last one up as the Expendables kind of working around that same side here while Polish Power is just shooting at him from range.
It's so interesting seeing the things that you would combine Petrichor with that works for them. One does fall. But seeing a team in Petrichor who are so well orchestrated, who are so well synchronized and timed in their engages pretty much always in PCS Asia, and here they just... It's as if no comms being fed across because they're all holding the same angles. They're playing weird. Now we are seeing kills come from. Not sure exactly how Lewis lives to see that one. Second 8 though should get the better of him, and there you have it. Elimination comes through. Mill and Ming though down to just 2.
The Expendables is going to feel bad about that one. They had him pretty much dead to rights, but Mill using that rock beautifully, so he'll be able to get that back. Teammate back up. 5 kills now for Petrichor Road. We did see in the kill feed 17 managed to get a knock off to E United, as we see a lot of Well, everybody's just trying to fight in this open field. Pushels will get spotted, and that's going to be it. 5 now for FaZe as they have woken up in this final day.
Still a Canaxi as well. You gotta really tread lightly. You gotta have the iron boots on if you want to go into the snake field. So make sure they'll be able to stay put. Speaking of sneakers trying to stay alive here as well. I'm liking the active play from FaZe to kind of force 17 into United here.
He's going to spot up. Oh, he's going to find Vex. We'll trade back. He's going to find 8C.
Ow!
Canaxi with 5 HP. He gets 2 of FaZe. We'll try to flush them out. Diggory will spot him, though, and now it is a mission to rescue 8C.
Wow, Diggory, that tree really being the downfall. Had it not been there, you would have had a clear vision. But of course, Canaxi well aware of where to stay in order to stay alive for longer. So kills coming through. Not the best game for Buriram, but points well needed coming their way.
2 still up for Gen G and Asura Natter. They've been holding down this gas station, protecting it with all of their might. QM, nice game for them so far.
Yeah.
3 kills, but this has been a struggle. They have been fighting their way from the north side. Still having 2 up, rather, is a testament to their skill here. Is 17 still pushing through United slowly. They have now lost Rello, so it's down to just Snakers and Flood.
Can he jump out here? Doesn't dare. Goes for the ball, gets on out, instantly met by Little Ghost again. I mean, some of these teams, look at the 17 question mark BBL teams who are all desperate for points, getting things going, and I guess Xiao a little blessed with the whiff from Snakers there. Thought he had in dead to rights, but not quite the case.
Snaker's going to be kicking himself after that one, as he should have been knocked. He definitely should have been knocked.
Should have been.
But you know what? Show stays alive. And that's 3 up now for 17. 8 kills on the board for them, as they are working towards securing that top 8 spot while they wait for their teammate Xiaobei to show up.
Diggory able to get 8C back on his feet as well. Good read that 17 and United were so invested in the fight with one another that no one really had the time to take the fight to the other side. So they get back up to 3 alive. Smash in the meantime. I mean, speaking of teams having a hard time. Wait, did he just leave an MK?
I guess he did.
We will talk about that later, Smash.
And he's not the first one either. That thing had already been hit. So 2 people leaving that MK behind here. But, okay, Cronio, nice little spray over towards QM. Hobbits gets knocked really low. The smoke keeping him alive. Worth noting, I mean, you look at this, our leaderboard on the left there, all the teams that are still alive, Toby, are teams that are desperately in need of points. So we just might see a few teams get back involved in the mix for that top 8 spot. Diggory, looks like he spotted out Xiaowu. The grenade gonna fall just shy, as he's gonna continue the push.
Yeah, that is crucial information to be able to feed across. And as 8C as the off-angle player down below, you can see Diggory's actually right now just kind of baiting, buying time. 8C sat down around the ridge line, ready to pounce whenever need be. Gustav right now doing a lot of damage. And finally, 8C peeks on over now. Xiaowood below him will spot forward. Will see one, will take him down as well. Where's the help? Diggory, 8C needs it now more than ever.
Well, they know he's low. Gen G pushing across the road right now. Nice little spot here. They may have an angle onto 17 here shortly.
They should find 8C.
8 kills for 17, make it 9. So clean it up, and Smash will get finished off by Hobbit. So there's now our top 4, and everybody is bruised and broken. OPD, Gustav will get him. Nicely done there by FaZe Clan. He did have backup in the form of Diggory, but they do lose Etsy. So now it's a 2v2v2, and Asura go down here to Hobbits.
Not playing Loop 12 tower defense, playing active tower defense. I mean, again, question mark there. In need of these points as well, obviously, and I feel like teams are pretty well aware there's their players up there, so no reason for them to try and hide that fact. Might as well be active and see how many more points you can find going your way.
Good to see FaZe waking up here too in the final day. Remember, everybody remembers PGC 2019, Toby.
It is still a stretch.
Never over until it's over with this team.
Sure isn't. I feel like that kind of, even though not all the teams have shown us that, I mean, of course, there's a very, very specific situation of that happening with FaZe. I feel like every single team in this tournament could have that one standout day, and that's what makes this tournament so amazing, and also kind of horrible for from an analytical perspective, because everyone can come out here and surprise when you least expect it.
5 kills for Gustav. He's feeling it right now. Adder. Looks like he had a little bit of an angle here. I mean, this is one of those weird situations. The new circle has popped, and QM is going to have to leave their tower.
Yes.
And you can see FaZe, oh, they know it. I mean, Gustav in the perfect spot here. Nice shots.
On the middle of the rope, too.
He's got that line of sight. He's
Filfist is flanking out. Did he just get seen, or was that tag coming through from blue? I think it was blue damage hitting him there. He's trying to wrap around. He knows that if he wraps south around, Adder shouldn't have an angle. And while, as long as Hobbits can contain Adder, you can see him there. There's the info again. Filfist, this is going to be him pushing forward. Now, I think Hobbits is feeding the info across. I can contain Adder. You got to make a play on Gustav. If you don't, we will not make it into the final circle. This is a proper 1v1, and both of them know exactly where they have each other.
Good work coming in from Question Mark right now.
Drops the shotgun. Fair play.
Yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Gets level 3 gear off of it too. That is as well timed as can be.
It's about the best crate you could hope for to find. Adder gonna try to send it in the U.S. A few shots from Hobbits will come out, but he is low on ammo here. He has been putting in work trying to keep Adder from over-peaking this, and Adder is just, I don't even know if he's got heals left, Toby. I think he might have been.
Outside the circle.
There it is.
Oh, stop the car 5 meters short. Still outside the circle. And now 2v2. FaZe on the bottom of the leaderboard currently trying to ride their way back up. And question mark, if they can get this win here, that will pretty much solidify their top 8 position for winners bracket.
Smoke wall is down.
Is that a bait for Hobbits to cross the field?
Might be. I mean, Hobbits, it looks like they've kind of lost him. I mean, they know exactly where Gustav is.
Hobbits is going to continue.
But those smokes are starting to bleed out really quickly, Toby.
Hobbits, I think he saw him, but as you said before, 42 bullets, nothing to spare. You got to hit these if you want to come out victorious. Filfist trying to apply more smoke, trying to buy more time again. I mean, Hobbits has just claimed the center of the circle. Now Digger is seen, pulls back down.
Gustav, the spray comes through. He gets knocked extremely low, down to 18 HP. The follow-up grenade from Hobbits will do it. And now it's all down to Diggory as the flashbang fiesta just comes through. We're just going to make sure you're blind for the next 27 minutes. And there you go. Hobbits will find him as he collects, what is that, 8 kills for Hobbits? I mean, he was on fire.
Phenomenal game here for Question Mark to kick things off again. I mean, the last team to cross the river, it all kind of kicks off with a Doozy crossing over, running over Corn, I believe it was, then taking out Donuts and then just fighting their way in from there, running underneath. I thought they were dead when you saw them up against Gen G with Anonix sitting behind the bridge.
They might have, they probably should have been, Toby, to be honest. I mean, you can see there's a couple of shaky hands here in game number 1. Some sprays getting missed from teams and players that we usually see a little bit more accuracy from, but so far, so good for Question Mark as they clean up. That being said, FaZe, now that is a hell of a good start for them.
I feel like across the board, it's the teams that needed things going their way that stepped up this one. We see Petrichor get kills. We see BBL get kills. We see FaZe now get kills. We see, I mean, Question Mark, again, already in a good spot, but this just, again, solidifying it even more. The only teams that we still have yet to really see, Gen G, Polish Power, not quite there just yet.
Well, we've got a few more games to play yet, so let's throw it over to our analyst desk to hear what they have to say about game number 1.
Thank you, guys. Yes, Question Mark with the victory here. It was almost looking like a huge game for a lot of the teams down towards the bottom, and indeed they did get points, but Question Mark here is solidifying themselves in the top 8. Martin joining me here to talk about this game, and Question Mark, man, towards the end, some of the all the angles they were taking, just the way in which they were trying to control the situation from their side of things when they were up against it a little bit, very impressive.
I have no questions about anything Hobbits did this game because that was a masterpiece. 1K club for him, multiple clutch situations where he's able to both did good utility damage.
That's the one.
He did good positioning. He played extremely well in the late game. We're in a 2 versus FaZe Clan. And also this here, Gen G had a huge opportunity to knock them out of this situation here. Polish Power was in the Harry Potter Tower. They could have killed them, but they prevailed there and they sent it through fully here with the campaign. I had a quick talk with them just before the game started. I was like, how are you gonna, like, what's your plan today? How are you gonna play? Are you gonna have some more full sends, or are you gonna be more aggressive? It's like, no, we're gonna play the same. We're gonna play smart, and we're gonna play calculated and get in towards the circles here. So super well executed towards the late game for Question Mark with 9 kills, 19 points for them.
Right. I mean, very resilient considering that they were chasing these circles as well. But that will be game number 1 in the books. Question Mark gets themselves the first Erangel here of the day. And as we said, probably going to be solidifying themselves now for that winner's bracket.
Yeah, for sure. Now they had 62 points going into this, now 81, right? So it's not that many points they need. They were already in top 8, and with this, they're pushing them so much further into this. Phil first on screen. Doozy as well here. Obviously, these guys, fantastic game for them. Habitas being able to pop off, and you know what? 9 kills and 2,000 damage with half of that coming from Habitas.
Jeez, he was absolutely...
Look at the utility in Question Mark. This is what happens when you have a proactive game where you have to push. You loot all the utilities of your enemies, and then you use that to further yourself into the game. They were always chasing, always being proactive with how they get into this game here.
I mean, the top two, the position that they had when they leave 2 over the bridge, send 2 towards Donuts USG as kind of supporting fire, and then allowing them to move towards them. I think really good progression, stages of the rotation to chase the circle.
Another thing that's a little bit scary is that Question Mark and 17 Gaming in first and fourth, both with 9 kills, was our 2 teams that was on the cusp. They were on 7th and 8th place, right, with 60 points and 62 points. So this is going to be a little bit scary for the teams chasing. But FaZe Clan, they wake up. They had 23 points going into this one here. And now being able to put a little bit on top of that, that's good to see. A little bit of a rough situation with 17 Gaming. They lost a few players that they shouldn't have to also bury. I believe it was Conaxy that managed to rat 2 of the players, and they lost 1 from that. Managed to get 80 back up, but if there are 4 here in this late game, they would have gotten all the last kills. They would have killed Adder, they would have killed Question Mark. That would have been an easy game for them. But there were only 2, so it was rough.
Felt like a slow reaction from Diggory on the house to try and give us a supporting fire against Conaxy.
Yeah, he had to cover like 180 degrees, so he didn't expect the snake. He was trying to cover and try to get some of the kills in 17s, but he didn't react fast enough, and they then lost 1 player and got 2 knocks from that.
19 points go the way of Question Mark, as we previously mentioned here, and as you say, with 17 getting 13 as well. That is big numbers getting them higher up the leaderboard.
I want to get BBL further. They're Code Marco popping off for me and my fantasy team here. 4th now, and they're also a team chasing on 9th going into this, so they could be looking very good once we get to the hole.
My team, my fantasy team, is already down horrendous. A little birdie told me, aka you, that you told Phil first to calm down. He's the only player that was performing well. Stop it.
Well, that's how it goes, you know. I have to make sure you don't win this group, you know.
Oh, I'm definitely not winning this group. Let's be real.
That's true. You don't have Kickstart as your captain.
It's bad for me, but it's good for a Question Mark being able to put themselves in a great spot. I mean, likewise, we look at the teams that had gotten further in the circle as well. FaZe Clan, they were down right at the very bottom. Gen.G, they were down at the very bottom, a few points here and there. Even Polish Power being able to salvage a few points. So this game, aside from Question Mark, with the 1K club, mate.
The 1K club and record for how much damage done in 1 game now for PGC 2022 is 1,147 damage. Before it was 1,096, I believe.
Yeah.
So now here, Habitas being able to put himself up there. Unfortunate, Phil first, he did calm down in terms of kills, but still 600 damage for you. That's still almost 6 points.
No, this is your fault. I'm solely blaming you.
No chance.
They have got themselves, though, a great little spot to be able to try and push into that winner's bracket. It's going to be good for them, especially after what we watched in PCS 7. This is a team now that has found themselves in 4th place.
Wow.
That when we were interviewing them, Aduzi himself said how hard this team is working for this, and it shows.
It does. Now putting himself into 4th here, and Take Me Away is falling so much. Yesterday it was rough. Now they're down in 8th on that cusp, 68 points with BBL 66 chasing. Wildcard 56, 10, 12 points behind at 8th, but still the bottom is still looking like, you know, 30 points, 25 points behind now. That cusp, that's rough.
I mean, if Take Me Away loses out on a top 8 here after day number 1's performance, that would be a headline that would be quite significant.
That's 54 points in day number 1. They've only gotten 14 points in 6 games after their day number 1. That is incredible.
Definitely need to shake things up a little bit here, considering don't want to be all the way down there on the cusp, on the danger zone. Here's Wildcard as well. That I think, did they get caught in the fields? I can't quite remember. Where were they?
They crashed east of the gas station, where they tried to kind of play the same position that Gen.G had and Adder had. So they were trying to play that with. That's why we had so many cars there. And they had some good third-party opportunities, but still, it's kind of hard to play that position without too much control, and you have to use a lot of utility later. But unfortunate for them, they went out. They only got top result is 14 points. They only got 3rd. Okay, I actually thought they had 2nd, but I might remember wrong. But then again, Wildcard still have the opportunity. They're still within good strike distance there, and the decision making is good. It's just some of the 1 versus 1, some of the situations where they lose 1 or 2 guys, and then they end up being wiped because of it. Question Mark on screen, of course, the winner of last game, and now 4th place from that with 80+ points with 4 games to go. That's looking very good for them, but still, it's a big mid-pack that is really fighting for those spots still. Not a lot of the teams have, plus 80 at the moment. We have some teams
Yeah.
with 70. We have some teams that are still within striking distance of our mid-pack teams.
And it does make me excited to see a winner in that game where you have that circle shift down towards the southeast.
Right.
And there's so many spots that are already completely taken up. Nice priority spots for them to play. But question mark still, against adversity, is able to get the win. All right, Avenger, we have time and ready, even I should say, to get into the next game. So let's head over to the commentators for Erangel once again.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, we are getting ready to head into this second game. Now, question mark gets our first win of the day in a very impressive performance by Hobbits from the Harry Potter Tower. I don't like crossing all my fandoms like that, Toby. I feel like this is about to have a black hole of nerdom.
Maybe it's just the buff, the Wizard Tower buff that just grants you, whether it's a win, whether it's 1K club, as they like to say it on the desk.
It's too much, man.
What's the next thing we can do? If we're not going to give them wins, if we're not going to give them damage, maybe we'll just put an arm in there.
Sure.
Yeah,
Why
might as
not?
well.
Yeah.
Might as well. That's the new crate.
Let's just get weird with it. Well, right off the bat, okay, question mark going a long way to securing their top 8 performance. Now, FaZe starting to make inroads back up towards the top. Petrichor Road doing the same. Wild Card, they've got some work to do as well as we check in with Aduzi. This is over by Stallburn. He's actually got company there, Toby.
Yeah, he's not completely alone. Gen G is in the nearby vicinity, and I am seeing Tai Lu jump down towards the south side here as well. And I was actually not going to mention Burram in all of this, but Edie definitely in trouble early on.
That's a rough
he
shoot
leave?
right there. Yeah, I think he saw it. I think Zhao Yang saw the teammate just off in the distance.
Yeah.
So
there were people with guns.
Yeah, let's just get on out of there. So good awareness on the part of Zhao Yang and not getting too greedy there. But yeah, they see Gen G, QM all over each other, and we are heading. I mean, this is definitely north. We're looking at a shooting range circle. I haven't seen one of these in a minute.
And look at the amount of teams that are currently set on what I like to call like the southern belt between Primorsk and Milta. There's 4 teams down there. We have 2 teams on military. There is going to be such a bundle of teams making their way north, and this time around, well, Gen G blessed with a kill early on in the previous game. This time I do see he ain't going to let him have that. Header. That's minus 3 points.
Come on, man. Yeah, okay. Okay, Aduzi. You know what, do you? It's unfortunate there for Gen G is...
You could have carried him for a little while, I suppose.
Well, that is true. Well, let's take a listen to our interview with, I believe we have an interview with Aduzi here to see how they felt about their game performance from yesterday.
Actually, with like 4 hour games, yes, but we actually throw the game 4. So I'm happy only with like 4 games today, because we played bad and we could play more better, but we failed in this game. And the others was very cool. I guess if we will play the same as we played today, it's gonna be enough. But we like gonna be looking for the like our best performance and like get a lot of points as we can. Just good luck to every team tomorrow who is gonna try to qualify to winner bracket, and I hope we will qualify also.
We'll play the same, we'll do as best as we can. Well, they got themselves a win in the previous one, and they've already, as the only team on the server, got a kill in this game. So things aren't exactly going bad for them. Things might, though, be going bad for BBL real soon if it wasn't because Puchus is kind of caught down here. I'm not sure he wanted to be in this position, but fell down perhaps and just wasn't ready for what looked to me like somewhat of a potential camp.
Yeah, I think BBL maybe saw him standing on the coastline there, and Thunderlaws was trying to send it over towards him, and he just did not want to take that risk.
Off on purpose.
Yeah, I think he did, but he's back up. He'll be fine again. But there you go, last game's top 5 kill leaders. Hobbits, of course, at the top with that 1,100 damage and 7 kills. Haven't been too many to break that 1,000 damage mark in a game so far.
Literally the first one.
I think there was another one.
I'm pretty sure it was the first one.
Maybe the first one here in B. I feel
In
like
any case.
Yeah, well, we'll get our stats people back onto that. We'll Well, I'm sure Avenger will let you know. But
He
either
will.
way,
He's going to be running over here in a second.
Exactly. Well, either way, great game from them as Wild Card going to lose Waikika to Crunya just over by shooting range. Wild Card, remember, they loot up at Severny.
Yeah.
They crept over a little bit over towards shooting range. They had no idea that Polish Power was already here. So Polish Power sending 2 very, very early. Good work by them.
I cannot imagine anything being more infuriating than getting a perfect circle towards your loot spot and then within the first 4 minutes lose a player. That has got to be like the most tilting thing in the world when it's written in the stars. That, I mean, not necessarily a great game because people can get amazing games from wherever they loot. But,
Sure.
But when you finally get one going your way and then already at a deficit early on.
Definitely a tilter.
Yeah.
A minor tilter, maybe
Minor
at best.
Minor tilter.
Waikika not really one to get tilted as we see Petrichor Road getting very close to Donuts. Immediate trade coming through. Ixlep will find Corn. Corn will find Ming. Americano going to go down as well. Corn gets flushed out. So Petrichor Road so far the victor of this encounter, and they should be able to get Ming back up pretty easily.
No breaks on the cars for Petrichor. They need the points. Again, I mean, similar position to FaZe Clan. They can't just get the placement points and chill with that. No, they need the kills to go along with it. So if you see someone who might not have all his teammates with him, you know you're at an advantage. You might as well just pull up and take the fight to them.
Yes, indeed. You'll see Lil Ghost leading the way for 17. They are our westernmost team inside circle right now, creeping a little bit close to Polish Power, but making their way off. It's not too terribly close, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and find that Lil Ghost compound. We'll see if they decide to do a little bit of a 2-2 split here and how they decide to set up pretty much everybody on the move now if they aren't already in circle. We do have BBL, Daytrade, Tyloo, FaZe, Buriram, and Take Me Away that are still off to the south, but they are on their way, Toby.
It's, I mean, you asked me who I was expecting to see potentially come up to a good start. They said 17 and 4th place, 9 kills in the previous game. Now they find themselves in 5th place, a team that some, maybe off of day one, were starting to question in regards to whether or not they were capable of making their way into the very top.
It was a very rough situation that they found themselves in with the loss of Xiaobe, but you know, all credit due to Soju. They are.
He's been stepping up.
He has been stepping up very big, and just waiting for your one of your teammates to arrive and being able to say as soon as they're arriving that we are playing in the winners bracket. That's about as good as you could hope for if you're 17. So credit to that squad and credit to Soju for stepping up in a big way as a sub.
Definitely. BBL on rotation, sitting right now just 2 points behind TMA, currently in 8th place. And, well, I mean, it's been... While we saw Smash yesterday after the loss on Miramar, they seemed frustrated, but I think that's just because they put themselves at a pedestal. They know what they're capable of. They know they... Like, when you're given a chance like this to go out and win a game, you have to bring it home. It's been something BBL struggled with in the past, being able to kind of close out games, and I think they felt like that one slipped through their fingers as well, where I would say... Daytrade just played out of their minds.
I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes
can't really fault him for it.
Sometimes there's only so much you can do. One team will just catch a barn burner, and there's not really much you can do about it. Well, Gen G sneaking up on the backs of E United here. They hear all the vehicles moving around, but E United just no clue that they have.
If they knew, Rella would
Golden
not be
Tigers on their doorstep.
He's literally reversing to his own funeral. Ionix, when are you going to shoot, my friend? If that wasn't, I mean, not necessarily the perfect opportunity, waiting for him to leave. Now they know they have the numbers, or at least the even numbers, because, of course, Adder did go down earlier. But the more time you're allowing for Kickstart to jump around, the sooner he's going to spot you, and all of a sudden that advantage is going to go against you. Rillo still in the nearby vicinity, too. It's just a matter of time before they're seeing Kickstart now. Mid-vaulting, called out. Perfect timing for Renba and Ionix. The fact that it's Renba that gets the Nokia goes to show that they were waiting for the perfect opportunity in that one.
Didn't get the flush, though, so they are immediately going to be pushing back in here. Renba already about half HP, so Snaker's doing a good job of defense. Rello still off in the distance. Flood, you can see, he's trying to make his way up the hill to get back in here. Snakers, they know they have him a little bit separated from the rest of the squad. The flush comes through onto Kickstart. Flood now trying to find anybody, but he's getting shot at from range. I believe that's, question mark and LG.
That is crucial. They hear the shots on the ground. Asura then spots them because of it. That could have potentially been a backstab that then didn't come to be.
Snaker's doing a good job hiding so far, waiting for the rest of his support to arrive, but unfortunately the support gets spotted out. Is Flood going to go down for a well-placed grenade from Inonix? Snakers can just keep this going.
Isolate him. This is, I mean, if you want to keep him down there, you don't want to have him be a factor in this fight. That is the exact way to do it. Just smoke him down, smoke him out, and don't give him a chance of doing anything here. Rello, now, I think he's realizing at this point it's very limited what he can really do to try and contribute here.
Yeah. I mean, Snakers is the one kind of slowing this down, right? He's laying the smokes down, laying the Molotovs down, trying to give some time for Rello to maybe get into a position, but I think they maybe communicated to each other, you know what, this
No,
we'll see if we can do something here, Snakers, but...
Sorry, it was Gen G that threw the mollies down to prevent him from taking the fight to them.
All right. Okay.
I think it makes sense because while they know he's down there, so you keep him down there with the mollies, that allows for you to clear the rest of the compound so there's no one backstabbing you.
Okay.
Now, new circle's gonna pop, and if you're united in this case, you go, God damn it. Well, I guess the combat we were fighting for didn't really grant us anything in the end of it.
Sure didn't, and now they got Buriram kind of making their way just off to their east, uphill. They're gonna hear these engines very shortly. And they know they would, I mean, Asura, do not push that by yourself. Good flashbang. They're not going to find him just yet. They definitely want to be careful with this. They don't want to lose anybody.
We're headed into open field battle to finish things off here as well. There's a shot to the face. You ain't going to be surviving that, but they're heading into the open, at least most likely with where the circle has taken us. So the more utility you're spending this early on, it could be utility that you're going to be in a big need of as we make our way further into the game. Rello, last player alive for United, taking shots from Wildcard as he makes his way on through, and you could only imagine that he's going to be running straight into Polish Power now.
Yeah, I feel like the idea maybe was to send it to that shelter, and every shelter he's run by so far has been occupied. So the dip is the best solution for the time being. I'm sure he will have company there very, very soon here as we check in with Buriram. Remember, they were wrapping on that side of Gen G. They end up pulling up on the north coast. Nobody in the Severny on the north side. So they should be fairly safe.
It's just going to give a kind of full sense of confidence for Buriram to push on through, because question mark is there. Hobbit's actually now driving up towards him as we take a look at Faceland, miles out in the blue. Not exactly in a hurry to get up towards the north. Seems like Buriram will continue around, though I think they heard the car from Hobbit, so I was just going to say, with them not seeing anything, maybe they try and push into...
they actually left Naratra.
Peeks further out, he's going to go down, and Naratra spots him. That was a perfect bait. They hear the car, they leave one behind, they say, oh no, we're leaving. And there you have it, the backstep works out perfectly.
Sneaky
that is
stuff
smart.
from Buriram, and that pays off. Nice point in there. Pocket 17, meanwhile, they had a spread going on off on this north coast. They hear Buriram pull up, so Suju going to be the one that feeds that intel over to the rest of the boys. Meanwhile, Wildcard still just off to the east of shooting range. Greg shot in that shelter, sending a few shots over towards Dante, but nothing really finding anything.
Greg just checking out his car, going, yeah, it's got flames on. Pretty cool, you know. Ready for rotation if I need to.
Look, man, you throw flames on anything, it instantly makes it faster and obviously cooler.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh. I guess I just gotta throw flames on more things then.
I mean, yeah.
Does it work on bicycles too? I like to think that I don't ride my bike that fast.
Clearly.
You know what? Flames incoming.
Additional 25 miles an hour.
Flames incoming. There you have it.
And then you hit it with a ball pin hammer too, and then you get speed dimples like on a golf ball.
James always gets to talk about cool cars and stuff, and I just talk about bicycles. That's where I'm at in life right now.
That's okay. It's a good place to be.
You know what? I'm not complaining. I am not complaining. Polish Power, well, they might be complaining about sitting 16th, but as for right now, their position in the circle is pretty good, and I hope that it didn't jinx them, because I would like to see them get something going. But if the circle does not go towards shooting range, they could have a hard time getting out of here with Petrichor right up the hillside. Circle goes away. I'm sorry.
That is a hard shift down to the south. I think most teams were probably expecting it to center up on shooting range. I mean, it has so many times in the past, so this hard shift down to the south, a little surprising. I think most teams should be able to make it in there right now. Everybody in the vehicles on the move, heading for the hills. Plane crash completely abandoned right now. Hayes getting close to TMA, and just you can see how close these guys are getting, just trading shots back and forth right now.
Yeah, Petrichor wasting no time to make their way further towards the center, and center is where they are literally on the dot. of course, what is only phase 3. In the meantime now, Wildcard trying to wrap their way on forward, but there's an LG ambush waiting on the other side of this ridge.
Sure is, and they already find the knock. Actually, Adam going to go down to Smash, so that's BBL who's sitting in the God compound right now. They find a little bit of an angle here. Greg shot, Nico's still up, but they cannot go for this res onto Adam just yet. Luke 12 and Pets have both been knocked very low, but no knocks come through. Rello does finally get spotted out by Cornelius, and E United is out, and now BBL stretching from their God compound spot to try to get some of these kills.
Great timing for BBL on this push as well. They know the fight is going on, they know exactly where it's going on, and they're risking very little in trying to push forward here. They know they have no one behind them, but they cannot over-aggress, because give any other team the most minute idea that this compound is free, and they will push through. Marco finds one more. Luminosity, they thought they had this set up, they thought they had the play ready, but, well, out they go in 15.
I mean, absolutely beautiful stuff from BBL. They had that great compound, and we've seen so many teams, they'll just sit in it. Well, they're not wasting any time. 4 kills now, and they get to retreat back to their compound in Wildcard. You can see the frustration on their faces. They know that they have got a lot of work to do, and, I mean, they are just dropping with every game.
10th place now, with teams trying to catch up towards them. 17 spots Canaxi. Canaxi, though, alive at least for a little while longer. Flash does come through. Not going to do a whole lot in 17. Show here smart in waiting for a teammate at least for a little while longer.
Show, there you go. Shadi D going to be the one that gets him, as Buriram still off to the east. But look at that. You can see it on the minimap. FaZe starting to creep up from the west side. They might get a little bit of an angle here onto the backsides of 17. As, again, I mean, we mentioned it, Toby, so many teams all running into each other right on these hillsides.
Well, FaZe played it slow. They realized that Take Me Away Gaming right in front of them. They up to bounce further north, and now, again, as you're saying here, potentially a perfect third-party opportunity. But Sherwood does spot one. Fex down to low HP.
Doesn't get the knock, though. Oh, he sees him still. Yep, that's
gonna die from that.
Should be an easy grenade as 3 of 17 start pushing out to the edge. Suju just looking to make sure that Buriram is running away. Gustav does find an angle. Few shots come through, but nice trade from 17.
This is the issue for FaZe right now. I think they would have really wanted this fight to last longer, for Buriram to stay and behind the pressure from the other side, but they have just left and are going straight into the open arms of Petrichor. It's happening off screen, but I could only imagine there's going to be kills on that team in the kill feed in just a moment. HC off angle finds the first, though, as we jump back towards 17 and FaZe.
Very nice opening knock there from HC. Fex will find the second one. Is Shao-DD going to go down? Lil Ghost going to get spotted as well, so it's all of a sudden down to Suju. Fex, oh my gosh, FaZe Clan, they have woken up today in a big way. Show will find one. Gustav down as well. Show trying to return over with the grenade. It's going to fall just off to the side, but Suju going to put it right into Diggory's pocket as 17 not going down without a fight.
FaZe Clan eliminated 4 versus 2, but perfect crossfire setup. Suju peeks from behind the ridgeline. I mean, Show has the rock to work with a little more, but shots on point, and 17, as you're saying here, they are just not giving up. 2v4, take out FaZe.
I mean, it felt like FaZe had the advantage in that. I mean, they got the first 2 opening knocks, but 17, Show and Suju working together.
It is a hard push.
To turn that completely around here. Polish Power still making their way out of shooting range. Spotted out QM, and Crunia with the Alm. Just looking for that little pixel of a dome.
And often people ask for 8x, but I think that 4x Alm is not exactly what he was hoping for.
And look at Marcelic, he's got the 8x
got
mini.
The 8x. Come on, Marcelic, hand it over.
Jeez.
There you go, Cronio. He didn't
need
need it anyway.
He doesn't need it anyway.
Does find a doozy. Helmet popped off. Dante smart and lobbing the smoke in. Does Polish Power aggress on this? I think they actually might, and for good reason.
Yeah, they're working their way a little bit further up the hill here, so at least Norcus. Cappy, well, Genji, 3-4 deep in the U.S., trying to make their way through, and Onyx going to go down. Actually, it's 3 deep in the U.S. 2 left as Asura and Remba will survive, but where do they go? I mean, Tyler's just waiting right at the top. Yep, there you go.
This is Genji 2022, and I hate to say it, but they stay on the edge for so long that because they don't dare to take fights, they end up going down because of it. Because they have no chance to scout, they've made no room for themselves, and these teams are not budging, they're not allowing them in, so they're being forced to send these Hail Mary plays into the middle with no info to go off of. and die because of it. In the meantime, similar situation for Donuts, not daring to take fights, not opting to make the space. If you don't dare to punch that punching bag, you will become the bag that is being punched, and that's what we're seeing from both Gen G and Donuts.
The punching bag philosophy is BBL once again pushing out from their compound as the Expendables. They've got a lot of baggage on their hands here. They were trying to take the fight with Donuts. Unfortunately, I don't know if Ninja is going to survive here. He's right on the edge, and yeah, he's going to go down. But they should be able to get the res onto their other fallen player. I think that's Dutchies, and get back up to at least 3 strong here.
Circle, it's got China written all over it. The game is far from over though, because in these open field terrain areas, or forest I should say, it is close to impossible to really give people the benefit of these circles. Some just thrive on those edge positions and are able to kind of sweep through and clear out one team at the time, whereas if you're set in the middle, having to play that 360 non-stop can be the death of you.
Nice grenade from Flash will finish off Zhao Yang. And now the 3-man squad from Daytrade trying to see if they can take out Tai Lu, but now the Expendables, they have gotten their res, they've gotten their heals off, and they're pushing into the back sides here of Tai Lu. CC108 just looking, holding the angle onto that rock. I don't think he's aware that he's got a full team coming from behind him, but BBL still just getting involved in everything right now.
Applying as much pressure as they can to grant themselves more room to work with. They've managed to stay clear on the east side of the circle, and by forcing the Expendables team further down south, they're essentially forcing a 3-way fight. They could end up third-partying themselves. A little bit of a replay there from 17. 2v4, again, taking out Face, not something you see happen too often.
Not indeed. Right now, the Expendables under a lot of pressure here from BBL, and now Pushels will find a bit of a shot here on the Dutchies. Unfortunately, he's got the smoke wall already set up. CC108 and Sia still in the middle there. And all of these teams, all these players really still have to find their way into the north, uphill into the zone where TMA and Petrichor Road's still waiting.
I'm surprised. Actually, no, I take that back. I was going to say I'm surprised to see Polish Power not up to play the northern side of the circle, but they need the kills. They have to go aggressive. When they hear there's fighting going on the other side, they might as well pull up on it. Quet finds one, Smash finds the other. PPL, it's not enough to fight one team. We might as well take on all of them at the same time here.
Man, Polish Power thought they had BBL taken by surprise, but immediately flicking back onto him, and that's going to open up the door for Tai Lu. CC108 will go after Flash. TE is down as well, so Pushels trying to stay alive here. It's a 1v1 between Pushels and Sia from Tai Lu to see who comes out of the end of this, but meanwhile, Polish Power and BBL, it's still scrapping. One left up for Polish Power. It's going to be Norcus. He finds one. Can he find the second? No. And BBL will stay alive.
Staying alive and doing so in fashion. Plenty of kills coming through for them. Tough one here for Polish Power. I like the idea of them trying to push down, but because BBL wasn't forced to take the fight down towards the south, they can't really make a play on it. They were there, they were ready and waiting, and it ends up being the downfall of Polish Power.
And nobody in a position to third-party them either, exactly. So they're able to get these reses off. They're back up to 3 strong as they have complete control over that eastern side. You can see what we are looking at as Take Me Away, the only team with all 4 members still up. And this is going to be a little bit of a slowdown, you have to imagine, here in phase 7 just pops, and now TMA is going to get the zone as well.
They've been playing it slow, they've been playing it cautious and wrapped west while everyone else has been fighting towards the east, and now blessed with the circle here, going their way long. Finds one with the DMR, and here comes the push on forward.
Great game from BBL so far. We'll see if Long can maybe put a halt on things here. 9 kills.
That's why you carry your player further forward.
It worked out a treat, didn't it? He got away with it. Colton Marco just holding the line, and he's going to find a Mill going to go down and immediately trade it back. Well done by BBL as they are just chain rezzing after they get all these kills.
I mean, this isn't, again, we talk about night and day performances coming into this one. BBL last 5 games in the top 5. They haven't had the kills in all of the games, fair, but now once again, sitting top 4 with a good chance of getting even more out of this game. 11 kills already. They are relentless, and they're not taking no for an answer. They're literally fighting their way through this entire game.
Beautiful work by that squad so far. 17. Still 2 alive, still holding the plane crash as Take Me Away is starting to wrap around. I think they have an idea that somebody should be over there. Shanghai looking in that direction. BBL, meanwhile, get the resets. They'll get a little bit of loot off of their fallen enemies as they start making their way into the southeast. There is a snake in the form of Dante from Question Mark that's just off to the west of where 17 is. We'll see if he gets involved.
Question Mark. No, sorry. Take Me Away Gaming right now, fully focused on the 2 remaining players from 17, because they know if we clear the north on this one, if we take out the plane crash, then we can just spread out and try and deal with BBL. Issue is, BBL has already kind of dealt with their threat, so they're now free to start pushing on forward. I would have imagined BBL opting to wrap further south in this one, but then again, we know BBL to be a team that's much more dangerous up close than at a distance, so smart from them to keep it on the same ridge line, not allowing for Take Me Away Gaming to get any advantages down the hill. Might as well keep those angles as narrow as can be, so the opposing team, the ones sitting and waiting for you, don't get any advantages going their way.
Yep, Take Me Away just waiting for the inevitable push out of plane crash by 17.
Everyone's waiting for 17.
And yeah, this is just the brakes have come to a crash. The pace of the game has come to a screeching halt here.
We've got 10 alive.
I mean, yeah. I mean, TMA. They know that they need to win this.
Yeah.
They had such a rough day 2. Game 1 didn't go that great for them either. And
I mean, it's all the teams that are here.
It's all securing top 8, isn't it?
One win for either of these teams could be the guarantee to go through. We're sitting 4th through 7th. Like, these are the teams that right now not only do they need the points, but they know that all the hungry teams are right behind them. Imagine solidifying your spot with 3 more games still to play. That would be the best thing for them. Circle, once again, goes towards Take Me Away. BBL now, the team to be forced to make a move for you. Backfill on 17 as we try to wrap south around. Show, first one to fall. 17 down to 1.
Looks like BBL had a little bit of an angle there on the TMA. They're going to pull back away, get healed up as Suju now the last player up for 17. Dante up as well. Don't forget about that solo from QM as Lulu always. This is your low man for TMA, making sure that nobody wraps around on that southern side.
I like the info gathering idea from Lulu, but now that he's shut, now that he's been seen, spent that time to reposition, they know exactly where you are. There's no way you leave that ruck from here on forward without them seeing you make a transition. BBL, again, containing him behind that ruck, spending that time to try and maneuver further forward. I like the idea of BBL being proactive, pushing forward, and this issue is, well, it's not only Lulu left alive on the side of Take Me Away Gaming.
Lulu actually pretty low on ammo himself here, only 19 rounds left.
Get away.
As BBL, like you said, I mean, beautiful work by them to just recognize the fact that Lulu was that low man. Suju will find Dante, get him knocked very low. Xiaohai going to try to do the third party here. He's going to get knocked low. Suju will at least get one more kill for 17 with his 1 HP, and somehow he gets to the tree, Toby.
I mean, in 17 Gaming as well, similar story to BBL. 2nd, 4th, and now top 3 guaranteed with kills to boot. Should be going down. No, as a matter of fact, not quite the case. There you go. In the end, he will fall, but 8 kills, 3rd place guaranteed. Solid game for 17 Gaming.
And that's bad news for BBL as that opens up TMA to wrap around on that eastern side of the circle. And you can see they got them pinned with their backs up against the wall. Lulu always still landing a few shots into Thunderlost. Won't get the knock, but he is going to keep him. Yeah, he's got next to nothing left. I mean, at least BBL does have just a whole lot of utility off of all the fighting that they've been doing. But TMA, they've just been hanging in the Northwest for the longest.
You're saying that, but I'm not seeing a whole lot on their side. Thunderlost does catch one jumping. Beneficial, unfortunately, not a knock to follow. So they'll have to try and maintain the distance here. They could try and wrap underneath. Smash, currently the player closest to the center of what is now the circle. But 7 seconds from now, we will get to see that final one. Smash catches one more. The info will be gathered. The info will be fed across. Marco has nades. That should be a guaranteed knock on Lulu right there.
It will fall just short. And it will actually be a little bit undercooked as well, as Lulu just going to lay the smoke down. Right now, Lulu's just surviving right now while Take Me Away Gaming, trying to reposition, get themselves in a spot where they can defend him. Code Marco will spot him out with his 10 HP left.
Had he gone down there, that would have been very, very terrifying for BBL. Fortunately, they managed to find him. Crazy goes down as well. Xiaohai trying to apply pressure down towards Code Marco. Stuck in the smoke with little to work with. Yubi trying to do the exact same thing, but here comes Smash over the hilltop. He goes down to Xiaohai.
I mean, Take Me Away Gaming, they immediately take these 2 knocks. I feel like there was so much time for them to really figure out where BBL was to get them pinned down. but I don't know if it was time wasted or not, but looks like they will try to go for one res here. Xiaohai will hold the line. It's Code Marco's the last one, and there you go. Take Me Away Gaming. It was a little bit dicey at times, Toby, but they end up clutching it out.
Back and forth, and in the end, Take Me Away able to clutch the win, and in fashions that we've seen them play on day one again. Don't play the aggressive side, play the quiet side, make space for yourself, take that room, force other teams into each other, and then win the game late. But as you're saying, Pro, not in the fashion they were probably hoping to bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, it feels almost rude to say it after a team has just won, but given what we saw from Take Me Away Gaming on day number one, I mean, they seemed hesitant, they seemed nervous. It just wasn't the same team here as we check in with BBL again. Another fantastic performance from them. The win may have secured themselves a spot in the top 8, but the second place, that's going to do wonders as well.
I mean, I can't take my eyes off Smash. I know they get a second place with 12 kills. That is something every team here would be proud of, but they knew they had to win. Once Lulu goes down the hillside, they know there's a chance for them to bring it home, and they will never be satisfied outside of victory.
Well, 2 games through the final day, and we've seen a lot of shuffling on the leaderboard. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they think about game number 2.
Thank you, boys. Yes, well, we were talking just before this game. You know, where is Take Me Away since day number 1? And here they are getting themselves a victory on the board here, Martin, from this east side. And a great little kind of cordoning off of BBL towards the end. Although it got close.
Yeah, we've been singing and chanting their song, Take Me Away. And now, finally, they get back into things here. I will say this, though. The circles that had to come their way for them to have a good game did come their way.
Yes.
But they ended up cleaning up quite nicely. But it was close. BBL got it down to a 3 versus 2, but then it turned around and they managed to clutch it out here for Take Me Away, so they're able to have a good one. But they need to continue this one here. Obviously, they are in a good spot now with this win here, but still, our cutoff point could change a little bit now that we're seeing some of our top teams go out quite early. 17 Gamer also with a wipe onto Faceland. Unfortunately for Faceland, that's a rough one, but 17 Gaming put themselves further into that top 8 now, and it's kind of solidifying itself a little bit. It might end up only being 1 or 2 spots that's kind of open for the grabs for everyone.
No, definitely so, as some of the teams down towards the bottom once again tried to make a bit of waves at the beginning of this game, but really not much going their way. I mean, for example, Polish Power up in this area, kind of dropping up here, should have had pick of the litter, didn't quite, kind of slow on their attentiveness a little later on as well. So for these bigger name teams up at the cusp, they were able to convert a whole lot more than the teams down towards the bottom.
Oh, so just saw on the leaderboard there on the left side, it's super close from 3rd place down to BBL. It's basically 5 points from 3rd down to 7th. But Take Me Away, they closed this one out here and they put themselves in towards the top there in 4th. So good for them. But they need to have a better performance for the rest of their games compared to what we saw from them yesterday. Their Miramar games was absolutely rough.
Yes, it was, and not too much utility use from them here for this one. Again, you know, being on the east side, being quite open against anybody else, not really too much pressure coming their way. The main points that came along were on that west side as well as on the north side here for these other teams having to battle one another. BBL really did a lot with it. I was very impressed by BBL here in this game.
Super impressed with it. Honestly, the way that they moved around, the way they used their utility, and the way they tried to swing on that southern side. If they were able to get a little bit deeper, a little bit earlier, or if there was a full 4 versus 4 for them, it might have been different. Also impressed with the Question Mark's performance so far today. Win the first game, now 4th in the second here with 2 kills. So they're just putting that extra points here and there. That's going to pretty much solidify them in the top. Good Marco popped off again. Smash did some too, but honestly, the team effort here for BBL was just so impressive throughout the game. The way they pushed out. I would like to see the full push onto the Expendables. That would have been fantastic.
Right, yeah.
But Expendables, they managed to pick both their players up and run them away. Unfortunately, one of them did die in blue, but still.
They're so close.
This circle and how it kind of ended up, it was interesting with that southwestern shift. A lot of teams that decided to try to go on that northern side. Not a lot of teams contested Take Me Away's position on the west, and they ended up having a lot of free space on that western side for their entire duration of the game.
I get the allure of the plane crash location as well. It's potentially more hard cover than just having a tree, just having a rock and things like that. So that's probably, I was going to say, why a lot of people are kind of navigated up there. But we saw fights that maybe didn't even have to happen.
There was fights that didn't have to happen. There was situations where teams went too deep when they could have played an edge instead of going center. I was surprised with Petro Karo going super center early on and then losing 3-4 members very early on in the game. And the situation where I'm like, Petrica Road, you're a fighting team. You're not a team that goes to the center and tries to survive. I want to see you fight on one of the edges rather than that. Taking away though 19 total. BBL just with 17, super close. Imagine if they actually won that. There was a lot of points for them kind of up for grabs. They would have had a record-breaking game if they won the game.
And a bit of a sneak along. Tyloo, once again, nice points coming in their way. A lot of kills going over towards them.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they were going to be pretty much secure anyway. So
yeah, this is going to put them in the 100-point club.
So definitely secure.
Even more secure.
Yeah.
And now they can play with things a little. So you see, maybe deny some teams. Maybe, and in a situation where I was like, I want to see Tyloo fully contest FaZe if they actually want that crossroads. We've seen them, one of the games, we've seen them up in North George.
Yes, we have. So we'll see if Tyloo kind of follows through with what they were saying about the potential of chasing down someone like FaZe, etc. I mean, although that being said, for FaZe, it's almost done, right? Like, they're not going to be able to get into that winner's bracket by those things.
Last place, they need to win the last 3 games with like double-digit.
It's going to be difficult.
It's going to be rough for them. They need like 55 points or so.
So you don't even need to keep them out of that top 8 anyway. They're probably going to keep themselves out of top 8 at this point. Rate. Makes me sad to say that, but you know, that's where we're at right now.
That's how it looks. Luckily, with how they formatted and how everything is shaping up, you do have multiple chances here for this.
All right, top 8. So far, the Expendables is currently the barrier. And, I mean, aside from the Expendables having a few points here and there, I think it's danger zone, really, for them at the moment.
Very much so. Luminosity just 1 point behind, but there's kind of a gap both ways. BBL, it's 11 points up to BBL from Expendables.
Yeah.
And for Luminosity, which is 1 point behind Expendables, it's 13 points. So there's quite of a gap from just those 2 spots right now, and it could end up like we've seen in Group A, just being 1 or 2 teams that's fighting for 1 or 2 spots. So yeah, let's see how the rest of the games go. But still, pointing out here, Day Trade 88, all the way down to BBL on 7th, 83. So a lot of changes could happen. Let's say Luminosity and Expendables have one good game, while these other teams they don't have. They could be, kind of really quickly thrown down that leaderboard because it is so close. 5 points difference only.
Yeah, very close indeed. So we'll see in our next 3 games if that is going to come to fruition. Right now, we have ourselves only those 3 games remaining. 1 Erangel and then 2 Miramars later on for all of these teams to scramble for the points. Looking at it, I'm a little bit concerned for the Expendables.
Yes, honestly, the way we've been seeing them play so far has been a little bit rough once compared to day number 1. It's been kind of falling off, so I'm hoping for them to step up here in our last 3 games.
All right, time for a break. When we return, we are going to have those 3 games on the way. Join us right after this for more PGC, and it's Erangel.
It's still good.
是的，我觉得我在这里面1票都不应该有。
I picked Norkis. He's like not playing a lot, but he's a great player in my opinion, and I think he will perform well.
我为什么选小叮当吗？因为每次看他直播的时候，他一直在打，想学技术学不来。
I picked X Left because every time I tune into his stream, he's playing.
그 선수 이제 엑시레프트 선수인데 선수가 이제 다른 게임을 해도 이제 배그 폼이 죽지 않아서 좀 재능충이지 않을까 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했습니다.
因为这是大家公认的。
感想还是挺诧异的，因为我感觉大伙都有点曲解我这个人了，因为我是一名很努力的选手。其实我打别的游戏时间不是很长，都是适当的赛前放松，这样也不会就是去沉迷啊、痴迷别的游戏这样。就来这次这里参加 PGC 还是非常开心的，我也非常期待就是比赛上和大家的比拼吧。Thank you. Hello. OK.
不要了吗？黑着刚好。
my boy.
Because they just walk through everything. I do too.
Yeah, take the mask down. There you go.
Gustav diyorum çünkü gerçekten çok karizmatik.
애초부터 마음 먹고 있었어요. 또 저희 팀 얼굴 마당이라서 이 친구가要有自信一点，然后就要投给自己。
Just look at the man.
Yeah, the best looking player is my boy right here, Mr. Mime Time. Can we get a zoom in? Zoom in real quick.
Thank you.
I guess Danish people look a little bit too good, and maybe our hair is also a bit too clean. How I feel about that, I mean, honestly, like, I don't really care. I mean, Clip is beautiful, and I know that, so congrats to him.
I don't really care about winning this, but I guess it feels okay. And it shows that this shows us that I have a good choice as well. I voted for Gustav, so...
I voted for Clip.
See?
I mean, we are very excited to play here, and we have a very good feeling. Also getting second now feels really good. No, doesn't matter what we get here, but I have a good feeling. I don't know about Clip.
I'm feeling very excited going into the tournament. We've been playing online the entire year and actually playing offline now on the lane client as well. It's going to feel amazing, so I'm very excited.
아, ที่เลือกก็เพราะเห็นครับอยู่ด้วยกันครับเห็นชอบทุบครับ
Adozu'yu seçtim. Birkaç tane klibini görmüştüm. Toksiklik yaptı. Ondan ötürü.
因为这边去年打世界赛砸桌子，那个桌子砸了个洞，那个有图片的。
게임만 하면 좀 성격이 괴팍해지는 경우가 있어가지고 종종 샷건 소리도 들리고 그래서 뽑았습니다.
확실히 100% 인정을 하도록 하겠습니다.
I chose Kickstart because I live with Kickstart. My room is right on the other side of his wall, and I hear him streaming, and he breaks his desk half the time he's gaming. The walls literally shake.
Alright, look at this. 不知道吧，我感觉平时我挺和蔼可亲的，可能是因为那种比赛上面就那一两把被别人记住了吧。当时也是那种比较关键的比赛场次吧，然后我们打得很好，然后有能争冠的那种能争冠的那种门槛吧，我们就很激动，所以就很激动的情绪拍做出来的这种事情。我们会争取在这次比赛中卫冕的。谢谢。
홀로 살아남기를 전부터 해왔기 때문에 저는 이제 그런 거에는 자신 있다 생각하고 사실 저는 배고프면 그냥 제 뱃살 뜯어먹으면 되기 때문에 충분히 혼자 살아남을 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Eu votei no Pio porque esse cara sabe fazer tudo e eu acho que ele sobreviveria. Ele saberia resolver tudo.
Я не хочу умирать.
フェックス選手に入れたんですけど、なんか PNC の時も見てすごい見た目が強そうだったんで、この人だったら生き残れるかなと思って入れました。
因为 Pio 是大家公认的老六自由人，他总是把自己放在危险的地方，却又能平安无事。
아직까지 제가 뽑힌 게 의아하고요. 왜 뽑은지 모르겠어요. 아니 그냥 사실 1등 뭐 투표한다고 했을 때 뽑힐 거라고 생각은 많이 못했어요. 은퇴를 했기도 했어가지고 이제 살아남는 선수 1등으로 뽑힌 만큼 끝까지 살아남아가지고 꼭 우승할 수 있도록 열심히 노력하도록 하겠습니다. 아 감사합니다. 초콜릿인가요? 맞습니다.
everyone, and welcome back to PGC 2022. It is the final day of Group B. I am Porosaurus, and joining me is Toby, and I think we have decided that I would be the one who survived the longest, and Toby is clearly the most
prettiest?
beautiful.
There
the
you
most
go.
beautiful of the
Do you want to be
town.
the most aggressive then?
Most aggressive? No, there's no way.
You're very kind.
Calaris is the most aggressive
Calaris could
by
be the most
far.
aggressive. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
100%. I don't know what Martin would be. Maybe he might be. He
The
might
one with
challenge
the
me
best
for
singing
surviving.
voice. We did hear a little bit of "Take Me Away"
That
earlier.
is
I feel
true.
like that was pretty. As a musician myself, it was in tune all the way through. Not something we usually get from Martin, but I appreciate it. He's been practicing clearly.
Yeah, you Danes are a different breed. Well, we are getting ready to head into our final game on Erangel, and so far it has been great news for these teams at the bottom. A lot of teams really kind of going a long way to securing their spot into that top 8. Now, as the desk mentioned, the cusp, the cut line, it's starting to get a little bit dicey down there.
It's becoming dangerous, and because a lot of the teams who coming into today were sitting either right around 8th or like above or below, they're starting to win games. So the teams that are below, let's say 12 right now, that gap is slowly getting larger and larger, just making things a lot more difficult with only 3 more games left to play.
It is indeed, and right there in 9th and 10th, you've got 2 North American squads, and that is not a good look if you're an Americans fan. We'll see if LG and Wildcard can turn things around, or if the Expendables can increase their hold onto that 8th place spot. Another plane starting off in the north, Toby, and heading down to the southwest.
It's looking pretty good if you're anything but a hard-committed mill-to-power looting team. I think that's for sure. But just to break it down, I mean, for those of you guys who haven't been watching today, I don't know why you wouldn't have, but welcome if you're tuning in just now. 17 Gaming now sat up in 6th place. Today, 4th, 3rd. Up above them, question mark 8, win 4. BBL 5th, 2nd. All these teams are the ones at the cusp. They're doing so well. I know we've only played 2 games today.
I'm giving you this look.
It's just, you know what, I'm going off of yesterday's games as well. It doesn't change the fact that for the last 3 games then, they have been phenomenal. And they have all 3 of these teams found the points when they needed them the most.
Erangel boys. Yeah. That could be it.
I hope it won't be, because there's still going to be 2 more Miramars left to play out of this one.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? This is our final game on Erangel before we do make that map switch. Now, there are a couple of teams that have done fairly well over there on Miramar. Is Smash doing his best? Oh, happy feet, happy feet.
There's more cars coming.
Happy feet, Canaxi out there doing donuts. The first shots come through. There it is. And
might as well just kick him off the
Smash.
server altogether.
He just got. Bury Ramp, that 1 point hops him a spot. It's not too bad.
You know what? If you can get a kill, doesn't matter how you come by it, you'll take that point.
You're kidding me, Toby.
Well, north is where we're going. I am seeing Face in a boat. And I'm seeing all of Take Me Away Gaming. I think they saw the parachutes. They're coming forward. Fex is very, very lonely. But he is not alone in the sense that he doesn't have a gun with him and there's no weapons. There's 1 nade now on Take Me Away. The slower you are, Fex, the more guns these guys will get.
Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. He's going to open the door. He hears it. He's going to not spot anybody through the window. Lands a couple of shots there, but Fex, you're all by yourself. He's going to find one. Doesn't even have a chance to reload, and Lulu always will get him with the Tommy gun. So Fex going down, and Zhao Hai should get rezzed.
There are the rest of them taking the boat towards the east again. I mean, it was a tough playing path if you're a multi-power loading team. Face opted to go for the boat. I'm not sure what the call was to leave Fex behind.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
So maybe a bit of miscommunication. Fex thinking they were going to opt to stay on the southern side, maybe. I can't explain to you exactly what the reasoning behind that one was.
Well, just a hair too late. Well, the circle does pop. And take a look at our kill leaders up there. CC 108 once again at the top here. That Tyloo Fragger, we've seen him up at the top there before, Toby.
Yeah. What we've concluded as being a Miramar Bolt main. But obviously getting stuff done with other weapons as well. 5 kills for him in that match. And solid performance for Tyloo, currently set up in 2nd.
Keep him in mind for your future fantasy picks.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Checking in with Polish Power. They have, it's been not a great day. Not a great tournament, really, so far.
Yet.
They are ahead of Gen G, So, you know, you got that.
I mean, usually when you say we're ahead of Gen G and FaZe,
yeah,
you would
you're
automatically
feeling
think this is a pretty good team.
You're
but
feeling pretty good about yourself.
but
if I would have told you,
yeah.
Marcelic, at the beginning of this tournament,
15 years from now, when they say, remember that tournament where we would have FaZe and Gen G and people can't remember exactly what event it is, then maybe it's going to bring a smile on some people's faces. But for sure, Polish Power, even though, of course, I mean, while I'm sure if you ask the players, they consider themselves as good as can be, they're coming in with close to no LAN experience. And while people who haven't been in that position before would maybe go out and say, oh, but what does it matter? You're still just sitting in front of a computer. Believe me, it's different. Not that I have the same playing experience myself, but seeing results vary to the extent that it does with some of these players when they come to LAN for the first time, it is a big difference.
Oh, Corn pulling right into Wildcard's compound. He's going to go down immediately and then follows it up. Oh, Nico's going to find Kane. And now one more for Donut. Shiva's going to go down as well. And Wildcard... Well, Cal's going to be a little bit irritated about that one. But that is an easy res. But 3 kills for Wildcard right off the bat. And boy, you want to talk about a team that is in desperate need of points, Toby. That is one.
Pretty clearly an ambush as well. I mean, they were sat up here, they were ready and waiting for Donuts to come this direction. And
it was an ambush. I mean, it's just dead center circle. I don't know why Donuts thought they could just roll up to that at 5 minutes into the game and nobody would be there. But
it wouldn't be the first questionable decision we've seen from Donuts in the tournament so far. Having said that, I agree with you that it's a little ballsy to commit to it early, but then again, we have seen, I mean, Wonka just last game lose players early because they're split too thin for too long, so maybe they thought, how about if we just start rotating somewhat early on, we can catch them off guard. But in fact, they were the ones caught off guard.
Are we really just going to cut back to Fex's box?
Showing all the players running around and looting, and then there was the crate.
Okay, our production team has a sense of humor,
they have
man.
Picked
they're
their favorites.
vicious.
They
are
picked
vicious.
Their favorites. I'm all for it. A little banter goes a long way, and while I'm sure Fex isn't too pleased with it, hopefully one day he'll smile at something like that.
That's pretty good. Well, Gen G, they have made their way across the river on the just on the north side. Now they've got Tyloo just off to their north, but nobody really behind them. Nobody to their south, so they're fairly safe for the time being. But I mean, God bless, man, this is 3 times in a row we've basically seen the exact same circle. So, I mean, these guys should have a pretty good idea of who is where at this point, right?
You would have to imagine. It's very northern, and so far, I mean, we've lost a couple of players, but of course, losing almost the entirety of Donuts does help those numbers bounce up a bit. Another team here, we're kind of taking them from the bottom on up right now. Gen G struggling. I feel like last game, we broke down the troubles or the issues for Gen G pretty well in the sense that they play the edge, which of course isn't necessarily a bad thing. They just don't take fights for too long. And then when they're squished in between other teams, because they never made space for themselves, they get picked apart one by one.
And it's one of those weird situations. Here we go, Marcelic gonna get spotted out by Ming, and immediately Copy gonna go down as well. He does find the knock on to Ming, but that should be a fairly easy res for Petrichor Road. You can see Rio and Norcus just off in the distance, but they're not going to get a chance to get involved in this, although Tyloo might. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Meanwhile, Take Me Away, they're crossing over the Western Bridge, but this time, finally, Day Trade has set up a camp.
They have. Last time they might have as well, but they didn't execute it properly. Now they see one instantly flash find Juby. They don't really come a whole lot more free than that, and well, I guess maybe they're gonna help their fire for a little while longer. But having said that, actually looking at the map now, it was really only Yuppie who's crossing on over. Velo goes down here as well, and despite the fact that the United are currently and still sat in first place, today has not exactly been a day to write home about.
It has been 0 points through 2 games, if I'm not mistaken. Waika Mukau gets that knock and catches EU in the 2-2 split. Looks like Rello is going to be the only loss they take this time. Be able to go and rejoin as we check the replay here of the crash from USG. And that was just, I mean, that's about as easy as it's going to get for you if you're wild card.
Yeah, they catching the last one with an 8 in hand as well. It's
somebody should have told Cal that he had the grenade in hand.
Well, I mean, and
Nikos, I'm pretty sure you saw that.
And he would have hurt himself too. But I guess the focus was elsewhere again. If that's the biggest mistake you make in a fight like this, you still get 3 kills without any casualties. you're pretty satisfied, I'd imagine.
Well, despite United's troubles, United's that's the kill top 5 still taken over by a kickstart.
Yep, that's a Urine
so, question mark. A little bit deep, a little bit right in the middle of this Buriram split.
Are they gonna not tries on the hunt now? I'm all for this again. Buriram needs the points, and Dante, the sheep that's been isolated from its herd, is forced now to take the Western Bridge.
The rest of QM on the other side, they're looking back over here, but no angles to be found just yet. But it looks like boys should be able to escape just fine. Phil First and Dante just going to get to the river, and now Buriram starting to send it back over towards the bridge. You can see the shots coming through. That is some very angry question mark members.
Not really in the mood for allowing for a safe passage for Buriram here. They should be able to cross on over. I don't think the two players, Adusi and Hobbits, too keen on trying to 2v4 hold off Buriram and the push going through.
FaZe getting to the top of Stallber here. Unfortunately for them, they are fully unaware that it is currently occupied by BBL. And we'll see if that pops off here shortly. TMA, meanwhile, after losing Yuppie, they will finally make their way across. Day Trade is already in Razak, so nothing really to worry about here for the Take Me Away boys.
They're barely even on the map. Here you go now. Welcome. Down there in the bottom.
Yeah,
welcome.
There you can see them. Yeah, it's just fine.
Still a lot of 2 kilometers to the circle. Let's see where the next one's going to take us. West we go. And as you were saying before, Boro, at this point, the players should know this terrain pretty well.
Should have a pretty good idea. 17, taking some long-range shots there to Americana. I believe Americana, yep, the last player up for USG. Donuts almost gets taken out, but will survive to fight another day as we see all of our little Skittles on the mini-map starting to rustle around, hop in vehicles, find their new homes. And Onyx stopping at the top of the shelter, see what he can spot out. The rest of this team very close by.
Yep, plenty of teams in and around here, and well, the more time we spend, the more there's going to be coming, because the entire south side of what is our current circle here has got players full speed forward, making their way in this direction.
And there's a replay of Petrichor Road pulling up on Polish Power. Did take a knock on Ming, but now we got LG crashing onto the wildcard compound. This is on the very eastern side of the circle. So far, just utility being thrown out. No knocks having come around just yet.
This is a huge fight, Sue. It's 9th versus 10th place right now. Mukau finds one, Nikos finds one as well. So currently going in the favor of the wildcard team. Thought that was going to be a kill confirmed. Luke might actually go down to this second one as well. That's another flash coming in, as Purdy remains blind for at least another 5 seconds.
Yeah, Penta still knocked here. Gregshot going to try to go for the seed swap on the pull around. He's going to find Penta, get him knocked low, and just like that, LG is wiped out. Wild card, 8 kills now, and that is absolutely huge for them in the chase.
Yep, they were at a 10-point deficit to 9th, now just making that gap that much smaller. And if you're Luminosity, if there's one team you did not want to give those points over to, that is the team on the hunt sat right behind you on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, that is worst case scenario for the Luminosity boys. We'll see what they can get on Miramar, as they are just going to be watching the rest of this one play out. Quetpa, we did see FaZe and BBL getting a little bit close to each other on Stallber, but it looks like they avoided each other for the most part. Now BBL on that northwestern side, looking off to see where the next move is going to take them. FaZe, meanwhile, 8C and Diggory just off here to the north of the Expendables. They did leave Gustav behind, so it's just the duo. 8C will find Duck Juice. Going to be one knock coming through.
Runs out of ammo. Probably had the second one. Are they picking up on this?
Absolutely.
I don't think they're aware what they're running into. They have caught them in a split, so a ballsy play at best that it's going to pay off, at least to some extent. Diggory, though, is there on the off angle, finds one in return. So far, 2-for-1 trade. Diggory down to low HP, though. And Fex, remember, is already down.
And the Expendables, they do not care. Like, I don't even know if they read the situation nicely or not, but Gustav now going to roll up. He's going to finish off one. It's down to 7-7, and Levi's. Gustav now the last one up as Diggory has been spotted. 7-7-7 will go down, though. Gustav with the nice follow-up shots. Levi's will get the heal off, and it's a 1v1.
Yeah, it's really not the best situation here for either of the two teams. Your 8th place team trying to cling on to their top 8 position, and Gustav right now is doing everything he can to rack up more points in a game that's pretty much already become a salvage game for them. And 17 Gaming now right up behind here. They're hearing the shots. Day Trade are shooting from afar as well. Many teams looking to get some free points off of this fight.
There he goes. Levi's going to go down, and that's big news as the Expendables are our 8th place team. They go down, and that is not what they needed. They will get a few points off of FaZe, and you can't blame them for turning around and taking the fight back to FaZe and trying to get some points, knowing how close they are. BBL now going to pull up on Petrichor Road. Mill gets knocked low, Ming knocked low, but they're going to find Kwepa. They'll find Code Marco, and BBL lose 2.
They lost one early, and this pull-up just not well orchestrated. We were hearing the yells from the Petrichor players from afar as well. You can see Dendelos confused on that one too. He tried to turn around, caught it on the map, tried to turn around in the middle of it, and just did not work out for them. Gen G, similar position now, coming in late, trying to full-speed send it for center position. Fortunately, despite a lot of damage coming through, they all managed to stay alive.
Wildcard's already collected 8 kills. Petrichor Road now has 5 as the 10th and 11th spot teams are starting to make some runs here on the last game on Erangel here. Shatong's taking a few shots, defending the north or the south side of Severny. Now they do have a duo from Tyloo still off at the intersection. Very separated here. So Gen G a little bit pinched between South Severny and Petrichor Road.
We talked about how the mid-pack in winning that last game or finishing the top 4 for all of them was so huge. Look at the leaderboard now. 7th, 8th, 9th, dead already. If you're sitting 10th through 16th, you're clapping your hands because this is the one chance you're gonna get to rack up points with little to no competition. FaZe out again. Not really a game they were hoping to get a lot from. Whenever FaZe falls, whenever they start running into trouble with the Expendables, tough one for them. But from 10 through 12, right now they're looking to claim.
Ooh, Crazy gonna find Canaxi, and now Naradra gonna get spotted out as well. Take Me Away Gaming have lost Yuppie, but they're still collecting kills here. ED has the high ground though, and a nice line of fire. We'll take a few shots in. We'll get one knock onto Xiao Hai, but gets knocked down to 10 HP, has to drop down, go for the heal as Lulu always trying to use this opportunity to go for the flank, and then Nonix actually gonna be the one that gets him from miles away.
That is a kilometer away. Wait, that is like 900 meters away. That is a pixel headshot coming through from Anonix. That is... The trees barely even render at that distance.
To be honest, isn't this one of the reasons why we're so damn frustrated that Gen G is in 16th place? We know that these guys are mechanical gods, but they just have not been able to find the rhythm just yet. And unfortunately for them, group stage, we're running out of time here.
I think it's safe to say it's been ugly.
Very safe to say.
It's been ugly, and I hope that obviously they're aware of it because they can see the leaderboard as well as we can. Absolutely. But I hope they also quickly assess what it is that they haven't been succeeding in doing. I have seen the likes of Gen G, despite things going against them, commit to try and continuously execute the same game plan over and over and over again until eventually maybe it works out for them. But if I'm Gen G right now and I'm seeing how this tournament has gone so far, I'm shaking things up coming into the losers bracket.
Well, they've got a few days to figure things out once this day is over. Meanwhile, Gamyao, the last player up for Buriram, hiding in that shack. He's going to hear Take Me Away, pull just up onto the side, and oh, does he have a grenade? He
spots them.
He's got one, Toby.
They've spread out, so Nate usage here going to be difficult. Is this what we call a bait crate on the top of the hill where technically everyone can see you? Fortunately, it's outside the circle, so no one looking this way right now other than Gamyao.
Well, Tyloo have left Southern Severny, and they have made their way to the south of the new circle here. As Gamyao will pull out just in time to see them drive away. So Buriram's still in it, but he's got a long way to go to get inside this circle. Meanwhile, Tyloo, CC108, and Sia on the other side of the street. Now, this compound that TMA is pulling into, Toby, outside of circle.
Exactly. Catching Tyloo in a split, though, and it's only CC and Sia in this position. Xiaoyang and the last player of Tyloo sat further down to southeast and in a position where they can't really do a whole lot to try and help. As you can see, the smoke's already being applied from Xiao Tong and Xiaoyang. So very limited what they can do to help should or when Take Me Away Gaming opts to push across the street.
They taking advantage of the situation. They'll pull right in the middle of that Tyloo 2-2 split. They'll get all 4 guys there, and they're going to stop just off to the west of that wildcard warehouse. Meanwhile, TMA going to use that as an opportunity. I think they've read the situation. They know there's two here. Sia's going to find one. Sia's going to find two as Tyloo hold the line.
Prone hip fire barrel as deadly as they come, able to stay put. Asura falls. That's from afar. Got me out. A bit of revenge coming through. I guess if Anonix takes out one of his at a distance, well, the solo player in the blue will do the same thing in return.
Goodness gracious, Gout Meow just going to send some more rounds into the smoke cloud as he is, I think he's just given up on life at this point. The blue too far away, and he's going to get spotted out by Nurens. Buriram is out in 12th.
Yep, Americano is going to die here as well. Sushu, easy peasy for him. A 17 start, spreading out more, take more control on the southern side of this circle. All four still alive. It's been a quiet game for them, and they've kind of just been backfilling in from that eastern side. But now is when they can start to spread out and really take control.
Checking in with the final member of Take Me Away. Gonna eat that blue damage right now as Tyloo, the entirety of Tyloo, just on the other side of the street now. Daytrade is taking shots at them from that northeastern side, and you can see 17 very split on this south side as well. Wildcard has the, they've got the 2-2 split, and they're going to be able to get the circle here as well. Now, if you're Wildcard, you collapse.
You would have to imagine that they've got a group up at this point. The thing is, no one can really push them. No one's in vehicles in a position from where they can or probably dare to make an aggressive play, because I don't think anyone is ready and it's a split, because again, why would you try and maintain a split this late in the game? So it might actually benefit them. That nade benefiting Asura as he finds Stanton, but Noren's now pushing him from behind and taking out Anonix.
Daytrade kind of making life difficult for Gen G here, as Gen G makes life difficult for Question Mark. Hobbit is the last one up, I believe, on that north side. Petrichor Road still taking shots over in that direction as well. Daytrade just have that wide open area, and they're going to take a knock. They'll lay the smoke cloud down, try to go for the res, but this is opening up the door now for Tyloo to leave the compound and start making their way on foot to Daytrade. They are getting very, very close to within utility range.
Got to be ready for it. The reses have come up now. The heals are coming in as well. Xiaoyang finds the first one. The player to stay behind to try and maintain the angle. The smokes are applied, though, allowing for Tyloo to push up close.
So many grenades in hand for Tyloo so far. Not landing their mark just yet, but they will find the vehicle, and that's going to be Pushu's going down. Flash going down as well. It's down to just Nurens. He's going to try to keep the smoke wall going, but Tyloo is just feasting.
Not a whole lot to do with the vehicles. That's all they have to work with. Daytrade will fall in the end of it. Tyloo, most importantly in this, keeping all alive. As I say, that Xiaoyang is knocked behind, and I don't think there's a way right now for them to come down and commit to that rest. In the meantime, Gen G able to stay put, but once again, quiet performance for them so far. They're pushing further forward, but now they've got both Tyloo and Petrichor to deal with.
It's actually a grenade from Gen G that got that final kill onto Daytrade, as Gen G still trying to make their way in, but again, Petrichor Road just laying down fire from that north side. Now, Hobbit's still alive, still making his way out of the blue. I'm not sure if he's been spotted or not. Asura will finish off Xiaoyang, so Tyloo taking some damage here, but Sia gonna find Asura as well as Adder with a nicely placed grenade, and now Tongs will be the one to try to finish it off with the Molotov. Tongs will find Renba, and that's Gen G now down to just one.
One more kill coming through from Petrichor as they continue to climb their way up the leaderboard, starting out all the way down the bottom. Coming into today, they're now sat in 11th. Still, with quite a journey up towards top 8, but with how they've been playing so far, well, who's to say what's going to happen by the end of the day.
9 kills for Wildcard right now in 10th place. 6 kills for Petrichor in 11th place. They stand to gain so much here, Toby. They a lot of work left to do. Anonix will take a few shots at Tyloo, gets 2 of them. Is that the real Anonix? He does this every single time, and Ikesleft is going to be the one that takes out the raid boss, but has it been too late now for Tyloo? Sia will try to go for the res.
I'm surprised that Petrichor isn't committing harder to try and deal with Tyloo when there isn't anyone pushing out from the warehouse at this point. You'd have to imagine that's because either it's split or there's no one there. Now they find the knock onto Correctshot. We're seeing now Adam, Nikos both push out. The fact that Wildcard has been able to maintain control of this entire place for this long is completely unheard of.
Nobody pressuring the 2-2 split of Wildcard, and now it's paying off dividends. Looks like they should be able to get the res onto their teammate. Meanwhile, United will go down to 17. But United, finally, we get to see him in 5th place here. Not too bad, even though it's only 1 kill. And, getting at least a couple points off of this, as Petrichor Road has the vehicle for it.
I mean, it's interesting that Wildcard is pretty much the only team in the circle, but with how things are right now, I don't see them winning this game. Like, you got the entirety of 17 on one side. Once they smell that it's a split between two, if you're 17 here, you back out towards the east again once you realize this. They're trying to take the fight. Now they're trying to regroup. Perfect play from Wildcard. They had to regroup. They had to fortify. Now they do it. Little Ghost hears this, instantly sends it towards the warehouse, but Tyloo and Petrichor here as well. This is the Chinese magnet, and they all want a piece of this compound.
Everybody, as soon as Wildcard leaves to try to send it, Shatong going to take a few shots into Petrichor Road, but look at 17. They're going to find a few knocks there, as now Shatong down the last player for Tyloo, and just like that, Pero is taken out by Show, as 17 is putting on a show of their own.
17 on third place. They have been skyrocketing their way up the leaderboard and now find themselves in a 4v4 against Wildcard. Everyone was saying, oh, when we fight 17 in lower bracket, oh, once 17 goes into lower bracket. Hell no, they ain't going into lower bracket. They're putting on a show for everyone.
And look at this, Wildcard in 8th place. They were down bad, they were down low, and now they have crawled up with a huge game here to take that top 8 spot. It's still very, very close to that cut line, but Nikos will land a few shots over onto Lil Ghost. Won't get the knock, though. A lot of space, a lot of real estate left to play with here, Toby.
The regrouping of Wildcard could and most likely will be the deciding factor. And if they come up victorious, I'm liking the roof position for Nikos, because even if he does get knocked here, he can just fall back on the backside. And there's still enough distance between them that that they should be able to get the rest before the push comes through. Little Ghost has pushed up further forward. Level 3 Gannon Arm, not exactly the worst weaponry to be picking up this late in the game.
That'll be their second arm, Toby. That is...
Maybe Nikos should get off the roof.
That is, yeah, I think it might be time, buddy. I'm not even sure if the shots have come through from Suju yet, but Wildcard, if they haven't taken the shot, they have to know one arm on the field. Then all of a sudden you're going to hear 2 arms on the field. All of a sudden that starts feeling real spooky.
2 games ago, we had 7 alive in Phase 6. Now we got 8. These games, I mean, I know we're out in the open for quite a big portion of these games, and that's why kind of all hell breaks loose earlier than it normally would had there been more compounds to play around, or like better more usable terrain. But once again, we're in a stalemate now, and I don't see any pull-ups coming through for the next, I mean, at least, well,
there's no way they go off to the north, right?
They can't. You can't wrap around the north side if you're 17. If anything, you try and wrap south around.
Let's give 17 3 arms. That would be cool. But the one thing Wildcard got going for them right now is that the new circle has favored them. They get to stay inside their compound. 17 will have to leave that warehouse. But, I mean, you can see Lil Ghost that shows you. Nikos has not gotten off of this roof just yet. You got to feel like the one knock coming through might be the thing that opens the door for 17 to push, but I don't know.
No, the one knock is going to be great in, hey, we destroyed a helmet.
Yeah.
Little do they know there's an entire dead Luminosity in the compound, so they should have helmets to pick from.
Sure.
Even if they lose one. But even with the knock, again, the distance to me right now is still too big for them to try and pull up. And also, that would be them pulling up on a compound. Yes, you're in a 4v3, but we've seen compound takes, and I don't think it's going to happen even with Nuck here. I think that's their chance to reposition. If Little Ghost finds one, that is 17 fortifying Little Ghost's position at best. They can't make a pull-up on it. It's simply too far, because look at what they have to drive through here, Boro, in order to make their way to Little Ghost. They're now outside the circle. They can't go north on this one. They have to wrap south around to Little Ghost, and they're waiting for that one knock to make that possible.
This is so fun. You got 2 arms on one side, and then you got Waikikamuka with the Mosin on the other side, hanging out on the roof while the smoke wall's going to come down. And there you go, Lil Ghost will find it at the perfect time as the rest of his squad is in vehicle. Show is going to send it right on to the compound. Will seat swap, will do some damage, but won't get the knock.
Catches him on the roof spot. One more Greg shot falls as following as well. Now one flank is down. Socho is here, though. They know where they have them. Waikikamuka is up. Adam is up, but they are in trouble. Make that 3v2. Oh, no, a 2v2 as Waikikamuka turns things around.
And that's huge. Lil Ghost was the guy covering from the range there as Adam's going to find another one. And all of a sudden, it's a 1v1. Shouty D versus Adam. Adam has that second floor. Shouty D watching the windows on that second floor. Adam not peeking just yet as he has no information, I don't believe, on where these guys are. The flushes have come through on his fallen teammates except for Cal, who has that high ground.
The stalemate is on for a little while longer. Adam should have a pretty good idea of approximately where Xiaowu is. And now the info is fed across. Viking Mukal sees him over the top. That is info given. Now the jump comes through.
There you go. Shadi takes the shot. Now is down. Adam will flush out that player as well. Both players on the ground here. Shadi with the grenade in hand will throw it. Won't find any damage. Adam creeping forward. The smoke lays down. But Adam knows exactly where he is now. Nice shots come through. Oh, just barely misses him, and now Shadi has to pull away.
Headshot confirmed. Knows that he has a chance to push. Know that he has the numbers. First aid is off, though. Barrel against M4. Is that going to be the difference maker? They both have level 3 gear. That's a good flash to throw. Adam is going to be given at least a little bit of time, but once again, through the car here to try and wrap around.
Knows exactly where he is, too, but the UAZs are providing a lot of support, a lot of cover here for Shadi for both players. Shadi has the grenade in hand. Adam makes the push. He'll find the knock. He'll get the kill. And Wildcard with a huge win.
Nikos falls. 17 sense it. They find one more, but in a final stand, Wildcard come out victorious. What an effort. What a way to keep that compound on lockdown from start to finish.
This team needed something big to happen. And when it mattered most, Adam delivered in the biggest possible way. The North American veteran coming through huge for Wildcard.
They were sat down in 10th. They were the team where we're like, there is a gap up to Luminosity in 9th. Can any team bridge that gap? The first thing they do, deal with Luminosity, and then plenty more kills and a win to follow. That is absolutely huge with just 2 games to go.
Well, that being said now, Wildcard was the team that had a lot of space to make up, right? But now LG, the Expendables, they're right there on the edge as well, and they're very, very close here. So you can see, you can see 17. They really thought they would have that, but we're going to throw it over to your desk to talk about game number 3.
Thank you. An excellent fight to finish off this game here. That's our final Erangel for this group, and Wildcard comes out on top against 17. But looking at the end moments of this Avenger, whilst we take a look at the beginning of this game, the way in which 17 made the push to begin with, I loved, and the way in which Wildcard eventually held it off, I loved.
For sure, but the one important part is this fight actually, that Wildcard managed to win against Luminosity Gaming, a direct contender for potentially the last spot in the top 8 here, which means they ended up in 8 kills. They wiped all of Luminosity, they wiped all of Donuts, and then they sat in this exact compound, or a 2-2 split with it, and ended up winning from this compound that Luminosity tried to take away aggressively for them. Wildcard was sitting in 10th before going into this one here with 58 points. And 14 points behind the Expendables in 8, so it was really close.
And I really liked when watching Wildcard as well. You mentioned the 2-2 split that they had throughout this game.
Right.
But they picked the exact right moment to fall away from that warehouse, because if they hadn't, they would have been caught in the chaos of the 3 teams pushing on towards it. That would have been murder.
I honestly love the way that everyone just sent it in there. And as we heard from Poro and Tori, it's like, this is just an absolute massacre. But this clutch here, with Xiao having the cover, and Adam actually was the aggressor pushing out and winning that, and everyone going absolutely wild. I'm sure that Adam does not need to go to the gym today because he's going to have 180 heart rate throughout that fight.
That was some cardio and a half. There you go. Wildcard gets themselves the win here off the back of this. It was a great win at that, especially when you've got 2 arms bearing down on you. There was any one of those little shots that hits, then opens up the knock. That was what they were looking for here whilst they were making the transition.
Viking and Muka was like, you have a bolt, I have a bolt. I'll knock you back right there. And actually, really important knock for that one. Here are the top 4 teams, though. 14, we have a new record for Drew Group State for PGC 2022 here in Dubai. 24 points total in the game, and that is a huge one. 17, of course, also had a fantastic one. Look at all the teams here. This is super top-heavy in terms of where all the kills came from. That is insane. What is that, 43 of the kills in the top 4?
I mean, Tyloo and Petrichor was cleaning things up on the west eventually, while 17 had the position on the southeast side until they made the big wrap over towards that warehouse. So, yep, all of these teams had it covered.
As well.
A lot.
Insane amount of utility here for their game. This was a well and hard fought for a game for all these teams in this situation here. I love to see how they kind of fought their way through the third parties, the timings that they did, and also the macro. 17 Gaming with a big game. This has solidified their spot for the winner bracket in the top 8 in this group.
Yeah, definitely. So we will be seeing them holding on to the strong drop spots and trying to move through in that winner's bracket, unless somebody tries to be a bit cheeky, but it will be 17 Gaming doing what they do. Likewise, though, I think we've got to highlight Petrichor Road. It feels like they've woken up. It feels like they're actually doing something today compared to the previous 2 days. And it's nice to see because, I mean, there were definitely some doubts creeping in for a lot of people. It's like, this is a World Star team, All-Star team, but where are they? And now they're doing something.
Yeah, they are. Stepped up here 8th in the 8th place and 5 kills in the first one. 5th place and 3 kills in the other one. They should have gotten more in the last game, though. I feel like that they could have played that way more aggressive, maybe more Petrichor Road-esque game style. But this one 4th with some kills to boot, so it's good to see the consistency. But they should have had that at least in one of the other days. And now they are left chasing on the leaderboard, even though they get 12 points for this game.
It's about time, Avenger. 24 points coming in for a wild card. And yeah, exactly. The double digits continue to rain down here for the top 4. Beyond that, really not much. I mean, a lot of these teams get caught in what were 3rd, 4th parties in this kind of circle, because the edges of the circles very open. Not easy to find a decent spot to sit at.
There just simply wasn't that many more points available. 43 kills for the top 4. That doesn't leave more than 21 for everyone else. So, but yeah, we had some interesting fights, and especially when we saw the circle shift, you saw everyone scramble to try to get into better spots. But here, it's all the kills, and Waikikamuka with 6 and 840 top performance for him. But the clutcher on Adam, really important for them to close this one out here. They did manage to, you know, kind of midway where we had a kind of a little bit of a wait time, a little bit of a passive wait time where everyone started kind of, okay, let's get the flush, let's get all the kills. There was a point where there was 3 knocks on 17's side, but they managed to clutch it out on Adam in the end. It's good to see him.
Definitely so. Really well done here at this compound. Again, though, I think both teams played it pretty well. 17 being able to push up the way they did. And again, they put themselves into the top 8, do wildcard with that game. The Expendables falls out. We were speaking about it before this game, and this might come to fruition here, Avenger. They might be having a bit of a harder time. I mean, Luminosity as well is another team that's trying to contest for this top spot. But technically, a lot can happen in these 2 games. For example, if Petrichor got some big back-to-backs, there could be a huge shift, but that would be monstrously insane. That would be ridiculous.
We're talking like a win or something like that, and then they have to, in the last game, also have a fantastic game. But yeah, right now it is Expendables, Luminosity left fighting, trying to chase now. No, 8 points and 11 points behind. That's rough, because Wildcard, after this here, they're going to be having an insane momentum. They're going to be building this into the next few games. I will say this, though, when we're talking about Wildcard, in a situation where Miramar is historically, or what we've seen for them, not like an overperformance map, it's more of a mediocre map for them. BBL as well, they need to continue their streak to kind of keep their spot. Right now, it's looking like it's kind of only like 1 spot up for grabs, and that's at 8th spot.
So before I risk potentially end up having to go into the game anyway, I guess my question to you is, how are we looking at for the Expendables as well as Luminosity on Miramar?
Ooh, yeah, that's an interesting one. Expendables' Miramar has been their best performance when we look at Miramar.
Because they went BBL?
Now they're looking at BBL, and they have had better performance on Miramar as well. 6.2 compared to 5.2 on Erangel and points per game.
Yes.
Expendables, historically, when we're looking at it for their performance, they are looking in a situation where we are seeing them having 9.2 points per game actually in the games that we have had here in the group stage compared to their 3.8 on Erangel. So it has been a better one. So they could potentially have, if they're able to replicate that performance, a good performance here in the last 2 games of Miramar.
Any numbers on Luminosity? Because, of course, we saw Luke popping off on Erangel, but what about Miramar?
Yeah, 6.2 points per game for Luminosity compared to their 7.8 on Erangel, so a bit of a lower performance on Miramar historically here in the group stage compared to what we've seen, but it does kind of, it gets pulled up by Luke's clutch, where they're able to take the point home from that one.
The important thing about Luminosity in this game as well is that if they don't lose the situation against Wildcard, they could quite easily carry that through into the next phases of that game and potentially get a lot of points. But thank you very much, Avenger. It is time to head over to the desert here. Only 2 games remain for Group B to find themselves a winner's bracket spot.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you so much, Martin. We are back and ready with 2 more games left to play. Miramar is where we're going. And oh my lord, do we have our eyes on a select few teams who are fighting for that top 8. But my eyes right now, Poro, are on Petrichor, on Gen G. I mean, probably too far down, but Petrichor, Luminosity, Expendables. What can they do? Especially for Petrichor, they're still a little bit further down here. They need 2 good games back to back in order to make this thing a reality.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, like you said, we're down to 2. This is where the big pressure starts to set in here as somehow LG getting a little bit split there. Yeah, Purdy Curdy the last one to pop out as well as Ty Lue, Sia on top of each other. So we'll keep an eye on that. But, I mean, as you said, it's so close. The Expendables have to get something done. If they want to try to catch up with Wildcard, they got to get it done now. And if LG's going to I mean, LG started today in 4th place, Toby.
Yeah.
That's the kind of day that we've had so far.
It's been an up and down thing, but as we said, I mean, coming into it, it's been the teams who needed the point to climb back who has been phenomenal throughout the day. It's pretty damn impressive what we've been witnessing from, I mean, a select 4 teams who 3 games in a row now have had solid performances.
Okay, there we go. Get the Los Leones circle, and it's pretty decent news there for LG as they'll loot up around the city and decide where they want to go from there. A lot of teams off to the north here, kind of keep an eye on where the Expendables are right now. They're just north of Los Leones, hanging out between La Bandita and the city. But, man, what can you even say about Wildcard? At a time when they absolutely needed to have a big performance, they came through in a huge way.
And it's interesting because what some might take away from this game is, oh, Wildcard were there from the beginning, they just got the compound. Sure, they didn't have to move much, but they were fighting the entire game.
Oh, absolutely.
Initially, they take out Donuts, then they just exactly get to regroup, then you have the entirety of Luminosity who pulls up towards them. 17 was a threat to them since phase 4. They were always there lingering down below, and then for them to come out victorious here, despite the fact that Nikos was the first one to fall.
Look at this.
I mean, they did everything, Wildcard, to deserve this win.
Oh, this is so filthy.
Boom.
Boop. Just
and
right
you see
on
the
dome.
shot hit the roof there as well from the arm too.
God, it's pretty.
This was as close as can be.
But man, 17 gave them everything they could handle there at the end. And look at this grenade. Oh, that is perfectly cooked. Goodness, that was a joy of an end game to behold there. And keep in mind, I mean, the fact that 17 had 2 arms as well. I mean, that's nutty. That's nutty.
Sure
well, there's your kill leaders from that game. Not too surprising to see the man himself, Waikiki up there at the top with 6 and 840 damage.
And Ty Lue making it as far up as they did was pretty impressive to me as well, because they were kind of stuck down on that southwestern side with plenty of teams around them. They knew we need to go out and take fights now if we want to stay alive for this. We cannot just kind of turtle down and hope that everyone ignores us. No, we got to go aggressive and dictate the flow of what happens on the west side of the circle, and see a big factor in the push up towards stage rate, saying we need these kills, we need this position, and we need it fast. And then, well, how did I deliver?
Checking in with Shiva and those donuts just off to the north. They got Polish Power kind of making a rotation just off to their south. 2 shots come through from Shiva towards Cappy. Polish Power, well, we've got a 3-way tie for last, so nobody they haven't figured that out yet either.
So I guess technically, I mean, and
Look how
I do know
close that is
we
from
have
16th
our
to 12th,
different tiebreakers, but I guess in one way or another, if you're Buram, they can go, well, we also kind of 14.
Yeah.
But for those maybe for those of you guys who don't know, this is a good time to bring it up. Should we end up in a situation where we do indeed have a tie for maybe not the bottom spots, but some of the more important ones, let's say maybe 8th and 9th, if they should be tied in the total points, where in the past it would be the kills that determine the tiebreaker. Not too long ago, it was swapped to now being the placement points. So if you are confused by why your team that you're rooting for could potentially lose in a tiebreaker like that, that is because that rule has been changed. So there you go. The more you know.
Personally, good change.
I'm all for it.
I think it's a good change.
There are other things that has been done in the past that, granted, winning games a lot more. I don't even know how to put it without saying the word. But now, if this is the change that they want to make in order to, you know, I mean, have the wins be more impactful, the placement points,
yes.
I am all for it. It's a good middle ground.
Yes, yes indeed. Day Trade, well, they are feeling pretty secure in their top 8 spot, as they should, as fantastic performance all throughout this week so far, and pretty decent so far here today as we see Polish Power, well, they're going to run right into the Expendables, and that is a point in the pocket of a team that very much needs one.
Yep, can't fault the observers for not catching that one because that happens kind of mid-rotation. Polish Power trying to regroup on the north side of Las Leones. Unfortunately for them, Expendables there ready and
pretty good about replays.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a serving team. A massive shout out to all of production. This has been a joy to cast.
Absolutely. And we'll see if we got. We'll see if that one was worthy of a replay this time around. Is Adam all by himself finding his little pills and
on behalf of Polish Power
treatments? Oh well, this time around they're not going to avoid it. As a little ghost and the 17 boys. What a shot on a Crunio!
Oh my God, the double headshot!
Oh, disgusting! And well, now Cappy and Marcelic, I think they're just like, you know what? Screw it. We got to sit this one out. Let's go.
You can't even be mad. And again, the nade to follow the perfect timing headshot initially. Cappy goes down. Usually I'd be pissed that I get -3 points from my fantasy team, but you know what? When you hit shots like that,
that's pretty dirty.
To anyone who ever questioned the abilities of 17 Gaming after day one, these guys are here to fight. And right now, they're looking like a solid contender for that first place spot.
Once again, credit to the team, credit to Suju for fitting in, slotting in so well there. As Marcelic will find at least one. Get yourself a point. He's going to juking him. Okay.
Left, right.
Finally does get him, but actually the rest of 17 have left too. So Marcelic actually gets to survive. They'll allow him to fight yet another day, which is fantastic news for me because he's on my fantasy squad.
There you go. So should he be able to stay alive for another 2 minutes and 45 seconds, I'm sure he'd be very, very pleased.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Circle, as we saw earlier, does hop south with Los Leones in the middle. No one, obviously, other than the 3 teams here, opting to really hard commit to Los Leones. Expendables, they see Luminosity up to move further down south, and they go, you know what, let's take what they left. So they're the one team that is really all the way in. Marcelic, I mean, sure, Polish Power is down the bottom of the leaderboard, but don't question his aim. He's a pretty damn good fragger. So don't give him too many 1v1 opportunities here.
Sure is. Well, they'll drop the flame on him. And they'll get him down to about half HP. He's still burning, actually. And he's going to go down.
Perfect molly.
Nicely placed molly yet again by Lil Ghost, as his utility use has been on display here so far this game. 3 kills now for 17.
They throw the first molly. They hear the footsteps of him running to the right side of the next room. They instantly throw the molly there too. And there's just, I mean, once your entire building is literally on fire, there's there's no getting out of it. There is no getting out of it. That double headshot onto Crunio, I mean, I feel like it's got to be the same feeling being taken, and that nade as well. It's got to be the same feeling being taken out by a double headshot like that, because it wasn't like he missed the first 8 bullets. He literally just double headshot. That's the same as getting taken out from an arm at like 2 kilometers.
Oof. Well, now we got another situation here as Gustav getting caught up with Pushils. Nuren's already knocked as well, so Daytrade, and Nuren's actually going to get cleaned up by Xiaohai as Daytrade was trying to do a long wrap around here on the south side. They lose 1 to TMA, and now they've pulled FaZe first into FaZe Clan, and the rest of FaZe, they realize that Gustav in a little bit of a dicey spot here.
FaZe
go over here, provide some support.
Exactly. FaZe are able to regroup in this position, but Daytrade,
no.
Not in the slightest. Gustav perfect off angle over the ridge line. He knew it was there, but once the cars come in, he's got to pay attention to the other side. 8C, well, whatever it is you're doing, you should stop doing that right now.
Step car, no. There we go. Pushils will get taken out by Fex, and that'll be another point in FaZe's pocket as they climb up the leaderboard, Toby.
Yeah.
FaZe.
Well, I mean, one step at a time.
Exactly.
We're looking at essentially at least a doubling of points in order for them to get into the top 8.
They're not getting into the top 8, but
we're looking at a back-to-back wins with double-digit kills in both of them. I'm just laying out the land here. That is what's needed.
Okay.
Is this going to happen?
Okay. You know what?
Probably not.
Fair enough.
That is what's needed for them to win.
All that I'm really looking for is just signs of progress. Signs of just kind of getting your feet under. Oh, no.
Progress is not granted when we have Los Leones finishes.
In the city.
That is a good song.
It is a
what
great
a throwback.
Song.
What a
fantastic song, and it is
all the Zoomers
appropriate.
In the chat not knowing what we're talking about.
Appropriate right now, as Los Leones is looking mighty, mighty spicy for the future. Here's Wildcard getting a little bit close to each other on the rotate. A lot of teams now in vehicles starting to head into the city itself. USG, United, all joining the Expendables in 17. Petrichor Road starting to look over in that direction as well. Sia kind of by himself on the south side. He's got a full squad of Buriram pulling up on back of him. Yep, there's the oversight. You can see what Los Leones is currently looking like.
Not a lot of teams playing the center of the city. Of course, we do have a lot of this, the rocks around there being unplayable. That will be shifted away from 2 circles from now, and the teams that don't go into the city, well, forced to wrap south around. This time around it's Tai Lu taking the fight to Buriram.
They sent one over, CC-108, to provide some support for Sia. The rest of the squad on their way over here as we check in with the Expendable 777. Hearing the footsteps of E-United around them. This is one of those city fights, right? So you'll hear the footsteps. It probably won't come to anything anytime soon. Belmont getting real close to BBL here, rather, and will just avoid their line of sight. This is on the just to the southwest of Los Leones City, where BBL is kind of held up pretty nicely.
This next circle, I know we're still about 2 minutes away from it showing itself, but it's going to be crucial. I mean, we're sitting with a stack of teams up towards the west side of the city, because a lot of the teams that are now trying to kind of make landfall in Los Leones, those spots are already taken. Usually they wouldn't be, but because so many teams had to wrap into the previous circle from the west side, they had no other entry. So 17, Petrichor, Daytrade, BBL, all forced to play, I think, closer to Los Leones than what they would have necessarily wanted. That means Gen G, question mark, Wildcard to some extent as well, can't really backfill, because the teams that could have gone further center with the new circle shift haven't moved at all.
Yeah, Wildcard taking their time with this one. Just they're our northernmost squad at the moment. The only team on the north that hasn't entered Los Leones just yet here, as we see Filfers trying to avoid shots from Remba with that SKS. He's going to have to duck back down, and it's actually kind of fortunate he did. It looked like a doozy was almost right underneath him and could have had a pretty easy spray to get that knock. And the rest of Gen G obviously nowhere near Remba. Cut back to Tai Lu, and Buriram Naraja has taken the knock. Hasn't gotten flushed just yet, though.
No, Xiaoyang is very, very isolated from the rest of his teammates. So it makes sense to me that even though we've seen aggression out of Tai Lu, that they're not hard committing to the push. They're trying to use utility to force them to kind of trying to hurt them, sheep herd them together, in lack of a better word. He did wrap over the ridge line above, but that is a very exposed position to everything that is the western side of this circle, so understandable that he went up there, tried to claim some info, realized that, well, they're not peeking me. I should probably get it out there.
Yeah, Edie was a good spot for a while it lasted. Nobody shot at him, but I think he just realized it was too risky. Yeah. So let's see where our next circle is going to take us, Toby. Are we going to the city?
No,
we are pulling away
towards the southwest, and this next circle should go, if not center, then pretty southwest as well. So FaZe Clan right now looking phenomenal. Plenty of warehouses, plenty of what will be prime real estate in the next circle available. I think that's why you're seeing Buriram instantly as soon as they see that circle, even a little bit before that, try and desiccate. Get out of that compound, claim something new. You've been on the southern side for a while now. You know there's a lot available.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how much scouting they've been able to do, and actually curious to see how much scouting that FaZe has been able to do, if they've been able to spot out where they want to play so far. Haven't really gotten in vehicles just yet. They're still kind of taking shots over towards Take Me Away Gaming, at least the trailing end in Zhaohai. Gen G, meanwhile, starting to come back together. Renba and Onyx Asura already together, out of the last one to come in and join as they're getting pushed from QM from the north side. Now, FaZe, I think Diggory has spotted out Naraja or Canaxi. And yep, there we go. Shots being sent over in that direction. I think FaZe realizing that they need to start making moves here.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance to push for the forward issue for Gustav, who's kind of the spearhead right now for the team. Is that Solo trying to scout that warehouse uphill where he's like currently sat next to is close to impossible. Now, we know there's no one there, but little would you normally know. Oh, no, here's the Kryptonite. The Donut Kryptonite.
USG, they're going to run face first into some wild cards once again. And just like last time, it's an immediate three-piece for the wild card boys. Now Shiva, the last one alive, will heal up. And, well, what are you going to do now?
I mean, if you're a wild card player, you're going to be clapping your hands.
Yeah,
if you're Donuts, you're probably pretty upset.
Donuts being very, very generous to wild card. donating their points.
Yeah, it's been a gift shop all the way through.
I mean, it's been on rotations every single time. So Donuts hasn't even had a chance to shoot back, really, as the grenades come through. Shiva going to be the last one up. The Molotov just burning in the hallway, trying to hold off the push for as long as possible. But Wildcard, they want to finish this off. They don't want to have to mess with him anymore. Shiva down to 27 HP. Will get finally taken down by Nikos. And that's 4 kills now for Wildcard. And they have kind of control over the northwest.
It's so fortunate for Wildcard that no one's up there, that no one's third-partying. 17 was now I should say, in a position from where they could potentially have pushed up. We're getting to see the replay here. I don't even think we need to see it. It was an onslaught from start to finish. Little fighting was done. I mean, they just jumped into death, essentially.
Sometimes it just be that way.
Yeah,
well,
yeah. You win some, you lose some.
Indeed, indeed. Our circle is about to collapse, and everybody's already made their way in. So 52 alive, 14 teams remaining. Let's see where the next zone decides to take us. Are we going to favor down to the south?
Yeah,
and it looks like that's what's going to be. As TMA have a spot, Gen G looking good, LG looking good as well. FaZe still looking over towards Burrow.
While we have the map up, for those of you guys who don't know, you might know of land ratio and us shifting away from the bigger mountains. Those quote-unquote bigger mountains also stand on the side of the west side of Las Leones and the southern side. I wanted to stop to talk about this fight, but the fight never really happened. It was just an execution. So we knew the circle was going to head down in this direction, and so did many of the players. That's why they opted to play as far southwest as they did. Normally you go, why are you going from a center position to the edge? But they knew that a shift of this sort was coming up, and well, I mean, that's why a lot of the teams that are already coming.
United sending it to the center of the circle, and will get away with it this time around. Gregshot, though, will not, as he gets taken down. The rest of his squad still up on the north, taking shots over towards BBL, but they have attracted a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Luke 12 will get the knock on to Quetpa, but that should be an easy res coming in through for BBL.
Yeah, the rest is going to be easy, all right, but the push to follow, it's going to be pretty difficult. Little Ghost peeking on. Oh, does he hear? He hears him down below. Adam and Akano in a buggy of all vehicles as well. But shots are fired. They now know that they have an opposing team right next door. Little Ghost isolated. He's alone. Backs off. Gets Adam with the nade. The one player whose position he did not know exactly where it was. And they might actually turn around on this.
A little bit of vengeance coming in for 17 on the wild card as Luke 12 and the LG boys, we needed to see if they were going to be able to come back from behind, and they have already netted themselves a few kills already. They have a nice spot inside the zone. Now wild card, Nikos will take care of Lil Ghost. It's down to just Nikos and Cal as Chu and Jadidi will escape. They'll make their way into the circle.
Expendable in trouble here as well. Luminosity trying to determine which side do we focus on. This as immediate flashbacks to Perfectix sprinting towards Sonix a couple of days ago in the exact same spot. Here we'll see if Lewis and Dogjuice can make more happen than what Sonix were able to. But of course, again, Luminosity can't really overextend. They know they have BBL sitting on the north side still. There's no push too far forward.
I mean, LG desperately wants to get rid of the Expendables here if they can, but they've got, like you said, they have to be careful. Kurt needs to be careful out here, and there you go. Expendables will get taken out by Flood and the United boys. So now LG, mission accomplished. Expendables down. Now let's try to get some points. Ooh, Petrichor
eliminated. Gen G standing strong on the edge of the circle as Petrichor tried to make their way towards their compound. Instantly denied. Wildcard will fall as well. Your 7th place team going down. And, well, now they get to sit back and hope that some of the teams right behind them on the leaderboard ain't gonna claim a whole lot more. And as I say that, BBL, the team right behind him, in trouble as well.
Yeah, I mean, BBL on that 8th place cut line. They wanted to try to come and get as many points as they can. They've gotten 3 kills so far, but now 2 knocked, and LG's creeping out there to gatekeep them. Thunderlost is going to go down. Quetpa the last one up as QM is pushing right into their face.
The Luminosity play to cross the road, to actively go out and deny the push on over is absolutely crucial here. Quetpa will fall, and this is going to make so much space for Luminosity. If they take out Question Mark here too, they know they for the most part will be playing backs free. Issue is Tyloo is still in the nearby vicinity. Purdy ain't there, Luke ain't there. For Alo and Penta, they came up, they find a couple of kills, now they back off. Very, very smart play. You have very little time to make that play, and they make it happen perfectly.
LG being active and aggressive at a time when they desperately need to be here. Penta pulling back away. We saw the kill onto Petrichor Road there in the replay. Pretty easy stuff for Gen G if we're being completely honest. Tyloo, though, still have that high ground. They're going to find Purdy Curdy here as we check in with FaZe Clan, trying to make their way in on that southeastern side. Cleaning up Buriram. Gustav will go down. Narendra and Edie, the last two up for Buriram.
Trying to buy themselves some time. FaZe not exactly in a position to collapse on this just yet. You can see Gustav peeking on forward. Has to crawl back down. Not sure if they're going to get to him in time, but FaZe fortifying this position. They know they have to deal with Buriram now before it's too late.
We'll see LG will lose Kurt here as Narendra going to try to go for the res on the Godmeow, but a beautiful nade from Diggory will pull him away as Tyloo still have that high ground. They're still putting work down into LG. A doozy going to protect him. Sia going to go down now as well. Buriram will get finished off by Fex, but Tyloo in a lot of trouble here.
And while the edges are all on fire, Take Me Away Gaming and E United are doing their best to cause as much commotion as they can. Question mark now forced to be four in a vehicle. Make their play on forward, driving straight past all of Gen G and somehow surviving while doing so. As I say that, Floodbite's one of it back from Adder. Picture perfect, finds the final three.
It does not get any better than that from Adder, and Gen G still 4 alive on the north side. They have complete control. Now LG have only gotten 1 kill. We've been singing their praises. They've been doing some fantastic area control, Toby, but has not netted them any points just yet. Now they are getting further into placements now as Fex finds Zhao Yang, as FaZe has woken up here once again. Look at that, 6 kills for the FaZe boys.
Still, again, a long journey to top 8. But with every kill, it becomes more and more doable. Tyloo, they're aware they have Luminosity just down the ridge line. They can't overcommit to the peaks, though, because as you can see in the distance there, Gen G has vision up the hillside. Halo able to find one, Renba finds the other. As said, Gen G perfect angle on the push. And Luminosity lives to see another fight.
Huge work from Alo there. Immediate flick will protect himself and save LG's chances here to collect a few more points. Now, Zhao DD still in there. Solo hiding up just between LG and Gen G, as the circle will favor them off to the north. They still have some movement to do. United still 4 deep. They have the compound, but they've got a full strength FaZe that's on a tear just off to their east.
Do you back off here if you're FaZe, though? I know they need the kills, but when you're this late in the game,
they've got
and
some
there's
high
so
ground
many
to work
teams
with,
that have
though.
to fight, I know they do, but Luminosity are pretty contained right now. Like, there's limited to no options for them to move towards the circle. And if you're allowing for Take Me Away, not that I know why they do it right now, but if you're allowing for 1 or 2 of them to push out of the compound towards the south and play contain, I feel like they need to commit at least 1 to try and make sure that no one is backfilling them. Because right now, I mean, 3 of them are outside the circle, and I feel like they push straight into the face of E United. It's going to be hard, but then again, I mean, Take Me Away Gaming has got all the eyes in the world on the entire west side ridgeline.
Well, LG in a lot of trouble right now, and it looks like they've elected to go off to the north where Gen G is waiting, but you can see they're already low. They got to stop down, go for some heals here, but this is pretty much their only option. They had nothing else really to do, as Penta's going to try to take the car, and he's going to get picked out by Fex, finished off by Shouty D, and now it's just down to Luke 12 and Alo.
In fact, 17 still has 1 alive lingering in the bushes down there below. Crucial for them again. I mean, they're already solidified at this point, but any point going their way, when we're looking at 10th, 12th, 13th, teams that desperately need the points. When you see a team currently sat in 3rd steal those points away from you, that has got to hurt.
It's rough stuff. Gen G going to try to leave their spot on the north side, send it in just a little bit further, and they'll leave that high ground behind. But unfortunately for them, I mean, Fex, FaZe still have line of sight onto all of this, and big shots coming in from the FaZe fragger. There you will. He'll find Asura, get that knock. We'll try to go for the flush, and I think Alo might have just spotted out Shouty D, but how does that not do more damage?
Well, he's chilling, proned, blocking some damage off. Not sure if he's maybe got a level 3 vest on as well. Doing as best as he can to stay put. Gustav well aware there's players inside the shack. I don't think that nade went all the way in there, though. Same thing happening here. 17, their dreams and hopes of coming out victorious in this game lives with every nade that bounces a bit too far.
Just the safest bowl in history is Onyx nursing that 1 health point he's got left. Rello taking some shots up towards FaZe. They get the res onto their knocked teammate. So FaZe now turning their attention towards E United. Well, at least Gustav is, as the rest of everybody else. It looks like all of Gen G and all of LG are all trying to get rid of Shouty D.
I mean, FaZe right now are doing Luminosity a massive favor in forcing the attention of E United towards them, because E United could easily make that north side of the circle a living hell for Luminosity. But right now, as you can see here, For good reason, United forced to look down towards the east. New circle's gonna pop. Where are we going? FaZe, still vehicles available. Take me away. Not opted to leave the compound yet here either.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten talked about TMA really. They've just been hanging out over there on that western side, and look at that. The southern shift will favor E-United, will favor Take Me Away a little bit here. Now FaZe will have to leave that high ground.
I mean, look at what they've got to work with. If they come down to here, Take Me Away is going to have eyes on them all the way through. This is... I know that I said I wanted to see them play Southside control at least with one, but that's suicide at this point. I mean, all of Take Me Away, if you can time it, if you can find a knock on Take Me Away if you're a FaZe clan, that would be absolutely huge in order to make your way down from this hillside. The issue is now it's going the other way around. Luke finds one Alo, though, down instantly after. If they can deal with the north side now before they have to move themselves, there might be a play for FaZe clan on the east side here.
Look at this, Shotty D. Trying to make a... Looks like he was pushing up to see if he can maybe finish off what's left of LG here. Luke trying to go for the res. Yeah, I think he heard the footsteps, and really Shotty D just being annoying more than anything here.
Could you please just
And
die?
now the blue's coming. Oh, no.
What?
Oh!
Level 3 Vist.
He
There
just
you have it.
refuses to
level
die.
3 Vist. Level 3 Vist.
Would you... And Alo's going to bleed out, and now Luke's going to die to the blue.
Level 3 West and prone. That is a hurt logger outfit if I've seen one. And Luke, well, that's one placement point they're going to be missing out on. We'll have to see come to the end of it if that's the deciding factor in whether or not they qualify FaZe. Well, one team out. They know they have to make the play eventually, and here they go.
Are you kidding me? Shotty D's going to find one. He's done a bunch of damage back onto the rest of Gen G as well. Eventually does get knocked low enough to go down to the blue. Meanwhile, FaZe and E-United are squaring up. The smoke walls laid down. Gustav's going to get taken down by Flood.
That's the flank dealt with. Diggory falls as well. Solid hold here for E-United. Surprised that Take Me Away ain't doing more, and just like that, kickstart Snagers. Flood working together to find the kills, and now Take Me Away. They didn't want to aggress too early. They have not been in a hurry. Seeing all the teams take these fights with one another, now they can push forward. Now they can take the aggressive fight uphill, knowing that they have the numbers advantage.
It was always going to be a tough fight from FaZe, pushing down into that location that E-United was holding. And United managed to hold it without taking a single knock. One knock did come through from Xiaohai as Gen G started to push down through the open fields on that northern side, and Onyx just on the edge of blue. He's going to take some blue damage here, and it's actually going to be Xiaohai. The nice angle onto him, gets the knock. Rembo will return it.
Yeah, solid damage coming through from Gen G again. While they might not qualify the winners bracket, they're making up for a performance in the start of the tournament that we've already coined as not being the best they've ever done. So good to see they're getting things going, which potentially will lead into the bracket.
Not over yet. Rello will find Adder. That'll be another knock in the pocket of E-United, who has 7 kills despite kind of holding that that middle of the circle, center circle position for a long time. Xiaohai is getting rezzed, it looks like, for TMA.
Yeah.
And it looks like Remba might not be long for this world, and Lulu always will be the one that dispatches him.
Take Me Away are so happy that E-United at no point in time has focused on them. I think there's been like a silent agreement that, you know what, we don't shoot at you, you don't shoot at us. We want to make placement points, we want to get the win. Let's take the fight in the end of the game and see who's really the best of Group B.
Well, we get to find out now. United still has that hard cover to work with, while TMA is having to move across that open field. They've got some farm equipment to hide behind. Yuppie looks like he has a little bit of an angle here onto Rello. Rello pulling back down immediately, though, before Yuppie can take advantage of it.
Flood is ready for it. I was just going to say, if he's allowed to get that off-angle position, that could easily be the death of, or the first leak of what would be the ship of United, and it would sink pretty quick after. Xiaohai, Nate's now being locked on forward again. Keep in mind, Taking Away game hasn't had to fight a whole lot up close. So they have the utility. Utility doesn't help you a lot, though, when E-United are hitting shots like this.
Relo finding that first knock there. He's going to get some more damage into Lulu always as well. Xiaohai looking back, but Relo not over-peaking just yet. Yuppie, it looks like, yeah, they're not going to be able to go for that res there. As Kickstarter with the 6x spray gets him knocked extremely low, but doesn't get the knock just yet. E-United going for their 5th win in 15 games in groups here, Toby.
There's just no stopping these boys. Kickstart swaps over to the red dot, finds one more. They know they have Xiaohai stuck in the smoke. He's going to try to make a play out of it, but no helmet. Broken vest to work with as well. Has a molly, but little more to work with. Taken down instantly as Kickstart finds one more. Crazy last player alive. Is he going to deny it? I'm not sure, but he might as well at this point. Sorry, they do have Yobi up as well, but a 2v4 with their backs against the wall. This looks clearly like a United win.
They have just been looking so dominant, especially once you get them into these endgame scenarios. They have complete control as Kickstart will find Yuppie, gets him knocked almost dead, but not, he's about 1 round shy. Crazy 112. Lulu always, is he going to go for the res? No shot.
Has to back off it. Snake is pushing on forward. Clear angle. Kickstart actually the one to find the knock in the first
And he gets
place.
both!
Kickstart finds the second. More points for your Panacer team, Poro, but most importantly, yet a phenomenal showing from United. They hard commit early. They don't go into the city. They leave. They say, we will play the open. We will fend off against everyone coming our way. And they do so successfully.
The shot calling from Rello has been absolutely beautiful and perfect all throughout this group stage. They're sending it to these compounds. It's very high risk, high reward type plays, but they're getting away with it early on. Yeah. They're playing their lives. They know exactly what they need to do in these end game scenarios as well, and the communication has just been beautiful.
Absolutely phenomenal showing here for the boys in red, white, and blue. And honestly, I mean, to me, this is the best NA showing I've ever seen at a global tournament.
It's looking pretty damn good so far.
They're playing phenomenally.
You can't really deny it. It's just been a fantastic group stage. But again, once again, Toby, still group stage. They know that there's a long tournament. They've got a lot left to do. But they have come in here with a chip on their shoulder. They have something to prove. They want to prove they're, again, best team in North America. And they also want to prove that they are the best team in the world.
It was a quiet start to the day. We were questioning their final group stage day, even though they were set up at the top of it. But they bring home another win. Of course they would. They've had 2 every day so far. Might as well get the final 2 here, should they be possible. We're going to hop over to the desk with 1 more game still left to play.
Thanks, lads. That's right. EU United come in with 1 clear objective. Not only advance to the winners bracket here, but after guaranteeing themselves winners bracket, saying, we think we can get more points than Na'Vi, and they certainly have done, and they're happy about it. You could hear them after this victory. What a great victory it was as well.
Yeah, Kickstart asked me yesterday, how many points did Na'Vi have? We're going to break that tomorrow. So now they did that. Impressive game. And what a game again here. Wildcard wiping out Donuts. Rough one for Donuts so far, but take me away. They got some little bit more circle luck here to put them into that triple-digit mark that's going to guarantee them a spot into winner's bracket as well, James.
Yep, breaking that triple digits here, so take me away. We will be seeing them. This nade,
that's actually insane.
I really enjoyed watching this game for that particular nade because I turned to you, Martin, and I said, that's a bad nade. And then I turned back to the screen.
And you saw everyone die.
I didn't realize they were there. I don't know why. I thought they were going to the shack.
The way that they stopped there, yeah, you thought they were going a little bit further. But yeah, Xiaohan, the boys here, for Take Me Away, they have another good one, but they could not defeat the North American Giants here with an Australian Spice coming in for this one here. United really looking fantastic. I'm super excited to see them in winners bracket, and I feel like they're gonna be going breezily through that as well. Kickstart screaming his lungs out. Good to hear the excitement for them too.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. EU United blasting this group here, taking that #1 spot handedly. There are no other competitors for them here up at the very top. The one solace we can take here at the desk is at least they're called EU. But anyway, they've got themselves 12 kills in this one. A lot of smokes being used here, just to keep them alive across their spot.
I was actually surprised when the timing they tried to get into that spot, because it's obviously it was center, but you need a lot of cover. You need a lot of smokes and utility to kind of survive that. But they played it super well, and the way they kind of hungered down, they held the shack, and they also got to some of the low ground riches with a few casts, and it made it work perfectly. But yes, you do need a lot of utility to make this work, and also you need a lot of utility to win this game, and they executed that perfectly. Super happy to see them up here. Little too late for Gen.G and Faceland. They kind of wake up here on the last day, and if we had one more day, it would be like, okay, they might have a chance, but no, I think it's a little too late for them.
Yeah, they're going to need a win and something ridiculous like 25 kills or something stupid,
they're
something
like half the server.
Impossible, I think it's fair to say here for this one. But up at the top, it is stabilizing now for our top 8. There are still contenders trying to get for that barrier, but as we take a look at the final moments as well, it would have been interesting to see if roles had been reversed and see if Take Me Away could have maybe kind of done something to them. If they had maybe slight higher ground, but no way. Looking at how EU is playing this, looking at the way that they're surrounding their opponents towards the end as well, just finding those off angles.
This power position from Relo as well, and his 3x sprint M4 was just too strong. Kickstart winning a few of these 1 versus 1s as well. This one here, winning this one too. Just crazy. This man is off his rockers.
Yeah, very, very good shots coming in from left, right, and center.
Damn.
Timmy wasted no chance against E United. They're at number 1, 22 points go their way. But again, some double digits here and there. As you said, for Gen G and FaZe, it might just be a little bit too late. In fact, it is too late.
It is. It is indeed. At this point here, I think even with a record-breaking game, they're not going to be able to make it into it. And it's also because we just have our top 8 is solidifying themselves. They keep putting points in the board. They keep getting these 3 to 5 kills constantly, where they're getting a good amount of that. Kickstart again getting 6 kills, 756 damage. If you have him as your captain on your fantasy team, you are so far ahead of everyone else right now.
Relo as well, a lot of damage coming in from him. So all of these guys in general, be it this game or any other game, you know, they're basically taking turns at absolutely popping. But nice to see, nice to see. Here's the overall standings. Let's take stock of the barrier. Right now, BBL sits in 8th place. There are a few contenders with a win, but will it happen?
Yeah, Expendables and Luminosity Gaming right now, the only ones that are, even Gen G with a win, like with a record-breaking win or a tie in like 24 points, that would not be enough. It would only tie up with BBL, and BBL is going to get a few kills here and there. They're going to get maybe some placement too. So only right now our eyes is on Expendables and Luminosity Gaming for this last game, for this last Miramar here for group stage with B. And we're talking a big game. They are 9 and 11 points ahead of the 2 contenders.
Yes.
And you're going to know BBL is going to play the same smart game. They're going to get their kills here and there, and then they're going to have their eyes on the kill feed and track once they see or hear Expendables or Luminosity Gaming members fall. Luminosity Gaming, though, I gotta say, they have had 5 points in 4 games, James. 5 points. That is just not enough to cut. They were 4th, as the casters are pointing out, going into today, and they have been falling back quite far behind right now.
And for BBL, it feels like they have turned on a little bit. It's not just Marco and Smash, also Quepper and Thunderlost have been able to put up a bit of damage as well. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have one more game remaining here for the group stage, and after that game, we will know who's going to the winners and who's going to the lower. See you in a few.
There's Daytrade Gaming, the best team in the APAC. Let's go. Hi guys, hello. Hello. Well, where were you heading? What did you do? I just want to have a short interview with you guys and a little quiz time. Do you have time? Okay. Okay, let's go. Follow me. Welcome to Dubai, Daytrade Gaming. Can you introduce yourself?
ชื่อเบลมอสครับจาก Daytrade Gaming ครับ
ชื่อโนรินจากทีม Daytrade Gaming ครับ
Have you met other players from other teams or other regions so far?
ก็เจอแล้วครับ มีทีมจีนแล้วก็ยุโรปแล้วก็อเมริกาครับเจอมาแล้วครับ
เวียดนามยุโรปก็คือว่าเจอเริ่มจะครบทุกโซนแล้วแต่ว่ายังไม่ครบทุกทีมครับ
You guys were not that good in last year but became so strong this year. How could you become so strong this year and how could you be so consistent toward this year?
ก็พวกเราเตรียมตัวมาทั้งปีครับปีนี้ก็มีความมั่นใจมากครับที่จะทำได้ดีกว่าเดิมในครั้งนี้ครับ
You guys might not be the first and second in the PCS stat leaderboard, still high, but your team is all about the teamwork.
ก็ด้วยความที่เราเล่นมานานเราเล่นมาประมาณ3ปีเล่นด้วยกันครับแล้วก็เรารู้ว่าข้อผิดพลาดเราเป็นยังไงแล้วเราค่อยๆแก้ไขมาตลอดเลยครับก็ทำให้ประสบความสำเร็จใน PCS ด้วยครับ
ก็คิดว่านูรินเป็นคนที่ไว้ใจได้ตลอดครับ เชื่อใจได้
ก็เหมือนกันเลยครับ คือเชื่อใจเพื่อนมาตลอดเลยครับ ว่าเพื่อนทำได้อยู่แล้ว
So this is your first time coming into PGC. How do you feel? It's gonna be very much different from PCS.
ก็ตื่นเต้นเหมือนกันครับ เป็นครั้งแรกของผมด้วยใน PTC หวังว่าจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับในการแข่งขัน
Which team do you think is the biggest rival in PGC 2022 for Day Trade Gaming?
ก็คิดว่าเป็นแชมป์เก่าอย่าง New Happy เหมือนกันครับ ที่แข็งแกร่ง
Any words to New Happy?
See you.
Short and clear. What would be your determination entering into PGC 2022?
ก็พวกเรา Day Trade Gaming จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ แล้วก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดใน APAC ครับ
You can enter in freely, but when you want to go out of this rug, you have to get right with some quiz. We're gonna have a quiz time. So I'm gonna give you 4 keywords.
PGC.
Do you know which player this is?
Number 2.
Number 2. You're right.
Sound.
I'm gonna play the sound.
MK12.
Oh, easy? Was it easy? I want you guys to wear the eye mask.
Thank you.
It's gonna be a random gift. Nurin's first here.
อ๋อเขาให้เลือกเหรอ
ขอให้เลือก
Okay, this for Nurin's and for Balmouth.
โอ้อันนี้เป็นตึกแน่เลยเขาให้เลือกอะไรก็ได้เหรอ
But only one.
เอาตึกดีกว่า
This?
This?
Okay. Take off your eye mask. Gold bar.
ไอ้ก็โก้เฮ้ย
Oi.
นี่ไง อันนี้เป็น
Do you know what
Burj
this is?
Khalifa
Oh, Burj Khalifa, yes. What about you? Do you like it?
Yeah I'm so rich
You're so rich.
ชอบครับชอบ ก็รู้ว่าเป็นตึกก็เลยหยิบมาเพราะอันอื่นไม่รู้ว่าคืออะไรแล้ว
First one you picked was the gold one.
โอ้ อ้าวทำไมไม่เห็นว่ามี2 อันเลยอ่ะ
PGC 2022.
Day Trade Gaming
Fighting.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final match of Group B, to the final match of the PGC 2022 group stages. I'm Toby, joined by Poro, and we are going to be hopping now straight into match number 15, Poro. One more game to go. Only, I feel like, a select few teams that can stir the pot here.
And it's going to take some doing, too. I mean, it is tough. There's a nice little stack of points separating these teams that are in the chase. BBL, they've got to be on top of their P's and Q's. Wildcard as well. They cannot afford to go out early with no points. They have to survive if they're going to hold off the onslaught of LG, all the teams that are in the chase still.
I'm just going to go out and say, if you're set up there in the top 3 spots right now and you desperately want to make enemies for life, now is the time you would hot drop, because you have little to nothing to lose. And oh my lord, can you sure as hell make other people stay hell even weak a whole lot worse.
I love how you frame that. If you're looking to make enemies for life,
I mean, you never know what people, what gets people going, you know?
What gets them going in the morning? Hopefully it's not that. We see our play coming right across the middle. Hopefully that means that we won't get that Los Leones finish again. We have avoided cities so far.
Impressive? No, we haven't. There was a Picado ending.
Was there? Oh, yeah,
the
okay. Well,
12-player Picado ending. I don't feel like it
Technically, I guess that counts, but you know, it's not in the spirit of the city. Ending,
nah,
right?
it's not. It's true. It wasn't really that hectic.
No.
I guess that's safe to say. Well, we're looking at United here, the victors of the previous game, the spearhead of Group B, who, for a brief moment, coming into the previous game, was overtaken, as a matter of fact, by Tyloo, but now they didn't like being in second place. So they said, you know what, let's just get a win instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, United's been putting on a damn show in group stage. They have looked fantastic. And it actually kind of, you got to look at Tyloo as well. I mean, they are right there behind them. I mean, we've been talking so much about United for great reason. I mean, 5 wins in 14 games so far. But Tyloo, 17, TMA, all these teams that are right behind them now. Again, great days here today as well. As we see Kine using the best gun in the game, the VSS.
Is that where we're at now?
Oh, we're there. We've always been there.
Okay, well, I mean, it didn't hit anything, so it's clearly not as good as the SKS. But let's take a look at the top damage dealers from the previous game. United, of course, up there. Gen.G, welcome to damage. We know you're capable of doing it, but we haven't seen a whole lot of it so far. Renba, though, making something happen. 4 kills, 600 damage as well, proving, once again, that Gen.G actually is a pretty good team when they dare taking a fight.
Welcome to PGC, guys. Fex up there as well with another 592, almost 600 damage for him. Fex and the rest of the FaZe boys looking really good that last game. Now, I think if you're looking, if you're a fan of these teams that are on the lower half of the bracket and you're kind of looking for things to kind of feel good about, obviously, you know, you feel a little bit bad about not making the winners bracket right off the bat. Well, that's why we play 2 losers brackets and a grand survival. You have so many chances to get in here. And honestly, if you're looking at the performance that FaZe has been putting through today, obviously, you know, it's a little bit better late than never, but that's a good sign going forward here.
And the further down the line we go, the less games these teams get to play in each stage.
Yeah.
So while, I mean, you can decipher whether you think I'm right or wrong in this one, but I would almost rather, if I'm supporting a team, even if I'm a player on one of the teams, I would almost rather come off to a terrible start to then have a great final day. Even though, again, I mean, if you're not going to qualify regardless, rather have things going your way coming into that first losers brackets game, because then you have the momentum going already. You've kind of solved the issues. It's much worse or much better than starting off phenomenally and then doing nothing for a day and a half, and then coming into the losers bracket stage and go, well, we did so well in that way, we haven't even gotten around to figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, definitely arguable. I will say that. I think I would want my favorite team to just come in here and dominate everybody.
Oh, that is the dream.
If you're any United fan, that's how dreams are coming true for you right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But yeah, I mean, look, hey, if you're a Petrichor Road fan, FaZe fan, Gen.G fan, all good things, all good signs that you've seen today, pointing up once now that we're heading over towards that lose bracket. What? Still a shot. Not outside of the realm of impossibility here for LG, for the Expendables to still try to make it in here, and we'll see what happens. Wildcard and BBL, they've got to be on top of things here.
Knowing the capabilities of Petrichor, and that is the stretch of like stretches. That is the furthest I'd go to say there might just be a chance. Gen G, again, if the stars align and they somehow manage to actually go out and take fights somewhat early on compared to what they've been doing so far, could happen. But as you said as well, Expendables, Luminosity, well, it's right in the neighbor's backyard. You just gotta go and claim it.
And that being said, I mean, we have seen some pretty, we'll call them wacky final games of the day.
Have
which
we
is
had none wacky final?
it's been getting kind of weird when we get to Game 5, but so far, at least in this game, we've got a very vanilla circle. Obviously, 100% playable, lots of room, lots of real estate to work around. So things starting off a little bit more on the slow side here. We haven't seen any just straight W key crashing into other teams just to be done with it. So it's at least starting off a little bit slower here. We'll see how it continues as teams start getting a little bit closer to each other.
Yeah, Rillo getting shot at a distance here. Now Expendables taking the fight to Sherwood, and he falls out of the vehicle, I guess. I mean, that's an attempt to deny points. Oh! You almost did it. Dugchoos does fall down, though. Shoot from up above. Able to find one, and while these points all good and dandy for 17 Gaming, if you're Expendables, yes, you get one kill. Now you might actually get two with it, but you cannot risk losing players right now.
You can't, but I respect it from the Expendables. They know that they need these points. They know that they need to climb here, and Kickstart actually going to find Lil Ghost as 17 starting to slowly bleed players remaining here. Dugchoos will get flushed out. Now Levi's trying to see if he can maybe find something in the smoke. I think he saw the head of Suju just at the last minute, and now 777 trying to pull right up on the doorstep of E United.
Kickstart bouncing off of this one. He knows that he still has Rillo up above, and 777. Well, he's gone completely unnoticed thus far, and he's continuing to be exactly that, Ninja. Finds Suju. But as you can see, they're in a pretty tricky position down here inside the concretes.
It's a hard push here for the Expendables. I mean, you hopefully have been keeping track of the kill feed. You know that it's down to just one here in show as Code Marco going to steal it away. That is not what you wanted to hear for the Expendables, but look at this, 777. Rello has spotted him out. He knows that he's got a baddie on his doorstep.
For BBL, that 1 point, they're now set tight with Wildcard, but because of, again, placement points over kills right now, that one kill, that one steal, well, every single point when we're at this point in the game goes a long way.
Could mean the world. You see Petrichor Road running in to take me away over here on the very far western side by the power grid. Mill going to land the spray there. Not going to get the knock, though. He'll get Xiaohai, but immediately gets traded down. Ixlef, though, is there to support his teammate. Crazy112 will get taken down. But now Ixlef has to pull that pick down as well, as I'm not sure. Okay, that's Yuppie. Good shooting from long, forcing Yuppie to pull back down here. Now 3 down, 3 knocked for TMA. Yuppie, the last hope.
And Petrichor knows what, like they know what needs to be done. If you want to win this, we're looking at like 15 plus kill win. They need to get things going, and not only do they find kills here, but they do so without taking any casualties either. So you couldn't really have it any better for them. Take me away, out.
They'll find them.
They're smart. They're laughing. You know what? They're through, and they should be proud of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They will hit 100 points, and they will go no higher as 777 kill just hold on in the side here as Rello knows exactly where he is. He's just kind of calling the rest of the boys. He's just letting them know if this guy pulls out of here, if he tries to run up this gangplank, he is going to be dead to rights as we check the replay of what happened here. Is that, oh yeah, that's the Pero and TMA fight.
It's just timing. Mill peeks on over when they have nades in hand, and well, they don't really come much easier than that. Rello, Saika in hand as well here. Not exactly the kind of gun you want to be running into, and now, as you can see here, United well aware now it seems that 777 is in this position, able to get around, playing a little bit of ring around the Rosie, but Snakers, perfect off-angle position, it takes him down.
Exactly what they were trying to do, just flush him out, get him to push out there, and Snakers was holding that line, just waiting for it now. 2 remaining alive for the Expendables as their dreams of making it to the winners bracket slowly starting to go away. But that being said, the Expendables have been just a revelation during these group stages. I'm very excited to see this team play throughout the remainder of PGC.
They for sure have had their moments of brilliance. There was times in which we thought maybe they're one of the more heavy-hitting APAC teams right off the get-go to come out. They got themselves their 10th kill win, but as of today, as of the end of yesterday, well, they haven't really showed up, to be fair.
Well, I feel like that team is the quintessential definition of all gas, no brakes. And,
yeah.
And sometimes it works out fantastic. It's a load of fun to watch, but sometimes it gets them into a little bit of trouble. And
every lobby's got to have one, right?
Yeah.
Every lobby's got to have
yeah.
that one full speed forward. And, well, holy swear word.
Hey.
Circle shift
Hard
is not
down.
something I was expecting. FaZe, Happy, again, probably a little too late for them to make the come around here. But if there's an adventure, if there is a fairy tale to begin at any point in time, this shift could just be it.
Look at LG is in there as well. I mean, they are looking towards the dead center of the circle now. Tyloo already has Sia in the compound in the middle, but LG kind of looking over in that direction here as we check in with FaZe on the edge of La Bandita. One remaining at 417. I believe that's, the
Everyone's
last
gonna
player,
be
Show. He's Show +1. Okay,
Yep.
so he's got Soju with him.
Yep.
So 2 still up, 417.
I mean, there's a funnel of teams trying to reap the rewards of this Southern hardship right now. Daytrade there, Petrichor, Gen G, question mark, all trying to wrap around into the south side. FaZe right now has a pretty much an open buffet to pick and choose whatever they want. But in not too long time, a lot of these teams coming in from the north side really will be trying to claim some of their spots for themselves, I should say. Daytrade going to be the first contender at that.
Worth noting that BBL still 4 strong. They've got a compound in the dead center of the circle now. Wildcard, they're still off to the north. They're leaving El Azahar, but Polish Power is kind of up there as well. We'll take a look at them here in a little bit. USG, they're tired of running into Wildcard, so this time they're going to run face first into Buriram. We'll see if Buriram is up to the challenge. They are holding the line here. Kind will find one as Godmeow gets taken down.
Yep, Godmeow first of all. One more to go. Actually, no, that's going to be Nardrop coming out victorious in that battle there. It's quiet down for a little bit, but then once again, Edie spots Shiva out the corner, takes him down 2 for 1 so far.
Battle at the bottom of the leaderboard. Corn and Americano still up. Americano gets knocked very low. Naraja will spot him out. Good spray from him. We'll clean that up. Godmeow the only player knocked for Buriram right now. Corn now last player alive for his squad. USG Donuts as he continues to work the top floor of this brick compound. Follow the leader.
Oh, you got the ankle, but you cannot shoot out that
all
window.
All he sees is dead bodies everywhere.
Yeah,
Toby.
window bars ain't exactly helping him out right now. Maybe to block off a nade or two, I'm not sure. But Korn, well, there's a psych out of hand. There's a 6-6 on it as well. Try and see if you can salvage something. Not gonna happen. Edie is there for the final kill. He's gonna fall. Donuts, well, they
reset.
Do Donuts once more.
Time to go back to the drawing board, reset a little bit, get ready for that losers bracket. But you know what? We have seen so many 6x shotguns in these situations. I don't know.
I think it's because
what
they,
it is.
I mean, they
It's
take
crazy.
the 6x, so once they swap over to an AR, they can swap on over. Milk falls down. Ionix will get him again. It's a long journey for Gen G as well. A more doable one, clearly, than FaZe Clan's hopes for finding top 8. But Gen G, a hell of a good game needed here in order to make their way back in.
Sure is. As Petrichor Road need a little bit of blue and pull in just on the backside of Question Mark, who is secure in their top 8 spot, holding on to 5th right now. And I think they hear the engines just behind them. You can see their little Doritos looking over in this direction.
Do we hard shift again? Just because that's been the name of...
Yeah,
Yes.
why not? Let's head on over to Impala.
We are with the... Oh no, we're actually ending on Luminosity.
We are
like
indeed.
this is going all the way east.
And furthermore, Toby, I would argue that this game has played out at a very normal rate, so there's still plenty of points left on the table for Luminosity to make a run here. Now,
We
Wildcard,
say that now.
We do. Well, the bad thing for Luminosity is that BBL still has that compound. They're still looking good. Wildcard still on that north side. They have everything they want, I believe. Have they lost one? I think they may have. Yeah, they actually lost Waikakamukau. I was wondering if Polish Power was actually going to pick him up, and it looks like they did. They ran into each other. So wildcard down to 3, trying to find their way in on the northeast.
Onyx trying to find another vehicle, I believe. I think they were out of gas, or close to be, in the previous one. And then tagged by Blue, of course, tagged by Norrøns as well. That's going to be an Onyx down and out. Kill does not come through for Day Trade, though. And while I think 6th place is going to be good enough for Day Trade to qualify, it's still one of those who go, would have kind of really wanted that one.
Would have been nice.
Yeah.
Would have been nice. Well, TE still in it. Levi's and Ninja 2K will take the compound on the very western edge of Circle. Now, the only team that's still kind of off to the west that are going to be looking for somewhere to play is Question Mark. But it looks like they're favoring towards the north here, as now we have a crash coming through. It's going to be Wildcard and Polish Power. This huge stuff for Wildcard. They'll find the opening knock on Anorcus.
Timing off. Again, I mean, I said it coming into the previous one. Polish Power usually in EMEA have been so good in these up-close situations, have been so incredible when it came to close quarter combat, when it came to communicating synergy in the combats. Here, pull up 1 by 1 on a contested compound, run in 1 by 1, no utility used at all, and instant downfall.
Well, it's one still left for Polish Power here, and then they've got some time to do a little bit of a reset before losers bracket, as we see Norrøns take a few shots over towards Petrichor Road. Long having to get out of his vehicle. He'll at least get to the compound, but gets knocked very low by Belmuth.
He's in the blue as well. Does he get the first aid off here? Just exactly able to get it through. Polish Power falls in 14th. That's going to be the end of their group stage experience. Not what they were hoping for sure, but as you're saying, reset, get into lower bracket. The tournament is far from over.
Indeed it is. A lot of work left to be done for these teams as Day Trade. Looks like Pushil's still trying to see if he can maybe keep track of where Petrichor is inside Impala. Meanwhile, the circle is collapsing, and actually Question Mark collapsing on top of United on the north side with a little bit of a Buriram throw in there as the hard shift off to the north. Again, Luminosity have a compound, and all of our teams out to the south will have to find somewhere new.
Looking good if you're up on the northern side. BBL starting to shoot him from the side. Tai Lu trying to third party, make that a fifth party really on this angle as well. I feel like if you're up here now, you go, where the hell did all of you guys come from?
Yes, indeed. And look at Tai Lu. They want to get a little bit of piece of this, as they are very secure in their spot, as United's just kind of hanging out in shacks, but the grenades aren't falling for Godmeow, unfortunately. That one will, though, and that should be 2 down.
Whoa.
1 will go down. Rella will stay alive, but there's another one coming. Flood actually just going to, yeah, we're done. That's fine. United eliminated, but you know what? Job done.
Yeah.
Toby, they are
feel
feeling
like
very comfortable.
You're pretty satisfied. Stage looking very promising for sure. See, yep, those find one final bullet in the spray. Doesn't get the second. First one confirmed though. Phil first. It goes down, Question Mark. They would normally say questionable rotation, but they really had limited to no options in this one. Try and full speed set it towards the middle. See where you can get. Unfortunately, all they find here is opponents.
Indeed, is QM next to no HP left. Code Marco will find Levi's, so that's another knock coming through on the Expendables, as they are down to just 2, remember. Now, the problem for LG, they're in a great spot here, but BBL still alive, Wildcard still alive, so they have not been able to catch up with their, they have not been able to pursue you guys. Okay, I was like, did he hit himself? No, okay, it was a shot from somewhere else. Yeah, Luke, it looks like LG actually leaving their compound, trying to see if they can find something. Unfortunately, Luke gonna go down to Flash. It looks like the knock has not been flushed out just yet. There it is. Okay.
There you go.
Now LG down to 3.
Nice timing on BBL to wrap up now as well. They heard that Tai Lu was occupied with trying to deal with Question Mark. So they go, well, this is our 5 seconds of Tai Lu looking the other direction. We gotta make a move now. And they are inside the circle while it's still very far out on the edge. In the meantime now, Luminosity from the comfort of the compound doing damage to the teams up the hillside.
A little bit of revenge coming in there as they turn it into a 1-for-1 trade, and Day Trade will have to leave that location in vehicles. As we see Petrichor Road have finally left Impala. They still have 3 alive, and they are pushing right into FaZe As Diggory should hear all of this going on. He's going to hop out of the vehicle, take some shots there. HC still waiting in the hard cover as Ming, Ike's left, Long, all pulling right up on, and now HC in a little bit of trouble.
There's no stopping Petrichor. Again, they know what's at stake. They have the recipe. They just need to do everything to get those kills, and they need a hell of a lot of them if they want to make top 8 here. So every chance you get to take a fight, well, you're going to pounce at it.
Got to do it. This is the only way for Petrichor and for FaZe. Keep eyes on that fight, and unfortunately for them, they're going to have to figure it out pretty quick because the circle does pull back off to the north, and they are going to have to get back on the move. You see BBL still 4 alive on that western edge. Keep an eye on that as Ikesleft comes through the smoke. He's going to find HC, and the AUG will win that fight. And he's going to find another one. Fex goes down, and just like that, Petrichor Road pick up their 8th kill.
The blind timing to send it through just as HC is trying to vault up on that box. That is so fortunate, but it works out for them perfectly. Again, it's a stretch, it's a long journey, but every kill going your way makes that impossible. You know, just that little more possible.
BBL trying to find the Expendables with a long-range util, but it's not landing where it needs to, unfortunately for them. As now they have been spotted out by Tyloo, and it looks like Tyloo actually going to leave that compound, start stretching out here to see if they can maybe land some more util onto BBL. Meanwhile, Wildcard still coming in from the north. They still have 3 alive. Brewery Rom just off to their west. So you can see a few shots being traded back and forth.
The issue for BBL is now, wow, Tyloo was occupied with what was going on north just before. With BBL now being this close, there's no way in hell Tyloo is looking in the other direction. They need to be ready for the players coming through from here. Marco already finding a lot of damage. Thindalos able to kick this one off, finds the first one. Damage done, actually none. Sorry, towards Xiao Tong. Second time around though, down to half HP.
Nice little spray there. Xiao Tong will get taken down by Thindalos. Nicely done by him on the push. And now the rest of BBL crashing on. Quepa going to get spotted out by Sia though. And Sia, can he get 2? Ooh, gets him down to half HP. Doesn't get the knock, and now shots coming in from behind as Canaxi has left the rest of his squad to keep an eye on this.
Little do BBL know, but they're currently being saved by 17 Gaming. Expendables are trying to set up a perfect ambush, but right as they start running, 17 Gaming deny them that entry point. So blessings for the team as they stay put. Xiaoyang spots one on the side, Show falls instantly.
And that's going to be 17 down to just Suju now. Show was trying to make a push, see if he can maybe get another point off of this, but 17, they're okay, obviously. Happy in 3rd place. We'll see what Soju does from here on. BBL still 4 strong. They managed to take 1 off of Tyloo, but Tyloo holds the line.
Yeah, it's a tricky position for BBL now. They didn't get a foot in the compound. Sia is still there. Now they know they need to deal with Expendables, but the more they look down this way, well, the more pressure they can only expect to be receiving from Tyloo on the other side of things.
Expendables trying to do the most with what they've got left, as Levi's will get knocked low, go down to the zone, and Thindalos will finish it. So the Expendables run is ended.
What a run.
It was a hell of a run, and I cannot wait to see what they do for the rest of this tournament. Meanwhile, LG, they've lost 1, but they've only managed to pick up 1 kill so far, trading shots at long range with Day Trade. They will get the knock on the Adder, though.
Well, Luminosity, Circle going towards them, but as you can see, Petrichor on one side, Gen G, Day Trade on the other. While they are blessed with the shift, it's by no means an easy position to play out of, especially not if BBL opts to wrap south around on this one. Do they take the fight to the compound, or do they try and wrap further down below?
They've got to do something because the goalposts are continually moving as BBL and Wildcard still collect kills here. Purdy Curdy.
Could be good, that nade.
That could be a great nade. It's actually going to find 1, and it's going to get the Renba very low. The follow-up Molotov will come through as Purdy Curdy just continues to get a little bit closer. Now Belmoth going to try to send some grenades over Gen G's way, but it's not going to find anything. Gen G in a little bit of trouble here.
BBL using this time to push on forward, catching 1 with his back turn. Xiaoyang does manage to find 1. So Thindalos gets knocked, but the flush comes through, and 1 Marco finds the other. This is a whole other BBL that we're seeing today, fighting their way, brawling their way through this compound.
BBL just brute forcing into the compound. 2 up now. Tyloo down to Zhao Yang, and he's going to get spotted out. BBL will secure another kill. 7 points for them, but meanwhile, Wildcard has been taken out.
Exactly.
And that is now the line. 89 points for LG. It's a long way ahead of them, Toby, but it is possible.
We're creeping into placement points. Does Asura have anything to say about it? Should he peek now? He could have caught them off guard. Not quite the case. Pucci's nades from a long distance. How much damage is it going to find? None.
Asura just hanging out in the smoke. LG know that they have to be careful. They can't over-peak this, or they run the risk of just getting exposed to day trade, but they know they need this point off of Asura. Desperately want to get him, but Asura has that hard cover. He's got that shack, he's got that shed, and LG, I think, might pull off at this point.
Luminosity right now desperately needs Buriram to start taking the fight to day trade. Like, they need somebody to fend them off. They know they can't wrap south because Petrichor is containing them. They know they can't go north because it's a perfect angle for day trade to hold down below. They need one of these 2 teams to start getting attacked. Or if not, well, Halo, this is your chance to get that one headshot in that's going to allow you to make the push on through. A little bit of help does come through as Asura goes down, but again, similar position. They are being hard contained from both sides here.
And it's a point out of their pocket.
True.
They definitely could have used here. Penta working the Kar 98. There's the 4X in hand. LG still 3 strong. It's not an ideal position by any means, but they still have a shot here. 18 alive, 6 teams remaining.
Buriram as well, 10-kill game for
Look
them.
at Petrichor.
Yep. We said that Buriram wasn't quite the Apex team we thought they were going to be out of this one, but 10 kills, 0 casualties so far. We saw it during the last PGC event. They know how to play this game. We just haven't seen them deliver up until this point.
A lot of action on this north side. And the biggest problem for Luminosity is Petrichor, isn't it? I mean, Petrichor 10 kills now.
They don't have to move.
And then they don't really have to. I mean, well, they have to move a little bit farther to the north, but they hold on to that same terrain that they currently have. BBL, meanwhile, starting to stretch off to the north. They're coming up behind Buriram. See if they can maybe clear them out.
Need the knock here. BBL, though, perfect position. They see BBL and they see Buriram over on the other side. Issue a smash. While you have all the opponents right ahead of you, we can't find anything.
Big performance so far from Buriram and from BBL here in this final game of Group B. 10 kills versus 7 kills. BBL securing their spot in the top 8 in this final game. Buriram trying to build something going forward.
Noadra rejoining his team over on the other side. Penta finds one. Damage done. Space given at least for a couple of seconds for them to maneuver further through. Now Day Trade forced to look the other way as Buriram starts taking casualties. This is the space that Luminosity needed in order to push further forward.
Buriram, I mean, the BBL just forced Buriram's hand. They had to push face first into Day Trade, and now Belmoth will find Purdy Curdy. They should be able to get that res. Day Trade, I believe, it gets finished off here. Yep, Belmont, the last one up. Buriram somehow, some way, still have 2 alive, 3 alive, making their way across the road, but BBL is just dominating on that north side, Toby.
Sure are. They're forcing them into the other team. Marco on his 5th kill already. Buriram being slaughtered by the 2nd. They fall in 5th, but a great game for them to finish off the group stage. BBL continuing to skyrocket their way up the leaderboard, now finding themselves in 4th. 11 kills and no casualties thus far.
LG find themselves in the top 4. Purdy Curdy is knocked. Soju will find Thunderlost as the solo snake from 17 will strike.
8 points. Luminosity. 8 points. But casualties are coming through. Alo, sitting solo player left alive. Now spotted as well, down to just 1 HP, and there you have it.
No!
The dreams of winner's bracket for Luminosity shattered by BBL and Petrichor.
You hate to see it for LG, but they put forth one hell of an effort here in the final day. Let's see what they can produce in that loser's bracket here. Is Ming gonna pull up on a smash, and he's gonna find 2. Ming collecting points for Toby's fantasy squad.
What a hell of a spray coming through. Finds the first. Fortunate that Code Margo is caught midair, but able to get the headshot through on that one too.
Can Petrichor Road catch Wildcard?
I'm not going to do the math.
I'm not either.
I'm not going to do the math.
I'm not either, but you know what? 13 kills. They have a shot at a victory here. If they can get this res onto Long, Suju still alive. It's just 2 solo snakes left here as Petrichor Road might be able to pull it off.
I think it's 7 points at most.
Maybe.
I'm doing the math now,
You know what?
even though I shouldn't.
I will leave it up to the analyst desk, but I'm going to produce I'm excited. I'm hyped up. I'm thinking Petrichor Road might be able to pull this off. Let's see what they can do. 13 kills. What a insane performance here in the final game for Petro.
No doubt about it. Again, I mean, if you're going to do it, even if you won't, you might as well go out doing absolutely everything you can, and they sure as hell have delivered. They have made us realize that Petrichor ain't the sleeper that we've seen them be in the bottom of the leaderboard up until this point. A lot of teams really coming together here in the final game.
Well, they absolutely need both of these kills here at the end if they're going to have any shot. Quetba, nice spray coming through, but doesn't get the knock. Ixlef will return the favor with a nicely placed grenade. Falls just off to the side, unfortunately, but Ming, you can see they are just crashing onto this. They know they want this kill, and Kepa, I don't know if he just blinded himself, but he's going to find one and immediately gets traded back. But
saw him.
Be fine, but there you go. Yeah, Long has his eyes on. He will find Suju.
Ooh, nice headshot to come through. It is a 1v2. Far from impossible. Nades available for Suju here as well. Again, a story to be told about Suju. Wasn't meant to play this. He's seeding in for probably arguably the biggest shoes to fill on the Asian side of things here. If not for Ixlef, then for sure Xiao Bei. And he is doing a hell of a job at impressing the 17 Gaming fans. Long, nice off angle. Nade is short, but they know exactly where they have him.
And they are collapsing right on top of him here. Long has the grenade in hand. We'll send the spray in, and Ixlef will be the one that does it. And that might be enough. We'll have to see. I'm not going to be the one to call it, but what a performance here from Petrichor Road in the final game of Group B.
What a performance indeed. Regardless of whether or not they make winner's bracket, they can be satisfied with finally having turned that ship around. They know what's needed. They know what they have to do, even if loser's bracket is where they're headed. And even coming into that, they are a team, off of what we've seen today, Poro, that I could only imagine are going to come up victorious there.
I mean, we've been waiting for that team to show up for a while now. Things got it started a little bit slow because they started off with AZ instead, benching Mill, thinking that they were going to be hot dropped, and the hot drop never came, so they come back, and unfortunately for Mill, he just gets thrust into the middle of things on day number 2, and it took a little bit of time for them to kind of get things back together, but they find it here in day number 3. Well, that is going to do it for us today, Toby. I've been Porosaurus. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about this final game.
Closing out with a bang here, Petrichor Road has been a rocky road for them across this group stage. However, smooth sailing here in the final one, and massive performances coming out from the likes of Ixlef, as well as Code Marco actually on BBL.
Yeah, Code Marco and Ixlef, both of my fantasy team, by the way.
Oh, great.
Had a fantastic game for this one, but I want to say this. The momentum that Petrichor Road had through this game here was looking like the Petrichor Road that everyone expected them to be.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it was just a little too late for this one here. Also, Buriram waking up, aggressive plays, the way they played that in general, it's looking like if they're able to bring this momentum here, it's going to be looking like a very scary losers bracket with the teams coming in from Group B.
Yeah, definitely so. As we take a look at the moments from this game as well, as you were mentioning, Buriram here was looking just more aggressive, as even can they even look more aggressive than they usually do, but here they are. And Ixlef with that AUG putting in massive, massive work. As you say, for Petrichor Road, I believe that they can do very well in that lower bracket, all things considered here.
Yeah. Oh, that was a good shot from Penta. Unfortunately for LG, though, they're not going to make it into the winner's bracket, but they are looking pretty good. If you're not taking away the first 3 games of the day, they had some good tendencies here. Unfortunately, Luke, he went down into a rough situation, and they were in a high ground, low ground fight a few times. Also, Daytrade pinched, kind of put pressure on them in a situation here on the east side where they could have moved further in and particularly taken on Petrichor Road, but they're looking too strong. And that AUG with the level 3 helmet here for Petrichor Road, looking good for Ixlef and the guys.
It's one of the teams that a lot of people have got hopes in, even in the pick'ems already, even though we're not towards that grand final, but they have got themselves a big on the board. But the main story of Group B is number 1. It's E United absolutely blasting. Did Kickstart take over
Example in damage, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to check that once the API, but it was close. He did get more kills. I think it was 35 over 30 for Example's 30 there for a second. So Kickstart is #1 in kills for sure. But Petrica Road with a 25 bomb makes a new record.
Fantastic. Really good towards the end. But again, you know, for a lot of people, they're going to say to themselves, why wasn't this sooner? Why wasn't this turn on sooner? Because
could be Landjaders, you know?
Maybe.
It's
Can you imagine?
international Landjaders.
Sure, I guess, potentially, here for Petrica Road. But yeah, they looked a bit monstrous here. Even just as 3 for a lot of this as well.
Yeah, it was looking pretty insane. 9 out of the kills out of those 15 comes from Eikleft. But when you have an AUG, when you have a 3 helmet, and when you have a 3 vest, the confidence from that and the ego that you're able to put yourself on, you just don't believe you're going to lose any fights. And he was able to keep that 3 helmet for a big amount of time for this one here. BBL also looking really good on the north side. We were talking about it. They were on the cusp, but again, they get in, they went in, they got the kills, they pressured all the teams. They push onto the jungle compound here on the high ground. I love that. Taking on Tyloo, the aggression in general throughout for BBL here, really, really confident showing from them.
It's very important that they actually were able to have this kind of showing as well for BBL, because quite honestly, towards the later end of Europe, a little bit floundering, right? Not even being able to qualify for PCS 7, but here they are now, doing very well for themselves.
Yeah, really, really happy to see them step up here for Europe, but also for themselves in this case here, getting top 8, getting into, and Turkey. Happy for the guys being able to step this one up here. They're into winner's bracket. Celebrate as much as you can here right now. It's the confidence builder that you need in the losers bracket 1 here, but that's also looking scary. If you take kind of moments from some of this, it's looking scary for the losers bracket and for Petrica Road. They're looking like they're going to be easy to kind of breeze through that quite fast.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? It's the World Championship, and even though the winners bracket is looking stacked, there is a reason the teams are here for the World Championship, even if they are falling down into the lower. So it is by no means easy. And teams like Petrica Road are not going to make it easy for people down there as well. Buriram coming out with 13 kills on the board there as well. These top 3 teams, they were farming.
Yeah, they're farming. It's insane. It's probably the most kills we've seen from the top 3, with 43 from the top 4 before. But this one here popping off with a total of... What? How much was that even? That was
what, 15, 12, 6, 13?
Yeah, that was... How much was that total?
I mean,
was it
30?
No. 40.
What? No.
15, 13, 12.
Yes.
It's 40.
That's... Okay, yeah, you're right. I'm not feeling well today.
No, it's fine. 43 from 4 teams, 40 from 3 teams.
Days.
Insane.
No, you're
1100, 1K club from Eikleft. A new record, 9 kills with that. Obviously Ming tying Ming in this case here, but Ming didn't have 1K club. So now the best game from a single individual here from Eikleft. A lot of trust was in him, both for the pick'ems and for the fantasy team.
Here is where our divide is. Wow. Congratulations to Wildcard as well as Question Mark, Day Trade, Take Me Away, BBL, Tyloo, 17 and EU United. There has been quite some shifts going on in this top 8 though throughout the day. It's all kind of got topsy-turvy. We saw some of those teams down towards the bottom of the top 8 being very high, but it's been a bit wild today.
Yeah, Luminosity and Expendables have both been in the top 8 multiple times around, but unfortunate for them, a rough day. 11 points total today for Luminosity Gaming in 5 games. That is just so unfortunate. Total kills in total is Tyloo. Kickstart though, almost half of their kills is Kickstart's total.
Tyloo was ever present in some of these final moments in games, and it doesn't surprise me that they're able to take the top spot in that regard at least. But yes, as you say, for Kickstart, he will take the very top spot for individual performance here in this group. And we heard him pop off in even the previous win that they got.
Yeah.
Very excited about that.
It was so close. 17 Gaming had 76, E United had 75. So it's just 3 kills that divide 3 teams here for the total kill #1 for team. So very impressive for them. But in the very, very top, United, 138 points, the best team in the group stage so far.
Also impressive with Xiaobei not being here for 17 Gaming as they're able to take the top spot. Okay, this is the winner's bracket.
It's so stacked.
It is very stacked.
Oh my god.
It's kind of crazy.
This is going to be hard to get top 8 from. 138 points, though 9 more than Na'Vi. As I was saying, E United here to be able to have the best performance, but it's looking very stacked. This is going to be a very, very hard group to get out top 8 from.
You know the brilliant thing as well? So much cross-regional representation.
Yes.
There
Yes,
is
it is
nobody
true.
has missed, basically. There
It
is,
is
it has
beautiful.
been, and the great thing about that is, it's truly what we've said in the past couple of days, we feel like any region can take this World Championship.
For sure. It's definitely the most competitive when you look at all the regions across, and definitely any team in that could end up being our winner. And 8 of those teams are going to be going to our grand final, and we're going to be starting tomorrow already.
All right, well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world once again. That is the group stages concluded, and in fact, tomorrow, there is no rest for the wicked. Tomorrow, we will have that winners group begin. So tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PGC action.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting dry, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, feast, fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless, new foe, no one like excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it, play my anthem, singing it, every mountain, bringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn, shacked, I'm back like never before, taking my final form. Overcome, run in, you're every rise with the sun. We wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. For the revolution, you can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait, it's coming, coming. Wait, it's coming, coming. Just you wait, just you wait.